Introduction. The first rule of being a ghost whisperer: don't tell anyone. Seriously, don't. Sure, it might sound harmless, a fun party trick even. I assure you, it's not. How do I know? Well, let's just say that I've had a lot of experience with this sort of thing, and 9 times out of 10, it turns into an all-consuming disaster. Being plagued by needy ghosts 24/7 is one thing. Being harassed by a horde of curious, or worse, grieving, flesh-and-blood people is an entirely different circus. I mean, really, who wants to hold an impromptu seance in the middle of the cereal aisle? Not me. And the manager of the grocery store probably isn't too crazy about the idea either. So, that's it. If you're a ghost whisperer, just keep your mouth shut and act normal. Ghosts? What ghosts? Now, if only I would start listening to my own advice. Chapter 1. There's nothing more obnoxious than having an easygoing Sunday morning ruined by a pair of warring ghosts. Unfortunately, that was my reality far more often than not. "You're blocking the screen, you talking feather duster!" Hayward Kensington III snapped at Flapjack, a gorgeous Himalayan cat who had once been my childhood pet. "Newsflash, stuffed shirt. I'm a ghost. You can see perfectly fine right through me." Yeah, that's right. The cat talks. This is one of those things that sounds fun, but in reality turns out to be more of a pain in the rear than anything else. On the bright side, he doesn't require a litter box, and he doesn't meow when I use the can opener. But it's distorted. With an irritated growl, I stalked into the living room, coffee mug in hand. "Do you two mind?" I snapped, directing a frosty glare at my two constant, whether I wanted them to be or not, dearly not quite departed companions. Hayward bristled at my sharp tone and had the good sense, or manners, to look embarrassed. He wrung his gloved hands and bowed his head so that his face was mostly concealed by the silvery shadow of his top hat. "Apologies, Lady Scarlet," he started, leaning into his Oxford accent. "I was simply trying to convey my displeasure to that beast." Flapjack hissed in protest. His thick tail swished all the more, blurring the small TV screen entirely. And to think the day had started off so well. Still scowling, I skirted the back of the long couch and moved further into the living room, then set my mug on the coffee table, careful not to slosh any of the scalding liquid over the sides. I slammed my hands on my hips and planted my legs wide, glaring at the pair of them. "What is the one thing that I ask of you two?" Flapjack sat down and swirled his tail around his front paws. I swear he shrugged. "I can't help it if he's so touchy about everything." "Get down from there," I said, snapping my fingers and pointing at the floor. Flapjack's eyes narrowed, but he dropped off the edge of the entertainment center, landing soundlessly on his ghost paws. He flicked his fluffy tail up into the air, whipping the tip in feline irritation. He glared at me for a moment, then turned his displeasure back to Hayward as he stalked toward the couch. He leapt up and curled into a ball atop the pile of throw pillows gathered at one end of the couch. I'd chucked them all to one side during a frantic hunt for the remote control earlier that morning. "Thank you, Lady Scarlet," Hayward said, with a self-satisfied grin. I rounded on him, and it slid from his face. "Drop the self-righteous routine, Hayward," I said. When he continued to hover, I took a deep breath, reaching for my last shred of patience. "What do you want?" Hayward was an old ghost, a once-upon-a-time English gentleman. He died in 1926 after suffering a heart attack during the encore of a premier musical performance at the Vienna Opera House, hence the perma coattails and top hat. I guess if you have to be a ghost, you may as well be a fashionable one. He took his hat from his head and passed it nervously between his hands. "I was hoping you might invite Lady Gwen to dinner prior to tonight's meeting." I sighed. "Hayward, why can't you invite her yourself?" Flapjack's head popped up, and in his best impersonation of Hayward's accent said, "Oh, my stars. Lady Scarlet, can you imagine the horror, the impropriety? What would the peasants say?" Hayward's silvery cheeks darkened, and he surged forward. I held up a hand. "Stop!" Flapjack cackled and made a face at the fuming ghost. I shot him a glare. "Knock it off, Flapjack, or I swear I'll banish you." His eyes narrowed, but he put his head back down on his paws. It was an empty threat. We both knew it, but it usually worked for at least a little while, similar to a toddler's parents counting to 3. Turning back to Hayward, I said, "I'll see if Gwen wants to come over before the meeting." His eyes brightened. "On one condition," I added, holding up one finger. "Anything, Lady Scarlet." With a victorious smile, I laid out my terms. "You let me watch TV in peace, with no running commentary, for the next 2 hours, before I have to go downstairs and work." Hayward popped his hat onto his head and nodded so vigorously it was a wonder it didn't fall back off. "Of course. Not a word out of me, my lady." "Yeah, we'll see." "That goes for you too, Flapjack," I said, settling into my favorite spot on the couch. The L-shaped sectional was a second-hand find, and from the feel of it, it was clear that whoever had owned it previously had rarely used any of the cushions except the one in the corner. It was a little saggy, but that was probably the reason I liked it so much. It was the couch equivalent of a perfectly worn pair of jeans. I reached for my coffee and remote control and smiled to myself as I nestled down into the cozy spot. With a few clicks, my favorite Sunday morning ritual officially began, emptying my DVR while sipping a steaming cup of coffee. In peace. After spending years abroad, running from the literal ghosts of the past, I'd finally settled down in the charming town of Beechwood Harbor along Washington State's rustic coastline. Thanks to an inheritance from my grandmother, I'd opened a florist shop called Lily Pond Floral Design and was ready to begin a brand new chapter of my life. Ideally, a more normal chapter than the past few. It took over 6 months of hard work to get my shop open, during which I hadn't been the most social of residents. I'd barely explored my new hometown until after the shop's doors were open. At my grand opening, I'd found a curious community eager to pop in and learn all about their new neighbor, and occasionally buy a bouquet of flowers. I'd also quickly learned that while Beechwood Harbor was postcard perfect on the outside, it was teeming with paranormal activity and had more than a handful of supernatural residents thriving just underneath the surface. So far, I'd met a vampire, a telepath, and a pair of witches who all live at the Beechwood Manor, one of the town's historic homes that served as something of a supernatural halfway house. Knowing that vampires and witches shared your zip code would probably scare the bejeebies out of most people. I, however, was more or less used to it. Nothing about my life had been normal, so why should it start now? My first peek into the supernatural world took place on the eve of my 8th birthday. Once the festivities of my party dwindled to a pile of tattered wrapping paper, ribbons, and crumbs of leftover cake stuck to the ends of half-melted candles, my parents had tucked me into bed so that they could visit with my aunt and uncle in the living room. Restless, and more than a little sugar high, I'd sneaked out of my room and went down the hall to the playroom where all of my shiny new presents were waiting. As quietly as I could, I'd opened my dollhouse and introduced my old dollies to their new friends. As I'd played, the sugar rush wore off, and I'd lain down on the beanbag in the reading nook under the window and fallen asleep. When I opened my eyes, Flapjack was watching me from the doorway. The only wrinkle? He'd died 3 weeks prior to my birthday. For reasons still unknown, Flapjack had been given the chance to come back as a ghost and had returned to me that night. I'd raced downstairs to tell my parents, along with my aunt and uncle. They'd all smiled sadly at me, and my mother had taken me back to bed. She'd kissed my forehead and told me to give Flapjack a hug if I saw him again in my dreams. I tried to explain that it wasn't a dream and that he was actually watching us from the foot of the bed at that very moment. But she didn't believe me. They never did. After a few weeks of referring to him as my imaginary friend, they took me to see a counselor, who assured them it was a normal part of the grieving process. After all, Flapjack was my first brush with death, and at the age of 8, the whole concept was a little shaky. Shortly after that, Flapjack realized he could talk in his new form, and he advised me to stop talking about him to my parents. In hindsight, I suppose he was trying to avoid getting me dragged off to some asylum masquerading as a boarding school for troubled children. I'd heeded Flapjack's advice, and we still shared long conversations as he continued to follow me most everywhere I went, but I was careful not to talk to him if they were within earshot. The years went on, and more spirits crossed my path. Along the way, I'd been forced to come up with a myriad of different strategies to cope with my strange ability. At first, I tried ignoring the ghosts who reached out to me. That backfired when no less than 20 spirits accumulated in and around my childhood home, all of them refusing to budge until I listened to their problems. After that, I tried to help all of them, a plan that crashed and burned in spectacular fashion. As a high schooler, I had enough problems without adding the personal woes and perils of ghosts into the mix. Who could be expected to deal with breakouts and breakups, or agonize over prom dress selections with 10 ghosts chattering on about the terrible life choices their offspring were making on the other side of the state? After high school, I started traveling around and found that country hopping was an effective way to extricate myself from particularly sticky situations. Plus, it was one heck of a way to spend my 20s. By age 30, my resources had dried up, and I decided I was too old to keep letting my parents bail me out of trouble whenever my temporary jobs didn't quite cover my next plane ticket or hotel bill. I returned home to Arizona and found a job working in a local florist shop, and found what seemed like my true calling, creating beautiful botanical works of art. When my grandmother passed away, she left us some of money, and I decided to strike out on my own again. I may have been staying stateside, but my new business was an adventure nonetheless. I was just getting started, but I had a good feeling about it. As long as I could keep all the ghosts in my life in check. Piece of cake, right? Per Hayward's request, I invited Gwen over for dinner prior to that evening's ghost support group meeting. After a few months in town, word had gotten around in the local specter circles that a ghost whisperer was in town. Out of necessity, I'd set aside Sunday evenings to hold a meeting. Then, and only then, ghosts can come to me with requests for assistance. Anything presented outside of those hours falls on deaf ears, no matter how persistent said ghosts are in their requests. Hayward and Flapjack are all that I can handle on a daily basis, and still they give my sanity a run for its money from time to time. In some ways, Gwen is another exception. She's the first ghost I met after arriving in Beechwood Harbor, and is the town maven. Queen Bee. She knows everything about everyone, and was the one who'd helped me establish my office hours among the local spirit population. Oh, and Hayward has a major crush on her. I'm talking smitten kitten in a top hat. So, for that alone, she gets a bit more leniency. Hayward deserves someone like Gwen. She's funny, bright, and despite her occasional ditzy moments, is quickly becoming one of my favorite people, dead or otherwise. As usual, I ate a microwave meal out of a plastic container down in my design studio, aka back room, taking bites in between other tasks. Lily Pond Floral Design was closed for business on Sundays and Mondays so that I could have some time off, as I was currently operating as a one-woman show. Even still, I tended to clock in a few hours, refreshing the window displays and taking inventory to get ready for the next week. It worked as a perfect guise for the ghost support group. The attendees all floated in, and I could continue to work while they chatted and presented occasional requests. If anyone walked past the front windows, they would likely assume I was singing along with the radio or talking to myself as I worked. Gwen rambled on about the local gossip of the week as I finished my broccoli and fish dinner and began working on an arrangement. Most of her revelations surrounded the arrival of a reality TV crew who spent the last week remodeling one of the town's older homes. Mince on the Pillows was a home improvement show that followed a husband and wife team who traveled the country, renovating old, sometimes historic properties into cozy bed and breakfasts. When the town gossip mill learned that our small town was about to be splashed across millions of television sets across the country, a small, outspoken group of people started raising hell and threatening to shut down production with protests and petitions. "All I'm saying is that people are angry," Gwen concluded. "I heard the ladies in the salon saying a petition is going around as we speak to put a stop to the whole thing." "Haven't they already started filming?" I asked, pausing to glance at her over the top of the bouquet I was arranging. Hayward didn't add much to the conversation. It seemed he was more interested in silently adoring our guest from his place at the front counter. I smiled at the dreamy look on his face. and then continued tweaking the hyacinth stalks I'd nestled amongst the greenery in the vase before me. They started filming Wednesday, Gwen replied without pause, as though she'd been taking minutes on every move the crew made, which in all likelihood she had. I offered a half shrug as I continued working. I imagine the whole thing will blow over pretty quickly. I mean, how long are they supposed to be in town? A few weeks? I haven't nailed that down yet. Gwen shook her head, sending her feather earrings swinging. Gwen was an eternally preserved flower child, having died in the 70s following a tragic stage diving incident. Her delicate face didn't show the signs of the damage that it must have sustained, but I imagined the aftermath of the fall hadn't been pretty. And people are just now signing petitions? I asked, one eyebrow quirked. Seems a little late. I'm not quite sure I understand the problem, Hayward interjected. Why are people so upset? A bed and breakfast sounds like just the thing this town needs. I think so too. The Lilac House was made to be a B&B. Gwen agreed with an enthusiastic nod. I saw the plans. It's going to be beautiful. Then again, anything would be better than the eyesore it's been for the last 2 decades. I mean, honestly, it looks like a giant house-sized Easter egg. According to my research. I stifled a laugh. That's what Gwen called her gossip hunting. Research. Gwen shot me a withering glance and then continued. According to my research, people in town think the house is haunted. That's why no one has lived there for so long. All the previous tenants have run screaming for the hills, and no one has dared move in since. I perked up at this. Haunted? Is it? Hayward asked. Gwen shrugged. I've never met a ghost who lives there, but then again I don't tend to go poking around uninvited. I snorted into the flowers and hurried to take them to the walk-in cooler. I set down the vase on one of the metal shelves built into the far back wall and then started gathering handfuls of fresh flowers from buckets scattered on the floor. By the time I exited, hands full of blooms and greenery, my teeth were chattering. Voices floated to me, and a quick sidelong glance showed that the first ghosts had arrived a few minutes ahead of the hour. Gwen was entertaining them for the time being, so I moved to my work table to deposit the flowers from the cooler. Hayward drifted closer. Before the meeting gets started, I wanted to apologize for this morning's antics, Lady Scarlet. Don't worry about it. I stifled a smile and flapped a hand at him. Believe me, I'm sure it was mostly Flapjack's doing in the first place. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Scarlet. A cool tone interjected from behind me. I cringed and then pivoted on the toes of my ballet flats to see Flapjack, tail twitching, sitting on the floor beside the display case. Oh, come now, Flapjack, Hayward said. You have to admit she has a valid point. Flapjack scowled at Hayward, who quickly turned his attention to Gwen, clearly not wanting to tangle with the pint-sized walking attitude problem. What are you even doing down here? I asked Flapjack, stubbornly refusing to apologize, mostly because what I said was true. You hate support group nights. Flapjack cast a disdainful look toward the front of the shop where the ghosts were gathered, speaking in excited tones. Oh, believe me, I'm not staying here for the freak parade. He trotted away and leapt over the counter as though he were a thoroughbred show horse instead of a fluffy 11-pound cat. At least in life he'd been around that mark. Ghosts don't exactly have weight in the same way living beings do. With a heavy sigh after him, I fussed with the flowers on the work table before starting work on a new creation. The rest of the ghosts filtered in over the next 10 minutes, and by the top of the hour, we had a full house. Gwen spearheaded the meetings and was responsible for ferrying in new ghosts who might be aimlessly wandering through town. In some ways, I was just a body. If a ghost needed something specific done, something that required hands or an audible voice, they'd loop me into the conversation and make their request. Otherwise, I was pretty much free to halfway listen in as I worked. I quickly lost myself in a new design, and the ghost's chattering became white noise in the background. Gwen directed a question my way, and I glanced up, smiling, ready to answer her, when a wave of dizziness nearly drove me to my knees. The smile slid from my lips as my hands wavered. The handful of roses slipped from my fingers and fell to the floor. Scarlet? Gwen called out, swooping closer. I splayed my hands on the cool surface of the counter to keep them from shaking. Something was way wrong. A rush, almost like the sound of the ocean, roared in my ears and made me lightheaded and unbalanced. My squared-off nails raked across the counter as I struggled to stay upright. Bam! The front door burst open and slammed into the wall, the metal stopper snapping like it was a toothpick, and the glass panels shattered. I ducked behind the counter as glittering shards exploded inward from the impact. When I dared peek over the edge, a striking ghost hovered mid-air, her long raven hair flying out behind her like a superhero cape. The air around her crackled and popped as her fierce eyes flashed with sheer rage. They locked on mine, and the hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood up. "You!" she bellowed, one finger raised, pointing imperiously at me. "Are you the ghost whisperer?" I'm pretty sure the question wasn't rhetorical, and if her grand entrance was any indication, things were about to get ugly. Chapter 2. "Answer me," the ghost hissed. Yes, I managed, my legs trembling. The ghost surged forward with a rush, blowing papers off my counter. The other spirits in the room, being the wise souls that they are, backed away to give her room. With her face so near to mine that I would have been able to smell her breath if she had any, she narrowed her eyes and commanded, "You're going to help me." "Excuse me, young lady." Hayward appeared at my side, his lined face tight. "Just who do you think you are?" The ghost didn't acknowledge Hayward or his questions for a few moments, then turned and rushed toward them as she had me. "Get out!" she bellowed, loud enough that the entire neighborhood would have heard her if she weren't a ghost. Not that it would have made much of a difference, because everyone within a 3-block radius was likely already on alert thanks to the explosion of my front door. The impact had sounded like a nasty car crash. I was half expecting police sirens to begin wailing through the night. My crew shrank back a bit, but stood firm. I had to hand it to them. They were loyal. Okay. She turned back toward me, and I held my hands out in surrender, but the anger on her face didn't diminish. "Let's take one step back here. I'm Scarlett Sanderson," I told her, hating that I couldn't keep my voice from trembling. "Who are you?" The other ghosts in the shop were all fixated on the newcomer, awaiting her answer, and none of them exhibited even a flicker of recognition. Was she new in town? There was no way she was new to being a ghost. Going full poltergeist like that was a rare thing. It took most ghosts years to harness their emotions into physical reactions, and clearly she had it mastered. "Those monsters are destroying my home," she howled, ignoring my question. "They've taken a sledgehammer to everything. The walls, the kitchen." A strange, strangled sound bubbled from her lips, and they started to tremble. She grasped at her hair. "Oh, the kitchen." "You used to live at Lilac House?" Gwen asked, swooping forward to flank my other side. The angry expression surged back onto the woman's shimmering face. Her eyes narrowed to thin slits as she shifted them toward Gwen. "I still live there," she hissed. Comprehension dawned on the faces around me. "Okay." I lowered my hands slowly back down to the counter. "Listen, I'm sure this whole thing is upsetting. I know that a lot of people around town are upset about the project." I glanced over at my destroyed front door and cringed. What else was this ghost capable of? I wasn't sure I wanted to find out, so I kept my voice soothing and tried to avoid any quick movements. "I've gotten rid of everyone else who has dared to move into my house." The woman crossed her arms. She stared down her nose at me as though daring me to contradict her. I cocked a brow. I guess that explained the haunted house rumors. "They're not trying to tear the house down. They're turning the house into a bed and breakfast," I explained, bracing myself for another wave of angry energy. The woman shook her head, sending a ripple through the ghostly waves of her hair. "Oh, no, they're not. Not as long as I'm there." I looked to Gwen, silently calling out for help. She either missed the cue or was playing dumb. The other ghosts in the room had gone eerily silent. All of them backed away, clinging to the walls of the shop. "Tell you what, there's a petition being passed around." "Yes, there's a committee trying to get the house turned into a historical landmark," Gwen interrupted, a hopeful lilt to her voice. I nodded. "Right. I'll sign my name to one and try to get some other folks to do the same." It was a weak attempt at placating her, but it was the best offer I could come up with on the fly. She snorted. I'm afraid that's not good enough. I want them gone. Now! I frowned, irritation breaking through the initial fear. Listen, I don't know who you are, but you can't just expect me to walk onto a construction site, snap my fingers, and send them all packing. Fine. The ghost shrugged, unconcerned, then rushed back into my face, practically nose to nose. The cool rush of air as she did so gave me goosebumps. You have a week to get them out. Otherwise, people will start getting hurt. Icy fingers raked down my back. She meant it. I took a deep breath, knowing that I needed to keep her calm. That won't solve anything. I shook my head. No one needs to get hurt. We can figure something. A week, she repeated, cutting me off with another frosty stare. Now see here, Hayward said, charging forward. It was too late. With a loud crack, the ghost vanished. A chill swept through the room, as though she'd somehow sucked all the heat from the space as she left. Everyone stared at the spot she'd vacated, then turned back to the pile of shattered glass scattered over the floral welcome mat. Gwen broke the silence with a scoff. Well, that was dramatic, she said, tossing her sheet of permanently sun-bleached blonde hair behind her shoulders. Stars above. I've never seen anything like it, Hayward said, still agog. Whispers spread through the room, and then all at once everyone mumbled excuses and vanished, leaving me alone with Gwen and Hayward. I stayed frozen in place, my eyes fixed on the jagged lines of glass that remained along the edges of the door's metal panels. What are we going to do? Gwen shook her head. Honey, I'd start by getting a broom. The police did a drive-by to make sure everything was all right a little while after the incident. One of the younger officers on the force, Jason Keith, put his squad car in park and marched up to the front door where I was stooped over, sweeping up the shards of glass. We'd met at the coffee shop a few days after I'd arrived in town, and he'd stopped in not too long after my grand opening to order a bouquet for his mother. At least, that's who he'd said they were for. Hello, Officer Keith, Gwen purred, twirling one of her feather earrings as he approached the door. I ignored her and glanced up from my sweeping. Evening, officer. Evening. He arched one thick brow as he surveyed the broken glass. We got a call from one of the neighbors. They said there was some kind of ruckus going on down here. He didn't know the half of it, and unless I wanted to find myself under a 24-hour involuntary psych hold, he wasn't going to. I'm pretty sure that raging poltergeist probably wouldn't fly on an official police report. I crossed the room and dumped the shards I'd collected into the large trash can beside the front counter. It's not a big deal, I told him. Someone threw the door open a little too hard, that's all. He shifted his skeptical glance in my direction. That's all? I sighed and waved a hand at the busted door. This stopper must have rusted or something. It's not a big deal. My insurance will cover the damages. I've already left a message with my landlord. Uh-huh. He took one long glance around the room. Gwen shimmered with excitement as the officer's eyes roved over her, granted unknowingly. You're sure you're all right? Did he think I was speaking in code or something? I tried offering a smile and nodded. I'm fine. Promise. Feel free to look around if you want. Without waiting for his reply, I went back to sweeping up the remaining fragments of glass. You two would make a cute couple, Gwen chimed in, floating between the two of us. I flung my hand out as though swatting away a mosquito. Jason Keith was in his mid-30s and had the kind of build that pretty much guaranteed he'd been a member of the wrestling team in high school. He was at least a few inches taller than my 5'6" frame. If I had to guess, I'd peg him right at 6 foot. He had dark hair that swooped up the front with the help of a little hair gel, and his thick, jet-black eyebrows arched over a pair of kind, hazel eyes. The faint lines at the edges suggested that he smiled a lot. When we'd met at Siren Song, the local coffee shop, he'd been out of uniform, wearing a pair of jeans and a long-sleeved t-shirt. I hadn't realized he was an officer until he'd introduced himself as Officer Keith, then promptly apologized for being formal. Habit, he'd said with a chuckle. I'd laughed it off, only to wonder later that afternoon if he hadn't let his job title slip on purpose to impress me. After all, handsome single-employed men were a dying breed, at least according to my single friends. "Do you want to file charges?" he asked me, as he assessed the damaged door frame. I'd knocked out the remnants of glass, leaving only the bare metal frame and the little jingle bell I'd attached to the handle. "Charges? No, I don't think that will be necessary. Thank you, though." He turned to face me. "Fair enough. I'll make a record of my stop, of course, so if you change your mind." He let his words hang, and I gave him a polite nod. "How's business been going?" "A little slow," I confessed. He smiled and flicked his wrist. "Don't worry about it. It'll pick up. My mom loved the bouquet I bought her for her birthday." "Oh, good. I'm glad she liked it." He shifted from one foot to the other. After a few moments of awkward silence, he cleared his throat and touched the brim of his shiny black police hat, then started through the door. "Have a good night, Scarlett. You know where to find me if you need anything else." "Thank you, officer." He started to correct me, but then shrugged it off and left the shop, the little jingle bell chiming as he went. I released a long sigh, allowing myself a moment of wallowing. What am I going to do now? I asked no one in particular. If I were you, I'd be chasing that fine man down the sidewalk and asking for a ride in his squad car. Gwen was still staring at him through the fragmented remains of my door as he made his way down the sidewalk. I rolled my eyes at her suggestion. Pretty sure that wouldn't fix my front door or keep that horrible woman from wreaking havoc on the set of the TV show. Gwen laughed. Cheer up, honey. I'm sure we can figure out a way to keep her under control. After all, there's more of us than there are of her. I'm not sure that's how ghost fights work, I told her. I don't think it's a numbers game. Gwen shrugged. I'm not going to be able to shut down the production of the TV show, and I'm certainly not going to be able to keep them from turning it into a B&B. I tapped my nails on the counter. What do you think she meant when she said she's kept other people from moving into the house? Who knows? Gwen tossed her hair as she peered out the front window, watching Officer Keith drive away. She pivoted back to face me. If you ask me, she's all talk. I gave a pointed glance at the broken door. Seems to me she's got at least a little firepower behind her words. As far as I know, ghosts can't hurt anyone. What's the worst she could do? It was a fair question, and one that I didn't have the answer to. I'd been able to see ghosts for most of my life, but there were still a lot of holes in my understanding of how the spirit world operated. At times, it felt that the rules were fluid, ever-changing. Ghosts had varying levels of power. Most of the time it related to age and experience, but not always. I'd met some ghosts, dead for decades, who were as helpless as a pile of newborn kittens. Then there were others, new ghosts who channeled their energy as easily as someone flipping a light switch on or off. Can't you just banish her from the house? Gwen asked calmly. My mouth dropped open. Gwen? What? She floated up, an indignant look on her face. That would work, wouldn't it? As a ghost, you should know that spirit work like that is highly dangerous and could permanently damage her. I would never do that. Gwen folded her arms and drifted back to the ground. I'm pretty sure you threaten Flapjack with banishment on a weekly basis. I frowned. That's different. She gave me a long look, but didn't add anything. In the meantime, I have to make a grocery run. I looked at the door. Technically, it was still locked. That just didn't go very far when it was reduced to a 2-inch thick metal frame. Even a fairly large person could duck down and crawl right through the lower panel. In hindsight, I regretted sending Officer Keith away so soon. He could have watched the place for me while I ran to the grocery store. Beechwood Harbor was a small town, and I doubted most of the residents even bothered to lock their windows and doors at night. The weather was getting warm, and I'd seen plenty of houses completely dark but with windows left open all night to let in the cool evening breeze while they slept. It was unfathomable in a big city, but in this small community there was a sense of trust. People didn't even really seem to consider locking things up. It wasn't my modus operandi, but I decided to embrace it, at least for the next hour. I locked the till money upstairs in my apartment, grabbed a couple of canvas bags, and headed out. Thistle was the nearest grocery store, and also my favorite. Normally I like to wander the aisles and take my time, but The city girl in me just couldn't stop thinking about Lily Pond being unlocked and open, so I hurried to gather the items from my small list and checked out. Along the way back to the shop, I passed by the house that was the center of the hotbed debate in town. The Lilac House stood proudly, like a retired beauty queen. It definitely needed a little TLC, but there was no reason to doubt that the house could be restored to its former glory. I'd seen past episodes of Mints on the Pillows, and knew that by the time they were done with the renovations, the house would be the town jewel, second only to the pristinely maintained Beechwood Manor on the other end of town. The two estates had been built around the same time, but there must have been some rule that the Beechwood Manor was not to be outdone. The Lilac House came pretty darn close, but just wasn't quite as grand. I paused on the sidewalk, a full grocery sack in each hand, and stared up at the house. The front porch was swathed in light from the sconces on either side of the expansive front door. Other lights were positioned around the front of the house, but all but one was turned off. A stray cat scurried away from the ring of light, and I realized they were probably set up with some kind of motion sensor. With all the debate and heated exchanges that had occurred regarding the TV production taking place surrounding the house, I wasn't surprised they'd taken extra security measures. Unfortunately for them, none of that was going to stop a rampaging ghost if the party crasher who blew out my front door decided to follow through on her ominous threat. I chewed my lower lip. There wasn't much I could do to stop her either. My specialty was talking to ghosts, reasoning with them. If they wanted to go crazy and try to blow up the world, my hands were kind of tied. I considered my new friend, Holly Bolt, and her pack of supernatural pals. They lived in the Beechwood Manor, and each had their own specialties. We'd all met not too long after I'd moved into town. They might be able to help, but I wasn't sure how. There had to be a way to resolve the issue without resorting to magic wards or other drastic measures that they might come up with. While I stood there mentally debating my options, a flicker of something caught my eye. Another cat? No, definitely not. It was a ghost. The shimmer of silver was unmistakable. It passed into the darkness between the floodlights and didn't set off the triggers like the cat had. "Hello?" I called out, taking a few steps up the front walk and throwing my voice a little higher than a whisper. "Hey, wait! Did you want to see what I can do if they don't leave?" I whipped around at the cold voice, goosebumps raising on my arms even as my pulse shot through the roof. I frowned up at the sneering face of the ghost from earlier. "No, I'm fairly certain I got enough of a sneak peek back at my shop." She shrugged, without an ounce of remorse. "I had to get my point across." Across the yard, another floodlight turned on, sending another wave of blinding light across the yard. I opened my mouth to say something to the ghost, when I noticed her eyes flick to some point beyond me. Curious, I started to turn, but was thrown forward onto the ground. I yelped as something hard was jabbed into my side. "Move an inch, and I'll taser you." Chapter 3. "What are you doing? Get off of me!" I wriggled, frantic to get a look at whoever had just thrown me down into the dirt. Judging by the weight on my back, it was a large someone. "Steady. Identify yourself," the man barked. He released the pressure on my shoulders and I thrashed over onto my back, chest heaving. A click sounded, and a beam of light seared my face. I squinted against the harsh ray and then raised a hand to shield my watering eyes. "Don't move," I said. Ignoring him, I scurried back like some kind of panicked crab. "I'll move if I want to. I wasn't doing anything wrong, you deranged beast." A radio buzz chirped. The man raised a hand to his chest and spoke into a mic. "I got it. Trespasser." "Who are you?" I demanded, still not daring to stand. The man stepped back. Under the glow of the nearby floodlights, I caught my first glimpse of his face. He was about my age, tall and broad, dressed in a pair of jeans and a tight black t-shirt. My heart skittered, and I cursed myself, knowing that sudden flip couldn't be blamed on the shock. He fished into his front pocket, and I halfway expected him to flash an FBI badge. Instead, it appeared to be a laminated card attached to a lanyard. "Lucas Green, head of security. Ma'am, are you aware that this is the set of a TV show? A closed set?" I know that, I grunted and moved to get up. Slowly. The man didn't object. He crossed his arms, his t-shirt stretching even tighter. I swallowed hard. We've had some vandals causing trouble lately, he continued. Know anything about that? I gave a hollow laugh. No? This is funny? I glared at him. Not even a little bit. What are you doing here, wandering the property? It's nearly 10 o'clock. Production has been shut down for hours, so don't tell me you were hoping to snap a selfie and get an autograph. My eyes roved the yard on either side of him. Another one of the nearby floodlights had popped on, bathing the section of yard in blinding light. There wasn't any sign of the angry ghost. Great. Hello, the man snapped. I asked you a question? I snarled. Well, I'll just bet you were at the top of your class in charm school. I'm doing my job. Yeah? Big tough guy? I said with disgust. I brushed my grassy palms off on the thighs of my faded jeans. This is your job? Tackling innocent bystanders? You've got, 80 pounds on me, and yet you're threatening me with a taser? I barked a laugh. Hey, it's not like I pointed a gun at you, he said, unflinching. I gawked for a moment. And they say chivalry is dead. The contents of my grocery bags were scattered around me in an arc. Perfect. Just how I liked my produce, bruised and covered in grass clippings. Without asking, I snatched the maglite from Mr. Tough Guy's hand and started toward one of my cloth bags. Hey, he lunged for me a moment too late. Does it look like I'm prepared to vandalize anything? I snapped, stooping over to grab my grocery bag. What was I going to do? I don't even have eggs in here. I huffed as I started repacking my ruined grocery haul. Maybe I was going to chuck this cantaloupe through the front window? The man scoffed and set his hands on his narrow hips. Maybe you were. I snorted and shoved the cantaloupe into the bottom of the sack. Well, I wasn't, all right? Guess you're just going to have to take my word for it. With a heavy sigh, the brute squatted down and retrieved a head of lettuce that had come to rest by his booted feet. He handed it to me, and I put it in the sack. Thank you, I said, between my teeth. To answer your question, I saw a cat. I thought it might belong to someone. There aren't a lot of stray cats around here, so I figured it got loose from someone's house. I cast a sidelong glance at the man as he cursed under his breath. He handed me a can of beans, and then ran his hand over the back of his neck. I'm sorry about the misunderstanding, then. Everyone's on edge from earlier. I glanced up at him as I loaded a bunch of bananas into the bag. Earlier? It's the first day of demolition, and the Carters were filming in the kitchen. All of a sudden, the equipment went berserk. I've never seen anything like it. They lost all of the footage, and then, to make matters worse, one of the crew members got spooked by some weird noise and dropped a window. Thing cost $1,200. He winced. It's put us all in a foul mood. I straightened and slung the grocery bag higher up on my arm. And the vandalism? That was earlier this week. Some punk kids broke into the house and spray-painted an entire room neon green. He dragged his hands down his handsome face and gave a dry laugh. It's been a nightmare. He dropped his hands, but the hint of a grimace remained. For a flicker of a second, I almost forgave his earlier treatment. Almost. Now that he wasn't trying to crush me, I got a closer look at his face. There was no denying he was attractive. He had a magnetic charisma about him, some kind of X factor that made me acutely aware of his every movement. His hair was cut short, military style. It wasn't usually my favorite look, but I decided it worked for him. His face was tanned, as though he spent a significant amount of time in the sun. Either that or he was a fake-in baker. I discarded the theory. He didn't seem the type to stew in a tanning bed. Although, from the condition of his body, it was clear he hit up the gym on a regular basis. He had to have been close to 6'2", probably hovering around 220, and while his muscled physique was impressive, he didn't look like a poster child for steroids. No, he was just the right amount of muscle-bound. Not that it mattered, he was still a jerk. With a sniff, I hoisted my other grocery bag up my arm to join the other. Well, as you can see, I don't have any spray paint or other mischief-making tools. I could probably whip up a killer salad, but that's about as wild as I'm going to get tonight, all right? Lucas chuckled. Right. Well, for future reference, this is a closed set, so please stick to the sidewalk. Got it. I resisted the urge to salute. He stuck out his hand. No hard feelings? I considered his hand for a moment. Large, strong, and well worn. The mature thing to do would be to shake it and accept his offer of peace. I wasn't in the mood to be mature. Lucas, realizing I wasn't going to be so easy to smooth over, dropped his hand and pocketed it in the back of his well-fitting jeans. You got a name? Of course I do. He waited, then chuckled again. You're a tough cookie, huh? I tilted my head. Are you for real? You tackle me in the dirt, threaten me with 50,000 volts for having the audacity to walk across your turf, and now you want to act like we bumped elbows reaching for the same sugar shaker at Starbucks? He gave a half-cocked grin. No dice? I shook my head, but couldn't help a small smile. Afraid not. Fair enough. He gave a nod. I guess I'll have to wait and see if I catch you in line at the coffee shop, then. Without waiting for my mouth to go rogue and ramble off some other nonsense, I scurried away, heading back to the sidewalk while I was ahead. When my shoes hit the cement, I cast one last glance up at the house, wondering if the menacing ghost was lurking nearby, spitefully watching the whole exchange. I huffed and started down the street when Lucas raised a hand to wave. My anger management for ghosts crash course was going to have to wait until another day, preferably when the guard dog wasn't on duty. Gwen was still lingering at the shop when I got back. Hayward was at the front window wringing his hands, and my guess was that he'd been that way the entire time I'd been gone. There was no sign of Flapjack. He was likely curled up somewhere, ghost sleeping. Technically, ghosts didn't need sleep, but he was a cat after all. Well, that was delightful, I groused, stomping into the shop. The busted door swung closed behind me, the little bell jangling cheerily, as if mocking me. No good deed goes unpunished. Gwen lunged up from her place behind the counter and flew toward me, a panicked look on her face. What happened? I saw that ghost over at the lilac property, but before I could confront her, I was tackled. Actually tackled. Are you all right? Hayward added, his face creased. I nodded and deposited my grocery bags on the front counter to give my arms a rest. More or less. Who attacked you? Gwen asked. Apparently the Carters have top-notch security. I rolled my wrists a few times and picked up the heavy bags again, then hustled through the back room to the large metal fire door that hid the staircase that led to my upstairs apartment. I paused at the door and transferred the grocery bags to one hand in order to retrieve the key ring from my front pocket. I unlocked the door and headed upstairs. Gwen and Hayward were there, waiting, when I opened the front door. He said there have been some weird things happening at the house. People are getting spooked. Gwen pursed her lips. Oh dear, I guess that woman wasn't joking. Apparently not. I went through the apartment to the kitchen. The whole place was just under 500 square feet, but the layout was smart and made the most of the small space. There was a single bedroom and bathroom at one end, both small but functional. I spent most of my time in the open area that contained a small kitchen, dining nook, and a living room. My interior design tastes were a little outside the box. Eclectic, some would say. I furnished it with secondhand pieces from a local estate sale, while the assortment of knickknacks and decorative items reflected my near decade spent abroad. The art on the walls were pieces I'd brought home with me in between trips. I kept 2 throw blankets hanging over the back of my couch. One was from India, the other from Honduras. My kitchen had ceramic and clay pots from a variety of countries that were used to hold everything from my collection of cooking utensils to my near-embarrassing amount of loose-leaf teas. The placemats on the table were each from a different country, and even my silverware was a mixed bag. My mother told me it was chaotic and confusing. I loved it. In the kitchen, I dropped the grocery bags onto the counters and started unloading the battered produce. I frowned at the bananas, already showing brown spots that I was convinced weren't there before my encounter with Mr. Green. He also said they were having issues with the filming equipment, I continued, picking up the conversation from downstairs. Sounds like textbook interference to me. What are you going to do? Gwen asked, joining me. I wanted to try talking to her, but beyond that, I'm not sure there's much I can do. I shrugged. She wants me to find a way to shut down production, and I simply don't think that's possible. What am I supposed to do, walk onto set and tell them that they've angered the dead? You could try, Hayward suggested, moving into a spot opposite Gwen. He was head over heels for her, but for whatever reason seemed to go out of his way to avoid getting too close to her. I chalked it up to his old-world manners. After all, courting rules from the 1800s were a little different than modern practices. Somehow I don't think that would go over too well, Hayward. I frowned at him, and then turned back to finish unloading the groceries. Well, we have to do something. We don't want anyone to get hurt, Gwen said. I know, I sighed. I'll try to think of something. With the groceries sorted, I pulled open the fridge and retrieved the pitcher of iced tea that I always kept filled. I poured a glass, and then set it aside. You know what's weird? The fact that no one in the meeting tonight seemed to recognize her. How could she be living in the Lilac House and never have been seen by any of the other ghosts? I mean, Gwen, you've lived here for what, 2 decades? You're sure you've never met her before? Gwen shook her head. I swear, Scarlet, I have no idea who she is. I frowned into the amber liquid in my glass cup. Weird. I suppose we could try to talk some sense into her, Hayward offered, looking at Gwen. At least you two would be able to get onto the property without being attacked. I scowled. Do you suppose she's still there? Hayward asked me. I put the pitcher of tea away and closed the refrigerator door. I don't know where else she'd be. Apparently she's not much of a social butterfly. Hayward offered Gwen his arm, the picture of a true gentleman. Shall we, my lady? Gwen giggled and surged forward to loop her arm through his. See you later, Scarlet. Stay out of trouble, you two, I teased, flashing a wide smile at Hayward before they glided off together. Once they were gone, I grabbed one of the bruised bananas and my glass of iced tea and went back downstairs. I considered the busted door as I ate the banana, my irritation levels rising the longer I stared at it. In all the years I'd been able to interact with ghosts, I'd had a few scuffles. Some people just don't like the word no, and there's no physical way for me to help everyone who comes to see me. But I've never had a ghost full-out attack me or my property. It was equal parts unnerving and infuriating. It wasn't like the woman, whoever she was, couldn't have just come and asked for my help. Why the outburst? It didn't make any sense. She hadn't even given me the chance to offer my help before demanding it of me. With a heavy sigh, I tossed the banana peel into the trash and then went into the back room. A pile of old flower boxes was stacked to the side of the back door, and I selected a few of the larger ones and went to work cutting them to size. Within 10 minutes, I'd managed to cobble together a double layer of cardboard to tape to the door frame in place of the glass. The temporary patch didn't inspire a lot of confidence, but it was the best I could do until morning, when I could go to the hardware store and get something a little sturdier until the landlord could get the whole thing repaired. When I finally accepted that there was nothing left to do, I shut off the lights and went back upstairs to my apartment, making sure to lock both the door at the bottom of the stairs and the door to my apartment. Sometimes I found it ironic that despite dealing with the dead on a nearly endless loop, I was still so afraid of the worst. In some ways it made sense. I constantly met spirits who each had their own death story. Tragic accidents were far more common than murders, but I'd heard some truly horrifying stories over the years. Those were the ones that made me double-check my locks. I might be surrounded by the dead, but I wasn't in a hurry to join them anytime soon. Chapter 4. Unfortunately, the next time Lucas Green crossed my path was not in the middle of a coffee shop. In fact, I was unfortunately under-caffeinated and not in a mood for the charming smile he threw my way. What, were we best friends now? Was that whole tackle routine some kind of bizarre bonding experience? Yeah, I wasn't buying it. He wanted something. Hank, of Hank's Hardware, was off in the back room rounding up the supplies to temporarily board up my door when Lucas came sauntering into the shop. "Morning, miss," he said. If that was another prompt to get my name, he was out of luck. I'd tried to avoid the bathroom mirror that morning, but had inadvertently caught a glimpse and knew the reality. I was a hot mess. A near sleepless night had done nothing for the dark circles under my eyes, and the rough ponytail I'd raked my hair into was more frizz than finesse. There wasn't time to bother with makeup, even though I definitely could have used a few coats. As luck would have it, I actually had a jam-packed schedule for once. I had a list of arrangements to make for the funeral of a well-known resident that would be taking place in 2 days, so I needed to get the shop back up and running as quickly as possible. Hank's opened at 9 a.m., and I was the first, technically only, one in line when the older man opened the doors. "Are you following me?" I growled at Lucas. He ignored my barbed question and casually sipped from the paper cup in his hand. The logo for the local coffee shop, Siren Song, was splashed on the side, and I could smell the savory nectar of the gods from 5 feet away. My mouth watered, and I decided I'd take the long way back to Lily Pond and stop in at the gourmet shop. I was going to need the extra jolt to get me through the day. Besides, after the fiasco of the last 12 hours, I'd earned a treat. Lucas wandered the outskirts of the shop, his eyes roving the low shelves. In the light of day, I could see they were a dark green. They flicked over in my direction and caught me staring. He grinned, and a wave of heat washed over me. Damn it. "If you're not following me, then what are you doing here?" "I'm picking up a few things for the show." I arched an eyebrow. "So you're part security, part errand boy?" A flicker of irritation crossed his handsome face, but he recovered quickly and rearranged his expression into a smug grin. "I'm a jack of all trades." "You're a jack something," I muttered, turning back to the counter at the sound of footsteps on the polished cement floor. "Here you go, Scarlet," Hank's cheerful voice called as he emerged from the storeroom. He held up a bundle of particle board. "These ought to do the trick until you can get a new door. You need any help with the installation? My grandson Drew could come over and give you a hand after he gets done with school this afternoon." I offered Hank a polite smile. "That's all right, Hank. I think I've got it." He gave me a skeptical glance, but didn't press the issue. "You need me to order a new security door?" I shook my head. "The landlord told me he'll have someone out to replace the glass by the weekend." "Very good." Hank set the thin boards on the counter beside the register and started ringing up the purchase. He rattled off the total, and I handed over my credit card, desperately hoping there was enough to cover the balance. The last thing I needed was for it to be declined in front of Lucas. Seconds later, the machine sputtered out a receipt, and I breathed a silent sigh of relief. I signed, handed the slip to Hank, and gathered up the boards. "Thanks again, Hank." He tipped his faded ball cap at me, then turned away when the phone behind him started to ring. "Busted door, huh? That doesn't sound like a lot of fun. You sure you don't need a hand putting these up?" I cringed at the offer and glanced over as Lucas sidled up beside me at the front door. "I got it, thanks." "At least let me help you out to your car, Scarlet." I scowled at his use of my first name. He must have overheard Hank. "I didn't drive here," I replied, struggling to maneuver the boards so that I could get a hand free long enough to open the front door of the shop. Lucas moved in front of me and opened the door. "Obviously your feathers are still a little ruffled after last night. Let me make it up to you." He tilted his head. "My truck's right outside." I glanced out the doorway and saw a jet-black Ford F-250 parked at the curb. It was an older model, but looked to be in good condition. Shifting my eyes back to Lucas, I arched an eyebrow. "I thought you had something to pick up. For the show, remember?" "I'll come back when Hank's not busy." I looked over my shoulder to see that Hank was still on the phone. From the snippet of conversation that floated over to us, it sounded more like a recap of the weekend's fishing expedition than official hardware store business. Frowning, I turned back to Lucas. "Fine, but only because I don't want to carry all of this back to the shop, and you owe me for tackling me last night." Lucas chuckled and followed me out to the curb, then dropped the tailgate and set his coffee cup down before turning to take the boards from me. When they were neatly arranged in the bed of the truck, he grabbed the cup, slammed the gate shut, and followed me around to the passenger door. "How long do you think you're going to be mad at me?" he asked, his face too close to mine as he leaned in to manually unlock the door of the old truck. I sidestepped, and he opened the door. I peered at him a moment longer, completely baffled. "Why do you care?" "Call it idle curiosity." "I'm not mad at you," I answered, hoisting myself up into the cab of the truck. "I don't even know you." Lucas gave me a skeptical nod and then gently closed the door. He jogged around to the front of the truck and swung himself into the driver's seat. I stared out the window, up at the red and white sign above Hank's shop, ignoring the man in the seat beside me. "You'll have to give me directions. he said, once he fired up the truck's engine. His coffee cup sat in the cup holder between the seats. Beside it was a paper bag that was dotted with grease spots and smelled like heaven. He must have caught me staring or heard my stomach rumbling. "There's an extra muffin in that bag if you're hungry," he offered with an easy smile. He reached for the shifter, but I reached out and blocked him. His eyes snapped mine. "What's wrong?" "Why are you being so nice to me?" He sighed. "Why are you making it so damn difficult?" I crossed my arms. "You can't answer a question with another question." "Fair enough," he huffed. "I'm not a bad guy, Scarlett." "I never said you were." "Then what's with the Ice Queen routine?" With a heavy sigh, I folded. "Look, I'm not trying to be difficult. I had a long night before you were even involved." He hitched a thumb over his shoulder. "That have anything to do with the busted door?" I nodded. "I run the florist shop on the other side of town. Last night I had an incident. The door was busted, and after dealing with all that, I went out to the store, then got tackled by this overzealous rent-a-cop on my way back home." I flashed him a saccharine smile. "Rent-a-cop?" He scoffed. "Come on, you can do better than that. You seem like a clever woman." I laughed and dropped my head back against the seat rest. I didn't want to like him, but between his charming smile and gentle ribbing, it was hard to keep a grip on my disgruntlement. I dropped my hands into my lap and worked my fingers together. Lucas shifted into drive and pulled away from the curb. I gave him directions, and minutes later we were parked in front of the small strip of shops on Hydrangea Lane. Lucas hopped out of the cab and retrieved the boards from the back while I unlocked what was left of the front door and pushed it open. Lucas followed and set the boards down beside the counter, and I set aside the bag of other supplies Hank had provided. He left the shop, and just when it occurred to me that he left without saying a word, he reappeared, a toolbox in his right hand. Before I could stop him, he unpacked his collection of tools on the counter, found his tape measure, and went to work. I stood beside him and crossed my arms. "What are you doing?" He tore off the cardboard barrier I'd put up the night before. "What does it look like?" I huffed. "I can handle it, all right?" "I know." Ooh, my, Scarlett. Your gentleman friends just keep getting better and better." I winced as Gwen floated into view. She was eyeing Lucas's backside with interest. There was no doubt that she'd been a heartbreaker back in her day. She was young, stunning, and had an infectious zest for life. Joie de vivre. Not to mention that she held a degree in the art of flirtation. I could probably take a lesson or two. I shot her a look and mouthed, "Stop staring." "Hayward's been looking for you all morning," she said, still ogling Lucas as he worked. He jotted down some measurements and went to work cutting the boards down to size with his handsaw, then stapled the planks until he had a door-sized sheet. I wasn't sure how he was going to get the boards to stay in place on the metal frame, but figured he knew what he was doing. I couldn't reply to Gwen, and she knew it. Sometimes I think she likes to taunt me in front of other people just for kicks. It was all in good fun, but annoying nonetheless. Giving her a meaningful glance, I gestured for her to follow me back into the studio portion of the small shop. "You said someone broke the door," Lucas said over his shoulder. "What for? Angry customer?" I tore my eyes from Gwen. Yeah, something like that." He rocked back onto his boots and twisted to look up at me. "You call the cops?" I nodded. Technically, I hadn't had to call them. The racket the ghost had made was more than enough to warrant a neighbor calling them for me. "What were they so worked up about?" he asked. His expression twisted like he was trying to imagine a scenario where someone would be filled with rage over a bouquet of flowers. "It was just a misunderstanding." I gestured at the door. "Is there something I can do to help move this along? I'm supposed to be open for business in half an hour." It was a lame excuse. It wasn't like I was expecting a Black Friday rush at 10 o'clock in the morning on a Monday. He looked up at me, noting that I was avoiding his question. Instead of calling me out, he asked me to hold the plywood boards in place. He drilled a couple of holes and did some jimmy rigging to get the two sheets to stay together and showed me how to fasten a small iron bar to lock it up at night. It wasn't pretty, but it would do the trick until the new door arrived. When it was done, he dusted his hands off on the back of his jeans and glanced over at me. "Listen, I wanted to ask you something." "Okay." He hesitated just long enough to pique my curiosity. Ooh, he's going to ask you out on a date, Gwen squealed from her position behind the counter. I ignored her. Lucas wandered back to the counter and packed up his tools. He took a moment, and curiosity started burning a hole in me. Patience wasn't my strong suit. Finally, he glanced up at me. Last night, when you were tailing that stray cat, did you see anything strange? Strange how? He rubbed his free hand over the back of his neck. His jaw tightened and relaxed a few times in short succession, as though he knew what to say but couldn't quite get it out. This might sound completely insane, but I've been working for the Carters for 3 years now, ever since the show started its first season. I don't know if you've seen this show, but their specialty is finding old homes. They especially like homes that have some kind of past. The more history, the better in their minds. Makes for great TV, and the show employs a historian who does a voiceover segment on each home's past. I nodded slowly, unsure what he was building up to. I've seen an episode here and there. He sighed and dropped his hand. Most of these homes have seen multiple generations, and some of the pictures they paint aren't exactly pretty. Stu especially likes homes where a murder has occurred. People go bananas for that stuff, and it sends the ratings through the roof. I dragged my teeth over my lower lip. The direction of the conversation was suddenly clear, and there was no easy way out. Now, I'm a logical kind of guy, but I'm telling you, Scarlett, I've seen some weird stuff. I've been wound too tight since production started here. There's something about this site that has me on edge. That's really the only explanation I can give to you for last night. It's fine, Lucas, I said, softening. I shouldn't have gone onto the property. As for your question, I'm not sure what you mean. It's like, presence, he said. Like we're being watched. So what, you're thinking it's a ghost? I smiled, hoping he would drop the conversation at hearing the absurdity out loud. I expected him to grin, wave a hand at me, and dismiss the whole thing. Instead, to my horror, he grew even more serious. I don't know for sure. Lucas shifted his weight and, for the first time since I'd met him, looked uncomfortable. Do you believe in that stuff? Gwen laughed. Hot and smart. Ding, ding, ding. Scarlett, you need to get this one's phone number. I shot her a quick scowl before turning my attention back to Lucas, who looked conflicted. Last night, after you left, there was another incident, he continued. I drew in a breath, steeling myself. Some windows were broken. After the vandals the other night, I put up some security cameras out in the trees. They trigger and start shooting as soon as the floodlights go on, and they cover the whole property. That's how I knew you were slinking around last night. I saw you on the monitor while I was eating dinner. I was not slinking. Lucas's lips turned up into a slight smile. Well, I didn't see anyone, I said, just the cat. I hope you catch whoever did it, though. My guess? Probably a couple of bored teenagers. There isn't a lot to do around here, as you might have noticed. He shook his head, but the smile vanished. That's the thing. I've scoured the tapes. Not only can I not see what triggered the floodlights, but I can't see who was responsible for the windows either. There's no one there. They just shatter. I backed up half a step and pivoted away as my heart rate kicked up. You know something, he accused. I reached up and massaged my temples. Scarlett, please, tell me what you know. My eyes darted to his. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Lucas frowned. Why's that? I raked my fingers through my hair and sighed. Because it's a little crazy? He folded his arms and fixed me with an unblinking stare. Try me. I drew in a slow breath. I'll tell you, but on one condition. His face snapped toward me. What's the condition? I cringed. That you don't have me committed to some kind of psych ward. Lucas straightened, his expression unreadable. Calmly, he folded his arms and rocked back onto the heels of his boots. Fair enough. Besides, that all sounds like a lot of paperwork that I don't have time for. Go on. Spill. Okay, then. Here goes nothing. Chapter 5. I'm a ghost whisperer. As soon as the words left my mouth, I could practically hear Pandora's box spring open, and I squeezed my eyes shut. It was all downhill from there. I might as well pick up some moving boxes and packing tape when I went back to drop off Hank's staple gun. That is, if I still had use of my hands. A straitjacket would definitely stall my progress. Lucas's face drained of color as he stared at me. I'm sorry, a ghost what? Whisperer. His lips parted and then closed again. I know it sounds insane, but I'm dead serious. I cringed at my own bad pun. Nice one, Gwen chimed in, her voice flat. Sorry, I said out of the corner of my mouth. What exactly does that mean? Lucas asked. I glanced around the shop. We were alone. Well, besides Gwen. The problem with conversations like this was that once you popped the cork, there was no going back. Sure, Lucas was only in town for a few weeks, but I didn't know him well enough to know if he would keep my secret to himself. I swear I won't tell anyone anything you don't want them to know, but Scarlett, you have to tell me what's going on. It's my job to keep people safe, and right now I don't even know what I'm up against. All right. I held up a hand and drew in a deep breath. I'll tell you what I know. Ever since I was little, I've been tuned in to the spirit world. It started with my cat. I can see ghosts and talk to them. I don't go out of my way to look for them. Somehow they just find me. I glanced over at Gwen. Lucas followed my gaze and then jolted. Wait, is there one here? Now? I flicked my eyes back to his and gave a slight nod. How? He scrubbed a hand over his squared jaw. How are you able to see them? Did something happen to you? There wasn't some kind of Freaky Friday moment, if that's what you mean. Near-death experience? Lucas countered. I shook my head. Wow. Lucas backed up a step, his expression stunned. I honestly don't know what to say. It's a lot to take in. Trust me, there's a reason I don't go around broadcasting this to the entire neighborhood. I considered him for a moment, wondering what possessed me to even start this conversation in the first place. It had been years since the last time I confessed my so-called gift to someone. In that case, it had been to a longtime friend. Lucas was a virtual stranger. Right. He bobbed his head. Listen, I know you probably think I'm nuts. I can't... No, he interjected. I don't think that at all. I arched a brow. You believe me? Why would you lie? He shrugged and pocketed his hands. Like I said before, I've seen some weird things over the past 3 years. I've done some research into this stuff, but there's no firm expert on the matter. At least not that I've been able to find. Everyone has their own story and spin. It's hard to know what's real, or rather, who is real. A lot of these self-proclaimed psychics also have a horse in the race, you know? Books and TV shows to pitch or promote. I grimaced. Trust me, I know, I've seen it all. Are any of them real? A few. I shrugged one shoulder. Most of them are full of it, though. I figured. He glanced over at the spot where Gwen hovered, his eyes slightly squinted. I suppressed a smile as Gwen fussed with her hair and licked her lips. Lucas looked back at me, and Gwen's face fell. Listen, I don't want to impose on you or anything, but what would you say to coming by the site tonight and reviewing the video footage? He paused and then added, Wait, would one even show up on a camera? I'm not sure, actually. I've never tried to film a ghost before. Worth a shot, right? I chewed on my lower lip for a moment, debating. I already knew the source of the problem. Granted, I didn't know her name or what her connection was to the lilac property. Lucas smiled. Come on. I'll sweeten the deal and spring for a pizza. Your choice. I laughed. Well, now that you threw in dinner. I trailed off and found myself nodding. 7 work for you? Lucas asked. Okay. I waved a hand at the door. Thanks for your help with this. It looks great. No problem. Lucas swung the door open and stepped outside, his back braced up against the boards. See you tonight. I'll meet you at the Lilac House, I told him, as the door swung shut behind him. I watched from the front window as he climbed into his truck and took off down the road. A small, wistful sigh reached my ears, and I glanced over to find Gwen hovering beside me. Sometimes I really hate being a ghost, she said. I'm missing out on all the fun. I smiled. Gwen didn't hate being a ghost. She relished it. She loved being a fly on the wall and trading in secrets and gossip. Trust me, Gwen, being human isn't all it's cracked up to be. I'm just jealous because you can talk to him, Gwen said, pouting her lips. He's quite a fox, don't you think? I laughed. I guess. Her thin eyebrows jerked up into sharp arches. You guess? What do you want me to say? I abandoned the window and went to lock the front door of the shop. Technically speaking, I had another half an hour before the start of business, and my stomach rumbled loudly, reminding me that I'd missed the opportunity to walk by Siren Song on my way back through town, and hadn't taken Lucas up on his offered muffin. There wasn't time to run out for anything, but I had a few frozen waffles still hanging around in the freezer upstairs in my apartment. They couldn't compete with fresh pastries and a vanilla latte, but they would have to do. What did you and Hayward find out last night? I asked her. You said Hayward was looking for me. Not a whole lot. We couldn't find her at the house. On the way out, we found a couple of ghosts who haunt that neighborhood, but none of them knew anything. Strange, isn't it? How could she have flown under the radar this long? That house has been sitting vacant for several years now. I mean, you saw it. If the neighbors didn't pitch in to get the lawn services, the weeds would be up to the gutters by now. It is strange, I agreed. I've met some ghosts who never venture from their hidey holes, but other ghosts at least know of their existence. We'll try again tonight while you're on your date. Gwen all but squealed as she followed after me. Date? I laughed and shook my head. There is no way that is a date, Gwen. You're way off base. Gwen persisted. It sounds like a date. What are you going to wear? We're probably going to be scouring through video footage, probably stuck in the back of some cramped van picking at cold pizza. Sounds romantic, she gushed. Like something from a Bond flick. I smiled as I slowly shook my head. Nothing could tear those rose-colored glasses off of you, huh, Gwen? Come on, Scarlett. At least let me help you pick out something to wear. Tell you what, I said, pausing to unlock the door of my apartment. I turned to face her, one hand on the knob. You let me have breakfast in peace and keep Flapjack and Hayward out of my hair today, and I'll let you pick out my entire outfit. She pumped her fist in victory. Deal! As she started to float away, I called after her. And I reserve the right to veto 3 outfits. I used all 3 veto votes, but ended up wearing something that was halfway decent. Gwen selected a pair of dark wash jeans and a free-flowing coral top that she insisted brought out the gold tones in my copper-brown hair, which I tied back in a loose ponytail. I ignored Gwen's suggestions as I applied a minimal amount of makeup, and she pouted that I didn't go full-blown beauty queen. I slipped on a pair of silver hoops at the last minute and added a pair of low kitten heels to get her to stop fussing. She promised to keep Hayward and Flapjack off my case in exchange for a play-by-play of the so-called date. As promised, Lucas met me at the Lilac House armed with a large pizza. I did half cheese, half veggie, he stated, holding up the box. I wasn't sure what you liked and didn't get your phone number earlier. My cheeks flushed. Veggie works for me. Great. He pointed across the extra-wide driveway at a van. All my security stuff is set up in there, but I hate eating in the back. It's cramped and the food smells stay forever. I thought we could eat inside the house. My stomach flip-flopped. 24 hours ago, he'd pinned me down in the grass like a common criminal, and now he wanted to have a civilized dinner with me? Was Gwen right? Was this a date? I glanced up at the house. The crew had only been working for a few days, but it already looked better from the outside. I'd love to see inside, I finally said. Lucas smiled and bobbed his chin toward the front door. Come on, then. The inside of the house was clearly mid-renovation. One half of the entryway was tiled, while the other half was cluttered with boxes of tiles and a large bucket. The path to the kitchen was littered with a collection of power tools and sloppy paint cans. The air was stuffy and heavy with the scents of paint and freshly cut wood planks. By comparison, stepping into the kitchen was like entering an entirely different house. The renovations had already been completed, and the room was staged for filming. It was homey and had a lived-in feel. A sheet of cookies sat on the center island, and an assortment of dishes and cookbooks were strategically placed on the open shelving that flanked either side of the large farmhouse-style sink. Lush green plants sat in a collection in the corner, and the chef's stove was a thing of beauty. Lucas set the pizza box on the island, shoving aside the tray of cookies. They just filmed the kitchen reveal earlier today, he said, glancing around the room. It turned out pretty nice. Not really my style, but hey, to each their own, right? Not your style? I spluttered, unable to imagine someone not liking the kitchen design. It was stunning. How could he possibly find fault with the rich, dark cherry cabinets and the polished quartz countertops? I'm more of a minimalist, he answered, with half of a shrug. He lifted the lid on the box, and steam poured out, filling the already warm air with another burst of heat. He had good timing, I'd give him that. The pizza place was a few blocks away. He must have literally walked out the door with the pie at 7 on the dot. I grinned up at him as I hopped up onto one of the bar stools at the island. A minimalist, huh? Is that code for bachelor pad with hand-me-down furniture and no art on the walls? He laughed as he took 2 plates from the shelves beside the sink and set one in front of me. You think you're pretty clever, huh? I shrugged, still smiling. Maybe. I reached forward and pulled out a large slice, lifting it to break the strings of melted cheese before I set it onto my plate. You're a jeans and t-shirt kind of guy. Keep your hair short, a little scruff. I imagine you spend a lot of time on the road, traveling for the show. You probably have a crash pad somewhere, and there'd be no reason to keep more than the bare bones basics. 2 plates, cups, mugs, sets of silverware, a couple towels, change of sheets, clothes. Utilitarian. Lucas stared at me for a moment, and then grabbed a slice for himself. He placed it on his plate and then plopped on the bar stool beside me, his body twisted to face me. His legs were long and lean, and had no issue whatsoever reaching the floor. So you're a mind reader in addition to those ghost skills? He asked with a slight smile. Not exactly, I laughed. I just know the lifestyle. After college, I floated around for several years, never staying in one place longer than a few months. I've traveled to all 50 states, most of the provinces, Australia, New Zealand, all over Europe, South Africa, Japan, India. Lucas's eyes were wide. Impressive. We should compare passports one of these days. Oh yeah? You're a fellow travel junkie? He nodded and swallowed down a large bite. I skipped the whole college thing. I went straight from high school to the Navy. I did 10 years, so a lot of my travel was within that context, but once I got out, I backpacked through Europe. Bummed around for a little over a year before going home to Colorado. That's where I was raised. I tried to stay still for a while, but it didn't quite work out. A knowing smile crossed my lips. The travel bug is a relentless little creature. Lucas returned my smile before taking another bite of his pizza. I studied his profile, suddenly seeing him in a new light. In my gallivanting, I'd met a lot of other wanderlust-stricken souls, such as myself. There was a deep-rooted sense of camaraderie amongst world travelers, a web of shared experiences and familiar lifestyles that was hard to replicate in other social circles. What made you finally settle down here? Lucas asked. Ran out of places to go? I sighed and set down the scrap of pizza crust I'd been fidgeting with. Ran out of money is more like it. Lucas chuckled. Aha. My parents helped fund my travels for the first few months, and then as I moved around, I got pretty good at picking up odd jobs. I stayed in hostels and cheap hotels. Nothing was extravagant, but I loved it. I'd work and explore for a few months and then move on to the next. My parents helped me out when I got into trouble, which is more or less acceptable in your 20s, but at 30, it's less cute. I laughed and then dabbed my lips with a paper napkin from a stack beside the pizza box. Anyway, I was already planning to return home to Arizona, and then my grandmother passed away, so that sped the process up a little bit. I came back to the States for the funeral and didn't leave. Lucas's smile drooped. I'm sorry to hear about your grandmother. Thank you. She was a firecracker. I smiled fondly as a series of familiar memories looped through my mind like a carousel of faded images, frozen in time. In her will, she set aside a sum of money for me to open my own flower shop. I'd always wanted to have my own florist business. After taking the world by storm, Lucas teased gently. Right. I smiled and reached for another slice of pizza. I don't know why, really. I've always been drawn to plants and flowers. The smell of the earth and working with my hands, I guess. It's a hell of a lot better than being glued to a phone or computer all day in some office. Lucas tilted his head in agreement. It took about a year, but I worked as a waitress in Scottsdale, lived with my parents, and searched for a retail space. As much as I loved the desert, I wanted a change of scenery. Shocking, he teased. I smiled. I found the shop and apartment I'm leasing now, and the price was right. I opened a little over 4 months ago. Lucas pushed aside his plate and wiped his hands. then balled the napkins up and tossed them onto the grease-soaked plate. "That travel bug making you itch yet?" I tried to hide my smile, but couldn't help it. "Little bit," Lucas laughed. "Figured." With my hand on my stomach, I pushed away my plate. "I didn't realize I was that hungry," I said, with a sheepish grin at the open pizza box, realizing I'd packed away half of the large pie. After my frozen waffle breakfast, I'd been so busy that I hadn't stopped for lunch or a snack. I tended to get lost in my work and forget to come up for air. Lucas chuckled and polished off the last slice. "I'll get an extra large next time." Next time? He stood and stretched his arms over his head. My gaze automatically flitted over his lean body, and heat rushed to my cheeks once again. "Ready to do some ghost busting?" he asked, with a crooked grin down at me. I shot to my feet and tossed my balled-up paper napkin onto my plate. "I'm ready. But just as a side note, I'm not planning on busting anything." Lucas grinned, but I noticed he started humming the Ghostbusters theme song as he crossed the kitchen. He grabbed a set of keys and headed toward the open, arched doorway. The night air was chilly, but not too cold. It was nice compared to the stuffy house. Lucas led the way to the surveillance van and pulled open the sliding door. "After you," he said, waving a hand. I climbed in and marveled at the amount of room. It certainly wasn't the cramped space I'd imagined. A long table with computer monitors and a few fold-up chairs ran the length of one side, leaving the rest open to move about. "I queued up the footage from the first vandalism on this screen," he said, gesturing at the first monitor. "Then the incident from last night on this one." I nodded. "All right. Here goes nothing, right?" "That's encouraging." He chuckled and leaned over the keyboard. "I'll start the footage a few minutes before the incident. Nothing is triggered, no lights or anything. Then all of a sudden, bam, out of nowhere, the window shatters." The footage reeled forward, and for a few minutes nothing happened. Then I saw it. I gasped when I realized what had happened. "What? What did you see?" Lucas leaned closer, his eyes scanning back and forth, scouring every centimeter of the monitor. I glanced at him, and then leaned forward, making sure what I thought I saw was real. "You sure you want to know?" Chapter 6. "What is it?" Lucas asked, leaning in closer toward the monitor as though he could see what I saw if he simply tried harder, or maybe squinted his eyes just right. "It's definitely a ghost problem." I suppose I shouldn't have been surprised. After all, the ghost in the video was the same one who'd burst through my front door the day before. "What is it with this woman and breaking glass?" I muttered under my breath. "What?" I glanced at Lucas. "She's the one who broke my door." Lucas's thick eyebrows lifted. "At your shop?" "Yeah." I smoothed a hand over my hair. "See, in order to prevent, or at least help prevent, ghost overwhelm, I try to convince the local ghost population to come to a weekly meeting. A ghost support group, if you will." A bemused look crossed his face, but he nodded for me to continue. "Anyway, it's on Sunday nights, and things were going fine until this woman," I gestured at the screen, though Lucas couldn't see her figure, "burst in, screaming about the construction. She told me that I have a week to stop the production and get everyone out, otherwise—" I let my words trail off. "Otherwise what?" I squeezed my eyes closed, desperate to slow the racing thoughts firing inside my head. "She's going to start hurting people." "Can she do that?" I shook my head. "I don't know, but it's possible." Reluctantly, I nodded. A sick feeling uncurled in my stomach. "You mentioned that one of the crew members got spooked and dropped an expensive window?" "Yeah. Why? That her too?" "Do you have footage of the event?" "No." Lucas sat back down. "Not that I have access to, at least. I only have the feeds for the security equipment. I could probably get the film from editing if you need to see it." "Did you talk to the crew member afterward?" Lucas dragged a hand over the back of his neck as he stared at the monitor, the ghost frozen in place in the still shot. "For a minute, he was really freaked out. He probably thought he was going to get fired." "Did he say anything about it?" Lucas looked at me, his hand still on the base of his neck. "Like what?" "Did he see something? Hear something? What got him so worked up?" "He'd been irritable all afternoon, complaining about the AC being cranked up too high. Something about it being a waste of money since they were coming in and out all day. I'm not sure why he cared. Lucas paused, pensive, for another moment, and his eyes moved back and forth as though he were watching the memory rewind. After he dropped the window, he was shaking, like, uncontrollably. The producers sent him home for the rest of the day. He said he didn't know what happened. He thought he had a grip on it, and then the next thing he knew, it was on the ground. Did he feel cold to the touch? Lucas frowned at me. Why? What are you getting at? I chewed on my lower lip. No part of me wanted to voice the dangerous suspicion that was brewing in my gut. Scarlet? I ignored him for a moment longer and looked to the monitors that were running in real time, showing the majority of the yard just outside the van. The backyard looked peaceful and quiet. None of the motion sensors had triggered the floodlights positioned around the property. It was quiet and still, but something nagged at me. Would you mind if I went and looked around? No problem. Lucas started to stand, and I held out my hand. Alone. He frowned and looked about ready to object, but thought better of it and gave a slight nod. He handed me a flashlight and then pulled the sliding door open. You're the expert. I'll be right back. I jumped out of the van. Good luck, Lucas called out as I turned the corner. I rounded the back of the hulking vehicle and took purposeful steps onto the lawn. As I continued across the dewy grass, I became aware that Lucas was watching my every move. It was both uncomfortable and reassuring for different reasons. I still wasn't sure what to make of the man. It was all too easy to get distracted by his handsome face and easygoing nature. I'd all but forgotten that our first meeting had taken place down in the dirt, his taser pressed into my back. Who says small-town life is boring? Absently, I wondered how much longer he would be in town. As I turned on the flashlight he'd given to me, a few of the floodlights popped and lit up the yard, but I wandered outside the rings of light and went into the backyard. The perimeter of the house was fenced, but there was no barrier between the front and back yards. A line of hydrangea bushes and smaller shrubs was neatly planted along the side of the house, and I found myself hoping they left it all intact. It needed some pruning, but the plants themselves were strong and mature. Most of the backyard was swathed in darkness. The one security light was at the opposite end. Hello? I called out into the wall of shadows along the back fence. It's me, Scarlet. I want to help you. Crickets. Literally. I frowned and scanned the yard once more with the flashlight beam, moving slowly. Come on. Please come and talk to me. My heart sank as the night breeze rolled through, carrying no sign of another presence. Sure, I griped. Now you're shy. I trudged back the way I'd come and went to the van. Lucas slid the door open. No dice? I shook my head, trying to conceal my deflation. So much for knocking the whole thing out in one night. Lucas's jaw tightened. In my line of work, it's all about risk management. So I need you to shoot straight with me. What are we up against here? What's the worst case scenario? Honestly, I sighed. I don't know. Ghosts are far from cookie cutter. What one ghost can do, another wouldn't even be able to dream of. In my experience, I found that most ghosts can't even move a paperclip across a tabletop. However, this one has already shown that she has some muscle and isn't afraid to flex it. I don't know how it all works, at least not specifically. She's obviously found a way to harness her energy into a destructive force. But at the same time, there is a massive difference between the ability to break glass or throw objects and actually hurting someone. I've never seen a ghost physically injure someone. But at the same time, if she's driven enough, she could use what power she does have to set up a chain of events that could have disastrous results. Lucas scrubbed a hand over his stubble-coated jaw. A broken window is a nuisance. A person standing on the other side and getting a shard to the face? He trailed off. I gave him a solemn nod. Exactly. I've got 2 guys on my team. Between the 3 of us, we should be able to keep watch around the clock. If I need more help, the Carters will foot the bill, no questions asked. They trust my judgment. He glanced at me out of the corner of his eye. This next idea might sound crazy. I snorted. Is that even possible at this point? He grinned. Probably not. I handed him back the flashlight. He stowed it away and then jumped down. Didn't figure. Go on, lay the crazy on me. What I want to know is if there is a way to... I don't know the word. Expel her? It was a logical question, but one I didn't want to answer. I dropped my eyes to the carefully laid stones in the driveway. Scarlet. I glanced up and swallowed hard. Technically, yes. Lucas's eyes lit up, and I quickly held up my hand. But I wouldn't advise it. If it backfires, the results can be even more devastating. She's already this angry. I don't want to make it worse by monkeying around with exorcism techniques. I have a ghost trap. It would hold her indefinitely. I paused and then shook my head. But she has to enter it willingly. Not much of a trap in that case, Lucas complained. I shrugged. That's what the voodoo lady called it. Lucas gawked at me. The twisted expression on his face made me laugh out loud. I've led an odd life, okay? He flashed a grin. We're definitely going to need a couple more of these dinners together before I leave town. The statement set off a flurry of excitement and anxiety in my belly, which I quickly tamped down. Iron dispels a ghost, but the effects are only temporary. The spirit eventually wanders back and usually isn't too happy about the treatment. That would only make it worse. Lucas nodded, but the disappointment was etched on his face. So what can we do? I'll come back tomorrow night after work and see if I can find her. In the meantime, I have some of my friends looking for her as well as asking around for information about her. If we have any luck, we'll figure out what her hang-up is and then go about fixing it. Ghosts have a reason for staying behind when their bodies have expired. The question is, what's keeping this woman trapped here in this realm? If we can help her move over to the other side, that would be best for her and obviously for the show as well. Lucas gestured down the driveway, and we walked together. All right. Just let me know what you need and I'll make it happen. A sideways grin tugged at my lips. Is this the part where I ask for $1 million and a trip around the world on a private jet? Lucas chuckled. I'll see what I can do. You might end up with an I saved the world and all I got was this lousy t-shirt kind of parting gift. One can never have too many of those, I guess. I laughed. Well, thanks for dinner. You're welcome. He glanced up and down the streets of the sleepy neighborhood. There were a few cars parked along the curbs, but most were in the various driveways. Where's your car? Oh, actually, I walked here. Come on, let me drive you home, he said, gesturing across the street where I recognized the outline of his truck. Normally, I would have rebelled, but a certain eeriness hung in the air. Not to mention the temperature had dropped another few degrees. I nodded and stumbled forward, cursing the shoes Gwen had insisted on. All right, thanks. Gwen pounced on me as soon as I set foot back inside the shop. Spill! You've been waiting here the whole time? Of course. Gossip never sleeps. I sighed heavily and locked the door behind me. Tomorrow, Gwen. I'm exhausted. She pouted. That wasn't the deal. I know, but can you let it slide this once? She remained silent as I trudged upstairs and made a cup of tea. Gwen joined me at the table when I sat down with my steaming mug. Are you all right, Scarlet? Nothing bad happened, did it? Not with Lucas, no. But I think we have a much bigger problem than expected at the Lilac property. Gwen's eyes rounded. What kind of problem? I grimaced, not even wanting to speak the word out loud. I recounted everything Lucas had told me about the strange happenings at the property. The pinprick of anxiety I initially felt burrowed in, creating a nasty pit in the bottom of my stomach. Gwen, I think she's manifesting. Manifesting? That can't be right. That just doesn't happen. And she just popped up out of nowhere, she stuttered. I didn't want to think about it either, but it was starting to look more and more like the only reasonable explanation. Manifesting, or possession, as some people refer to it, is the most invasive and destructive act that a ghost can commit, and it takes much more energy than an average spirit has. Yesterday afternoon, a worker was carrying a very expensive window when all of a sudden he dropped it. He'd been complaining about it being too cold, and afterward he was so shaken up he could barely speak. Gwen looked at me, unblinking. Maybe he just lost his grip? He was upset at breaking the window. That could explain the shaking. Couldn't it? Lucas is going to get me the video footage to double-check, but I'd bet money on my gut being right. The way he described it, it has to be. What are you going to do? Gwen asked, her voice quiet. I have no idea. She shook her head slowly. I've heard of ghosts manifesting, but I've never understood it. I've seen it one other time. The results aren't pretty. What happened? Gwen asked, her eyes wide. Manifesting takes something from the spirit. Each time it chips away a little bit more until the spirit is nothing more than an angry, red-hot energy, forever trapped. All hope at crossing to the other world gone. Gwen shuddered, and her silvery silhouette shimmered. How awful. On top of that, if she's using the same person over and over, there can be permanent damage done to the human. Problems that go beyond loss of memory. Hopefully she knows that and isn't going back to the same person. But if she's not careful... My words trailed off, too bleak to finish. We have to stop her, Gwen said, more determined than before. I nodded in agreement. We have to find her and make her see that this isn't the way to find peace. She looked doubtful. Do you think that's what she wants? Peace? Seems to me she wants revenge. My eyes flew to Gwen's. Revenge? Why would you say that? Honey, you don't get that angry over nothing. Something provoked her. I drummed my fingertips against the side of the warm ceramic mug. Either way, we have to do something before she goes completely off the rails. Gwen rose from her place at the table. With a resolute nod, she said, I'll gather a team of spirits tomorrow. We'll scour all of Beechwood if that's what it takes. I'll ask around and see if any of the neighbors know anything about the previous tenants. If she lived there recently, and judging by the style of clothing she was wearing, it couldn't have been too long ago, I should be able to get some more information. Gwen started to disappear through the kitchen floor, but stopped, frozen midway with her chest and head above, her legs and feet below. She smiled up at me, batting her eyelashes. And Scarlet, dear, remember our deal? I'll expect a full rundown on the rest of your evening when this is all over. Before I could object or even roll my eyes, she was gone. Impossible woman, I muttered under my breath. There was a manifesting, not to mention potentially homicidal ghost on the loose, and Gwen was worried about whether or not Lucas gave me a case of the girly butterflies, which he decidedly did not. Still marveling at the weird chain of events of the past 48 hours, I finished my drink, polished off a sleeve of buttery cookies from the tin on the counter, and went to the bathroom to scrub off the day. After a shower, I wrapped myself in my soft robe and slapped a generous amount of a cooling clay mask onto my face. It was imported from a fancy little shop in France and cost an absurd amount of money, but it reminded me of times abroad and did wonders for my pores. Well, aren't you a vision? Flapjack commented, appearing beside the sink. I scowled at him, but with the thick green clay sticking to my face, it was hard to say whether my steely glare was effective or not. It's too bad you're not averse to the scent of peppermint. Maybe I'll look into getting a lemon mask next time. That should keep the heckling to a minimum. Flapjack swished his tail, but didn't bother replying. For whatever reason, ghosts usually had a scent that sent them running. Figuratively, of course. With Flapjack, it was lemons. One whiff and he'd vanish faster than I could snap my fingers. I couldn't figure out why, especially since he loved seafood in life and it was often served with lemon juice. In any case, it worked as a repellent when he was really pushing my buttons. Which, to be clear, was 90% of the time. Why don't you go see if you can help Gwen? I suggested, leaning closer to the mirror to check on the progress of the mask as it dried to a thick crust. What's she doing? Flapjack asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Looking for the lilac ghost? Flapjack leapt from the counter and sailed to the tile floor. As fun as that sounds, I'm going to have to pass. Chasing down insane ghosts isn't really a pastime of mine. I rolled my eyes. Oh yes, I forgot. Unless it involves sarcastic commentary or fish odors, you're not interested. Flapjack opened his mouth, ready to volley back another tart reply, when a shrieking, semi-hysterical voice cut through the quiet apartment. Scarlet! I jolted, and spun to see Gwen hovering in the doorway of the bathroom, her eyes wide and panicked. Adrenaline rushed through my system. What? What happened? Gwen beckoned for me. They found her. You better hurry. Chapter 7. Gwen and one of her friends, an old-timer who preferred to go by his old army call sign, Sturgeon, had indeed tracked the ghost down. She wasn't at the Lilac property, but another house in town, only a few neighborhoods away. Gwen rode shotgun and gave directions as we raced through Beechwood Harbor to the quiet neighborhood. Only one house had lights on inside, and as we neared, I saw the silhouette of a woman in the front room. It looked like she was pacing back and forth. "That's the house," Gwen cried out, pointing up at it. "Great," I said, before heaving a sigh. "Please tell me she's not inside." Gwen shook her head. "She's not. Backyard." I frowned up at the house as I parked along the opposite side of the street, a few houses down. With one hand still on the wheel, I twisted around and reached for the extra coat I kept in the back seat of my car. I'd found that the coastal weather was often unpredictable, and while it might be sunny one moment, the next it could be pouring down rain. It was easier to keep a spare coat in the car for such occasions, and since Gwen hadn't allowed me time to slip into a pair of jeans, I was glad that I did. She hadn't even wanted me to waste time washing the mask off my face, so I scrubbed it off as well as I could while driving. I was still wearing the thin bathrobe that barely reached to mid-thigh. The winter coat didn't help much in covering my bare legs, but once zipped up, at least ensured that I wasn't going to be giving an accidental peep show as I crept through the neighborhood. "How am I supposed to get in the backyard without anyone seeing me?" I asked, quietly closing the driver's side door. I bundled into the coat, tugged at the hem of my robe. Face mask remnants, flip-flops, and a parka. I really couldn't risk anyone seeing me. "Easy," Sturgeon replied, appearing suddenly at my left. "Go to the house next door, slip around the side of the garage. They don't have a security light. Jump the fence, and there you are." I groaned. "Oh, sure, easy peasy. Why was I worried?" "Scarlett, we'll help you," Gwen said. "Come on." I resisted the urge to argue with her. What was she proposing? It wasn't like either of them could offer me a boost over the fence. I heaved a huge sigh. Obviously, resistance was futile. "All right, let's go. I just hope she's still here." Gwen and Sturgeon followed as I made my way across the street. I kept my eyes on the illuminated window, sure that at any moment the woman pacing her front room was going to turn, throw open the thin curtains, and see me skulking through her neighborhood like a cat burglar. Or maybe a flasher, I thought, considering my ridiculous appearance. Sturgeon's assessment was right on. The neighboring house had a porch light, but the alley between their fence and garage was dark, and the gate was unlocked. By the time I streaked across the backyard, hunched over in a strange run/crawl, my heart was slamming inside my chest hard enough that I was starting to worry about causing permanent damage. "Come on, she's just on the other side," Sturgeon coaxed, gesturing at the fence. The moonlight was just bright enough that I could see the faint outlines of my two ghost companions. Or were they now officially my partners in crime? I didn't want to think about it. My fingers trembled as adrenaline coursed through my body. The fence separating the 2 yards was probably 6 feet tall and made of solid wood planks. There were no footholds. Terror gripped me as I realized I couldn't launch myself over it. Sturgeon gave an impatient sigh. "Come on, soldier." "I'm not a soldier, I'm a florist," I hissed back after another attempt. "Use the lawn chair," Gwen cried out. I winced as her screech carried across the yard, before remembering that literally no one else could hear her. All anyone would hear was my heavy breathing and flailing attempts at pulling myself up and over the fence. Whirling around, I realized that Gwen was onto something. There were 4 chairs positioned around a table not too far away. I peeked up at the back side of the house and breathed a tiny sigh of relief when I saw that the windows were all still dark. I gave Gwen a nod and lurched into action. I snagged one of the chairs and yanked back, only to grunt and nearly topple over. The wrought iron chair was heavier than it looked, but I managed to drag it over and hauled myself over the fence. Sturgeon and Gwen melted through the fence and met me on the other side. "She's going to see me," I whispered, flattening myself against the fence. It wasn't just the front room that was lit up. Every light in the entire house was turned on. Whoever lived inside was spooked. "What's happening?" Gwen tugged the corner of her lip between her teeth. "Best guess? Rosie was here for a while." My eyes darted around the yard. "Where is Rosie?" The yard was smaller than the one I'd just escaped, but was still a decent size and had the same fencing surrounding the perimeter, likely put into place by the contractor who'd built the subdivision. "Whose house is this?" I asked. Gwen shrugged. "I don't know." I glanced over at her, frowning. "You've haunted Beechwood for the better part of 3 decades, and you don't know who lives here?" "I don't follow them all home," she hissed, puffing out her chest. "I do have some limits to my research techniques." "Sure." Gwen continued. Her voice still sounded miffed. "As I said, I had everyone on the lookout, and Sturgeon found her here." I shifted my gaze to the former army sergeant. What was she doing? "I saw someone matching the description Gwen provided and followed her through town. She wandered into this neighborhood. She was looking up at all of the houses. It seemed like she didn't quite know where she was going. Anyway, she stopped in front of this one. I went to find Gwen to confirm I had the right ghost." "It's her," Gwen added. I looked up at the house. There wasn't any movement in the windows, so I swallowed down the hard lump in my throat and scurried after Sturgeon and Gwen. They led me to the opposite side of the yard, beside a freestanding tool shed. "She's inside," Gwen told me. "She can't get out." "How did you trap her?" I asked, jaw slacked. Sturgeon puffed out his barrel chest and gestured down at the ground before him. "This isn't my first rodeo, Miss Sanderson." Moonlight bounced off of his silver silhouette, and in the faint glow of light I could see a white line in front of the doorway. "Salt?" Gwen nodded. "Some people use it in their gardens. Sturgeon was able to move the bag to draw a circle. It goes all the way around the shed." My eyebrows lifted, and I blinked a few times. "Impressive." "Thank you, ma'am." Normally, I avoided harsh methods of ghost control, such as displacing spirits with iron or using salt circles. But in this case, I was going to give Sturgeon's method a free pass. Drawing in a deep breath, I opened the door to the shed, careful not to displace the salt. The woman surged forward with a roar of fury. She hit the circle's boundary and bounced backward, flying back into the space. "How dare you!" she shrieked, before whirling around. Her dark eyes narrowed when she saw me, and my heart leapt into my throat. If she was able, she would have torn me into tiny little pieces right there on the spot. Hatred radiated from her like heat off a furnace. I took a step back and held up my hands. "Please," I whispered as loudly as I dared, darting a look at the kitchen window. "I need to talk to you." With a low growl, she propelled herself forward again and hit the invisible wall. She snapped back, and the whole shed shook. Tools rattled together, and what sounded like a shovel hit the floor somewhere behind her. My pulse skyrocketed even higher, and I whipped around to make sure the woman wasn't back at the window. "Release me this instant," the ghost howled. It was a struggle to keep my voice calm. "I can't do that right now. I just need you to listen to what I—" "You listen to me," she hissed, her dark eyes blazing. "Eventually I'll get loose, and when I do, I'll find you and make you wish you'd never set foot in this town." The tether on my frustration broke, and unchained anger took hold, overshadowing the layers of sheer terror. I'd dealt with a lot of unruly ghosts in my time, and I'd never backed down from one yet. I certainly wasn't about to start now. I folded my arms, cocked my hip, jumped back to the very edge of the salt circle, and returned her fiery glare. "You done yet?" I snapped. "Because I've about had it with your theatrics and your self-righteous routine." The ghost reared back. Clearly, she was much more accustomed to people running and screaming from her than fighting back. She was going to get a big dose of her own medicine. It was way past my bedtime, and I was standing in some stranger's backyard wearing a robe and a pair of flip-flops, with uber-expensive face mask flakes stuck to my cheeks. I was about 2 seconds away from completely losing my patience and going as nuts as she was. "I'm here to help you," I ground out. "But in order to do that, I'm going to need a whole lot more information. Now, based on your little performance at my flower shop the other night, which, by the way, is not the best way to inspire goodwill, you're angry because your house is being torn up. All right, fine, I get it. But you can't go around destroying windows and threatening people's lives. And if I'm right, and you're manifesting, then there's no way I'm letting you out." "Oh, yeah? And just how do you plan on stopping me?" I shrugged. "I could close the door and walk away." She sneered at me. "The circle will eventually break." I glanced up at the house. Still no sign of the nervous woman, but the lights were still on. "Whose house is this anyway? Why are you here?" "I'm not telling you anything until you let me out of here." I laughed, a little too loudly. Yeah, no, that's not happening. I'm not letting you free until you give me something. What do you want? She asked, glowering at me. Let's start with some basic information. What is your name? She hesitated for a long moment, weighing her options. Finally, with a sigh, she relented. Rosie March. I'm Scarlett. I don't care. Right. I ran my tongue over my teeth, struggling to maintain my tentative grip on my patience. Scarlett is here to help you, Gwen lashed out. Her outrage on my behalf was heartwarming, though not super helpful. I held up a hand, and she stopped. Her shape shimmered and blurred at the edges like TV fuzz when the station gets knocked out. It's all right, Gwen. Now it's my turn, Rosie said, tilting her head. How is it that you can even see me? Talk to me. These ghosts are your... what? Friends? I nodded. It's a long story, but yes, I can see and talk to any ghost. I took a tentative step forward. Rosie, please. If you tell me what happened to you, I might be able to help. She scoffed. But then her expression shifted, suddenly forlorn. The fire behind her haunting eyes snuffed out like a birthday candle, and she deflated. All I want is for them to leave my house alone. My heart sank. That was the one thing she'd asked for, technically demanded, and it was the one thing I couldn't give her. Rosie's form flickered. I was murdered in that house. Murdered? My jaw dropped as I floundered for the appropriate response. What happened? I was engaged to be married, she started, glancing down at her hand where a solitaire diamond sat perched on a thin band. I was killed 2 weeks before my wedding, by my own fiancé. Rosie looked up. 24 years ago. We bought this house together, but I was living in it with a roommate until after the wedding. Calvin lived in a house on the other side of town with a few friends. He was a dentist here in town, still building his practice, and I worked as a hygienist. We fell in love and got engaged, bought the house, planned the wedding. It was a dream come true. I shifted uncomfortably in place. When did things change? I really don't know, she answered, shaking her head. I thought we were happy right up until it happened. Her eyes fluttered closed, and she was quiet for a long time. Gwen and I exchanged a glance, but neither of us dared to speak. Rosie started again, her eyes still pressed shut. I hadn't been feeling well that day. The whole week, actually. I left work early to go home and rest. I caught Calvin red-handed. He was having an affair with my best friend, roommate, and maid of honor. Gwen gasped. 3 women at once? No! Rosie crinkled her brow and glared at her. Of course not. Those were all the same person. Wendy. You got home and found them together? I asked. Rosie's fiery eyes shifted toward me. They weren't in bed together, if that's what you're asking. But they were alone, in my house, in my bedroom. What else could that mean? I shrugged. Did you ask them? Rosie rolled her eyes. Of course. They made up some lie about packing me a bag for some amazing trip. Calvin said he'd asked for Wendy's help to make sure he didn't forget anything. It was supposed to be a surprise. I held up a finger. Wait a sec, I thought you said you worked for Calvin. What was he doing at your house in the middle of a weekday? Rosie shook her head. At that point, I had moved to another clinic a few towns over. Calvin and I thought it best that I didn't work for him as soon as we got engaged. He helped me get the job with a colleague of his. Got it. I nodded, figuring it was a smart move on his part. Office romances were tricky little beasts. So you bust in on them. They tell you this story about the trip and the bag. What next? Rosie went still again. It's a little fuzzy, but I remember screaming, and I think She wrinkled her nose. I threw up in the hallway. I was so upset. My body was shaking uncontrollably, and I could barely see a thing. My eyes were so blurred with tears. He kept trying to get me to listen to him. He grabbed me by the shoulders, shaking me back and forth. And that's when it happened. He pushed me. Gwen's eyes were shiny. How awful. Rosie focused on her, and then continued. He shoved me down the stairs. I hit my head, and died in the hospital a few days later. Everyone thinks it's an accident, My death. They think I tripped and fell. A tragedy. That's what they all said at my funeral. Meanwhile, Calvin got away. Free and clear. I don't think the police even asked him any questions. I shook my head slowly. I'm so sorry, Rosie. I don't even know what to say. All I want is to be left alone. I've tried for years to keep people out of my house. Now there are people crawling all over the place, like I'm not even there, knocking down walls, tearing apart the fireplace where I'd sit and read on rainy days. They ripped out the fountain in the backyard. It was an engagement present from my grandmother. My chest tightened. The anger I'd held for the woman faded and was replaced with deep sorrow and compassion, especially considering there wasn't a thing I could do to help her get her house back. You have to get rid of them, Rosie said. That house is all I have left. Rosie, I'm afraid there's not a lot I can do to help you. The TV show has planned this renovation for several months. A lot of time and money and manpower has gone into the project. They aren't going to up and leave simply because I tell them to. Like I told you back at my shop, there is a pocket of other people who aren't happy about it, but they haven't been able to shut it down either. The fight drained out of me, and I stepped forward to kick aside the salt that encircled the tool shed. After all she'd been through, it seemed cruel to keep her confined a moment longer, especially when I dashed her last hope at getting her house back. I'm really sorry. I wish I could help you. The salt circle broke with a slight hiss, and Rosie moved forward. All at once, the fire blazed back to life, hotter than ever. She leaned in and seethed. Then you'd better find a way to make them, or the next time we meet, there just might be another ghost for you to meet. Chapter 8. There was only one logical place for Rosie to flee. After closing the tool shed door, I didn't even bother trying to get back over the fence into the neighbor's yard. I stayed tucked in the shadows at the edge of the house and peeked around the side when I reached the front corner. The curtains had been parted and revealed that the woman was still in the living room. I swallowed hard and waited for her to turn around. She was on the phone. I could only hope it wasn't the local police department about seeing a deranged prowler sneaking around in a bathrobe and talking to herself in the backyard. The moment the woman turned, I bolted for the street. My feet slipped in my pathetic excuse for shoes, and I wondered why on earth I hadn't taken the time to put on a pair with laces. By some miracle, I made it to my car without breaking an ankle or being spotted by any of the neighbors. Nice work, soldier, Sturgeon said, with a proud smile as he and Gwen appeared in the back seat. That was some stealth. My heart jolted as my eyes slid to the rearview mirror. I forgot the chair. The chair? Gwen repeated. The one I used to hop the fence. The homeowners are probably going to notice that one of their lawn chairs wandered halfway across their backyard. No problem, soldier. I'm on it. Sturgeon disappeared, and I looked at Gwen. Done. I gasped as Sturgeon reappeared beside her. What did you do? Moved it back, he said, as though I were asking why the ocean is blue. Wow. Really? That thing weighed a ton. Yes, ma'am. Sturgeon gave a firm nod. I've found that with a little discipline, anything is possible. Let's hope you have a few more tricks up your sleeve. I have a feeling we're going to need them before the night is over. I turned over the engine and pulled away from the curb. We passed the house, and I noticed the woman was still pacing in front of the large picture window. Had Rosie spooked her somehow? If so, why? Who was she? I'd gotten so lost in the story that I'd forgotten to push for the reason she was there. As I pulled to a stop at the four-way intersection to leave the neighborhood, I made a mental note to find out who the woman was, as I doubted asking Rosie again would get me anywhere. I wasn't sure what I could do about any of it. I couldn't grant Rosie her one request. There was no way I could convince the TV studio to move on from the Lilac House. Ironically, the only way they would be likely to abandon the project would be if someone was seriously injured on the set. I sighed heavily as I turned onto the main road through town. Are you all right, Scarlett? Gwen asked from the back seat. I don't know, Gwen. I've never dealt with anything like this before. I paused and drew in a long, steady breath. If Rosie's bent on waging war against an entire crew of people, I'm not sure there's much I can do to stop her. Most of my experiences revolve around helping loved ones find peace and closure, or helping ghosts tackle their unresolved issues so they can cross over to the other side. I'm out of my league here.
Chin up, soldier,
Sturgeon chimed in. It was a quick drive to the Lilac House. I pulled into the mouth of the driveway, right behind Lucas's security van, and Sturgeon and Gwen soared out of the side of the car before I even put it into park. I killed the engine and climbed out of the driver's seat. The grounds were silent and dark, except for the rings of yellow light cast onto the front yard from the lanterns framing the front door. I couldn't see Gwen or Sturgeon, but knew they had a much better chance of finding Rosie in the dark than I did. Besides that, the idea of chasing ghosts in the dark freaked me out, especially this one. There was something unstable about her energy. It had an unpredictable quality that felt dangerous and edgy. She swung effortlessly between rational thought one second and vengeful spite the next, without batting an eyelash. I jumped at the sound of a van door sliding open, and when Lucas swooped out and landed on the driveway, my heart raced even faster.
You looking to get tackled again?
I tried to laugh, but it caught in my throat. I didn't realize you were here. He shut the door and sauntered closer, hands in the pockets of his jeans. The movement triggered one of the floodlights along the side of the hedges lining the driveway, sending a flood of bright light over the carefully laid pavers. Lucas looked exhausted, his face lined, even as he offered a smile.
Been pulling all-nighters until we figure this thing out.
You're all by yourself? He gave me a meaningful glance.
Well, not anymore,
he teased. I groaned.
Clever. You've got a little something.
Lucas trailed off, using a gesture to finish his thought, wiping at a patch under his own eye. I slapped my fingers to my face and scrubbed away the patch of face mask I'd missed. Part-time ghost whisperer, part-time swamp monster, I mumbled under my breath.
Do swamp monsters generally wear flip-flops and run around in a bathrobe?
Lucas asked, a maddening twinkle in his eyes. I also breathe fire, I warned, narrowing my eyes. Lucas chuckled.
Now I'm even more glad you're on my side.
I tried to frown, but my smile won out. Just promise not to turn me into a sideshow when this is all said and done.
Promise,
he replied with an easy grin. He took a step closer, and my heart skittered to a stop before charging forward at 100 beats a minute. I took half a step backward. I found the ghost who's responsible for this whole mess. Lucas lifted his eyebrows, expectant.
And?
She's not leaving the house anytime soon, and I'm afraid that the farther the renovations go, the more angry she's going to become. He sighed and scrubbed a hand over a face dusted with a layer of dark scruff, much darker than the hair on his head. I wondered if he'd been a tow-headed baby, and his hair just naturally bleached out in the sun. She told me that she was killed at the house.
What? When?
24 years ago. She says her fiancé pushed her down the stairs. She cracked her head and died.
Her fiancé?
Calvin something or other.
Calvin? Wait 1 second.
Lucas held up a hand, his brow pinched.
The previous owner of the house was named Calvin Harrison. We just had him on the show. Yesterday morning, actually. That was part of what made the tech issue so frustrating.
Understanding clicked into place. That's what set her off. Did the window happen after that? Lucas nodded, and then swore under his breath. What do you know about him?
Not much. He was the owner of the house before the production team bought it from him. He wasn't living here. Hadn't for quite some time, from my understanding. He had a property management company renting it out for him up until about 6 months ago. Before the network purchased it for the show, it was sitting vacant. I spoke with one of the real estate agents when they came to give us the keys, as Mr. Harrison was on the other side of the country. The agent seemed relieved that the house was being taken off his company's roster. Apparently, there are some unfortunate rumors floating around from the years it was leased out by the local property management company. There were always issues. Reports of weird things happening in the house.
Sounds familiar. Wayward ghosts could really do a number on the resale value of a place.
No one used the term haunted, of course. But after talking to you...
Lucas trailed off, leaving his conclusion hanging in midair.
Honestly, I don't know why he hung on to it as long as he did. With no tenants, the whole place is a money pit.
Rosie, that's the ghost, said they declared her death as an accident. She went to her own funeral.
Yikes, Lucas winced. That's gotta be weird.
In my experience, when someone was murdered and the case goes cold or the wrong person goes to prison, It leaves behind an unruly, restless energy. That could explain why Rosie's so powerful. She's angry. Very angry. What can we do to convince her to move on? If she keeps this up, someone is going to get hurt. I worried at my lower lip with my teeth. Ideas were pinging around my head, but I wasn't sure which one I should chase down first. "Hello, handsome." I winced at Gwen's voice. Lucas frowned. "What? What's wrong?" "Nothing. Ghost." "It's such a shame you can't properly introduce us," Gwen said with a dreamy sigh. "He's the stuff dreams are made of." I rolled my eyes. Lucas gave a tentative smile. "What are they saying?" "Gwen, she's a longtime Beechwood resident. She's got a crush on you." "Scarlet?" Gwen yelped. Lucas chuckled nervously. "It takes a bit to knock me speechless, but I'm really not sure what to say to that." I laughed and enjoyed the brief levity of the moment. "Did you find Rosie?" I asked Gwen, turning my head toward her. Gwen's expression changed. "Uh-oh, what now?" "She broke some of the pottery on the back porch." I groaned. "Great. What happened?" Lucas asked. "Come on," I said, jerking my hand for him to follow me as I followed Gwen. Rosie was still on the back porch, channeling her energy into smashing yet another terracotta pot. Lucas cursed under his breath as he watched the pot fly across the yard and break into pieces. "Rosie, stop this!" I barked. The woman stopped and spun around. Sturgeon was fighting her, his face set in concentration, but whatever he was attempting wasn't working. She effortlessly lifted another pot and held it in midair. "Where should I send this one? Through the kitchen window? They just put that in yesterday, you know. They took out the stained glass window that had been there for nearly a century." I folded my arms. "You told me that I had a week," I reminded her, using the sternest voice I could muster. "What's with the Wreck-It Ralph routine?" Rosie scowled. "I said you had a week until people would start getting hurt. A flower pot through the window won't hurt anyone." I huffed and threw my hands up in the air. "Look, Rosie, you're pissed off. I get it. We all get it. But you have to stop this madness. I can't help you if you refuse to cooperate with me." Ignoring me, Rosie chucked the flower pot at the side of the house. It didn't go through the window, but it exploded against the wall and fell to join the other pottery shards on the back deck. "Rosie!" I barked. She hoisted up another pot. There wasn't even a hint of strain on her face. How deep was her well of power? Could she do this indefinitely? Most ghosts had a reserve, some kind of limit. But Rosie was fueled by pure anger, and I had a creeping suspicion we hadn't even seen the half of it. "Scarlet, we should get out of here. You could get hurt." Lucas fidgeted beside me, waves of anger rolling off him as he stared at the large flower pot hovering in the air. His fists were balled tightly, and if he ground his teeth any harder, he was going to have quite a dental bill. It was clear that he wasn't the type to stand by when things were going wrong. I set a hand on his forearm, feeling the corded muscles under my fingertips. "We leave now, and there's no telling what she'll do." "Your safety is more important," Lucas said evenly. I ignored him. "Rosie, put down the pot, and we'll make a deal." "What kind of deal? What do you have that I want?" It was a good question, one that set me back on my heels for a moment. I didn't want to hurt her. I wasn't sure what would happen if I tried to banish her. A nicer way of saying exorcise. I'd participated in the exercise one other time, after meeting a fellow ghost whisperer in my travels through Central America. A ghost was wreaking havoc on a small community in the mountains of Honduras, and finally a ghost whisperer came to their aid. I just happened to be there, on my way through a long trek touring the Mayan ruins. I'd aided them in the ceremony, and was confident I could do it again. But it was the last resort of last resorts. I didn't want to do that to Rosie. I'd rather help her find peace, preferably before she went full-blown homicidal maniac. "Justice," I finally said. Rosie paused, and the ceramic pot lowered to the ground. I rushed forward, both hands held out and open. "I'll prove that your death wasn't an accident. I'll get to the bottom of it and expose the truth to the whole world." "I already know who killed me," she said, her voice cold. "He was supposed to love me. Our wedding was 2 weeks away. If he didn't want to go through with it, then why didn't he break it off? Take back the ring. Move to a new town.
Why kill me?
I don't know, Rosie. I moved closer, with measured steps. But I'll find out. I swear. Rosie lifted her dark eyes to mine, and the dim porch light reflected off of a lone tear that leaked from the corner of her eye and ran down her cheek. I need something from you, though. A promise. I swallowed hard. I need you to promise me that you won't interfere with the renovations anymore. I need to know that no one will get hurt. Slowly, Rosie nodded, and the pot landed softly back in its place on the deck. And no more manifesting, I hurried to add. All right. Rosie moved closer, and I noticed the energy shift. The crackling tension that had swirled around her was gone, and I was starting to feel the cold nip in the night air against my legs. I'll leave these monsters alone while they destroy my house. I inclined my head. Thank you, Rosie. The edges of her silhouette shimmered, and then she vanished. Lucas held up a hand. Thank you, he said, as though talking to someone hard of hearing. I suppressed a grin. She's already gone. Oh, he pocketed his hand. That was wonderful, Scarlett, Gwen said, sailing back across the yard. She inserted herself between Lucas and me. I sighed. Yeah, what better way to handle this situation than to throw myself into a 20-year-old murder investigation? Chapter 9. When my alarm clock went off the following morning, it was all I could do not to chuck it out the window. The now screaming clock had read 2:34 when my head finally hit the pillow. I'd fallen right to sleep, despite my busy mind, but still 4.5 hours of sleep wasn't nearly enough. Unfortunately, the funeral flowers needed to be completed and delivered to a church across town before I opened for the day, so hitting the snooze button half a dozen times wasn't in the cards. The shop was surprisingly quiet for once, and I managed to complete the arrangements and load them into the back of my van without ghostly interference. It was a nice change of pace from my usual referee multitasking efforts. Even without them around, I was thinking about the events of the night before, sifting through the entire mess with the half of my brain that the 3 cups of coffee had jump-started into action. I was still waiting for the other half to catch up. Even hours later, with 2 more cups of coffee under my belt, I was still struggling to come up with a solid plan of action. Promising Rosie justice for her murder was a noble sentiment, but the more I twisted and turned the facts, the more overwhelmed I became at the prospect. When Gwen swung by that afternoon, she had an idea. I'm just saying that as a deputy, Officer Keith has access to the records of that night. He's your best shot at getting solid information. And trust me, if you'd seen the way he was looking at you as you walked away... Stop! I frowned at her, holding up my hand. I don't want to hear this right now. Correction. Ever. I am not interested in knowing how he feels about my derriere, all right? Gwen shrugged. I'm just saying, he'd probably be willing to help anyway. And with the right shade of lipstick, you could probably have him tripping over himself to get you whatever files you want. I rolled my eyes and went back to working on the spray of roses a customer had ordered via phone that morning. I'm not going to flirt my way into getting the information. But you have a point that he might be a good resource, now that I've managed to make myself some kind of junior detective. I was still trying to wrap my brain around that one. Gwen considered me over the arrangement in progress. What? I finally asked with an exasperated sigh. I said I'd go talk to him. What more do you want from me? Are you going to wear a skirt? That floral one you have would look great. I'm wearing jeans, I told her, my tone leaving no room for argument. She gave a disappointed sigh and didn't say anything else about it. After I closed up for the day, I went upstairs to my apartment and changed out of my work clothes. I considered the floral skirt Gwen had referenced, but skipped past it as I cycled through my closet. In the end, Gwen's voice rattling around in the back of my head got to me, and I settled on a navy blue top that had a Grecian flair to it, and paired it with a pair of dark wash jeans instead of my normal faded blue jeans. A pair of slingback heels with silver hoop earrings completed the look and had me feeling a little fancy as I passed the full-length mirror on my way out the door. Gwen was waiting downstairs when I headed out to my car. She smiled, silently approving my choice of dress even if it wasn't entirely what she'd envisioned. All right, I better get going. I swallowed hard. I doubt this is even going to help. If Rosie's death was ruled an accident, I don't think there will be much of a file. Besides that, it was 24 years ago. It's not like he was on the scene and could give me first-hand information. He was probably about 12 years old at the time. It's worth a try, Gwen said. In the meantime, Hayward and I will keep an eye on Rosie. There are a few other ghosts that live in the area. We've recruited them to help us keep tabs on her. I nodded. Good thinking. Also, see if anyone knows anything. Maybe some of the ghosts are older and know what was going on in the house. See if there were issues between Rosie and Calvin before just the one incident. It didn't sound like it, but maybe she blocked them out or doesn't want to tell us the whole painful story. Gwen gave a sage nod. Will do. Thanks, Gwen, I said, on my way out the front door. The police station was within walking distance, even tottering in my heels, and I shoved through the heavy glass door a little after 10 a.m. An elderly gentleman sat at the front desk and glanced up at my arrival.
Hello, miss. How can I help you?
I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, wishing I'd tied it back. Instead, it hung in a heavy sheet halfway down my back. Hello. I was hoping I could speak with Officer Keith. The man nodded.
Sure thing. Can I tell him who's here?
Scarlett Sanderson.
One moment.
The man picked up a phone, and within minutes, Officer Keith joined me in the small lobby. He ushered me back to his desk, one of 6 that sat in a cluster of workspaces. Along the way, we'd passed Chief Lincoln's office and another private office marked for the town's detective. It was a fairly bare-bones force, but that's all that a small town like Beechwood Harbor needed. He offered me his chair, and then went to snag one of his co-workers' chairs for himself.
I have to admit, I'm surprised to see you,
he said, settling into his seat.
You seem pretty dead set against filing an official report on what happened at your shop the other night. What changed your mind?
Oh, no, this isn't about that. He raised an eyebrow, then smiled.
Well, then what can I do for you?
I shifted to the edge of my chair. I came here about an investigation. The death was ruled an accident, but I'm hoping to see the notes or at least ask some questions in regards to the death. He looked surprised.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure how much help I can be, but go ahead and ask away. I'll do what I can.
It would be a cold case, I started. 24 years ago, a woman named Rosie March died after falling down the stairs in her home. Her fiancé and one of her friends was there when she fell. She was taken to the hospital and died a few days later. It was ruled an accidental death, but I'm wondering what kind of detective work would go into something like that. He tilted his head.
It depends. They would obviously take statements from the witnesses, but assuming their reports lined up with what the doctors said, as well as the evidence at the scene, there's not much more that would need to be done.
What if they had suspicions of foul play?
What's this about, Scarlett?
I offered a sweet smile. I just told you. His lips twitched.
I mean, what's really going on? Where are all these questions coming from? When someone goes poking around in a closed investigation, not to mention one that's 2 decades old, there's a reason. What's yours?
I tried on an answer and quickly discarded it. There was already one too many people in town who knew about the supernatural company I keep. Rosie died at the Lilac House. You know, the one that TV show is renovating.
So?
I leaned in conspiratorially. Well, you know what people say about that house, don't you? Officer Keith laughed.
Oh, come on, Scarlett. Tell me you're not one of these ghost chasers looking for a spooky story to tell around a campfire.
I shrugged one shoulder. Call it a guilty pleasure. He chuckled, shaking his head. My heart lurched, ready to combat his dismissal. But after he considered me for another long moment, he dropped his hands to his keyboard.
All right. Let me see what I can find.
Thank you. He didn't speak as his fingers flew over the keys. I fidgeted in my seat as other officers wandered in and out of the bullpen. After a few minutes, the printer at the end of the row of desks fired up and spit out 3 pages in rapid succession. He rose from his seat, and I followed.
Now, technically, I shouldn't even be giving this to you. But since it's a closed case, and given the age of the file, I'm willing to make an exception.
A flicker of excitement flared within me. Thank you so much. You have no...
On one condition, he interjected.
My smile fell as he sauntered to the printer and retrieved the pages from the tray. He made a show of gathering the 3 pages and stacking them together.
What's the condition? I asked, suspicious. First, you need to start calling me Jason. He smiled and held out the pages. Second, you have dinner with me. Friday night after you close up. Thank you, Jason, I said, snatching the pages from his hands. Without waiting, I pivoted on my heel and gave a wave as I started back the way we'd come. What time should I pick you up for dinner? He called after me. I don't think Friday will work for me, I replied. He folded his arms, still smiling. What about our deal? You only said one condition, Jason. His smile widened as he realized I'd tricked him. Stay out of trouble, Scarlett. After leaving the police station, I went to Siren's Song and ordered myself a huge latte and a few cookies. Cassie Frank, the manager, was working the register and thanked me profusely for the bouquet of flowers I'd made for her a week ago to give to her father's caretaker on her birthday. Holly Bolt, one of my more recent acquaintances, presented me with my latte, smiling. It was a secret, but Holly was part of the underground community of supernatural beings in the sleepy town. Most people, Cassie included, had no idea that witches, shifters, and vampires existed, let alone worked and lived alongside them. I was fully human, but straddled the line between mortal and supernatural worlds. I didn't have the gift of oblivion. With random ghosts popping in and out of my daily life, it was impossible to put on my blinders, so I'd learned to embrace it. Read any good books lately? Holly asked me with a cat who ate the canary smile. I shifted a quick glance at Cassie, but she was busy chatting up the next customer in line. Cassie was a ball of sunshine, radiating joy and goodwill to everyone she encountered. It made her a wonderful member of the small, tight-knit community, and especially suited for her role as the manager of one of the town's most frequented watering holes. I've been a little distracted, I replied, before taking a long sip of the piping hot beverage. Holly inclined her head. Anything I can help with? For a moment, I considered asking for her help. We'd met under strange circumstances, and she knew all about my gift. She was also convinced that the reason I was able to see and speak with ghosts had something to do with being a yet undetermined member of the supernatural world. I wasn't so sure. A few weeks ago, she'd presented me with a large, leather-bound book filled with basic potion instructions. I'd taken it without a fuss, but hadn't done more than look at the carved marks on the front cover. I think I'll be all right, I told her with a polite smile. Thanks for the coffee. Anytime. Got a late night planned? I took a long sip of the latte. Nothing too terrible, but a little pick-me-up never hurts. Holly smiled. Pretty soon you'll be so busy you'll need to hire a couple of part-timers. I hope you're right. A delivery driver is at the top of my list, I told her, thinking of my crack of dawn wake-up call. Hayward and Flapjack certainly aren't going to lend a hand anytime soon. That's the problem with ghosts. All talk, no action. Holly laughed, the sound light and musical. Cassie joined us and handed over a turquoise bakery bag embossed with a silver siren, the shop's mascot and namesake. Bless you, I said, inhaling the sugary scent wafting up from the cookies inside. Coffee in hand and bakery bag tucked under one arm, I shouldered open the door and slipped outside. I was eager to get back to the shop and look over the police notes. My only hope was that reading the detailed account would spark a plan of action, because as it was, I had nothing but a lot of big fat question marks. Lost in thought, I ended up taking the route that led me past the mouth of Lilac Street. The Lilac House sat at the beginning of the neighborhood, dwarfing the other smaller houses. I glanced across the street as I passed by and saw 3 white vans parked on the street in addition to the one Lucas used as his office. The front of the house was getting a facelift. A crew of men were on the porch, tearing into the floorboards with pry bars and hammers, while a trio of people in bright green t-shirts bearing the branding for a local landscape company were hacking through the foliage in the sloped front yard. Bushes had been torn out, and several wagons bearing fresh, still-potted plants were rolled up to the top of the driveway, waiting to be planted in the beds that one man was preparing with bags of dark potting soil. Hopefully, Gwen and her posse were keeping Rosie in check, or, at the very least, distracted. I didn't trust her promise to keep away from the house, and there was no way she'd sit back and watch the crew uproot half of the landscaping without causing a scene. Hey, Scarlett,
I jolted and sloshed a little bit of my coffee when Lucas shouted my name. He'd raised his voice to be heard over the construction sounds, only for things to go quiet half a second before. He was jogging to close the handful of yards between us, raising a hand and flashing that devastating smile. Easy, Scar. No need to get all fluttery. He's just a guy. I returned his smile. You scared me. Sorry about that, he said, gesturing at the work crew. It's a little chaotic over here, as you can see. Racing to beat the sunset. Aha. You look nice, Lucas said, with a lingering glance. I scoffed, but couldn't avoid the flash of heat that surged through me and flushed my cheeks. I took a deep drink from my travel coffee mug, but the still scorching coffee did nothing to cool me off. Lucas chuckled. Come on, take a compliment. I closed a little early and went to see Officer Keith over at the station. He gave me a few pages on the investigation of Rosie's death. Hopefully, that will give us a little insight. Worth a shot, he agreed. Were you able to find Calvin Harrison, Rosie's ex? You're in luck, he said, reaching into the front pocket of his jeans. He pulled out a business card that had something scrawled on the back in black ink and held it out to me. Production put him up in a hotel one town over. He'll be there through the week. I think he flies out Friday night. I reached out with my free hand, whip fast, and snatched the card. While I wasn't paying attention, Lucas stole the bakery bag I'd tucked under my arm that held the coffee cup. Hey, I argued, as he smirked at me and peeled open the paper bag. Chocolate chip. My favorite, how'd you know? You're impossible. He shrugged one shoulder, plucked out a cookie, and took a huge bite. Dang, he said with his mouth full. These are really good. He polished off the rest of the cookie in 2 bites. I ignored him and dropped my glance back down to the card pinched between my thumb and index finger. Someone had written 332 on the back of the card. I assumed it was the room number. He handed back the bag, leaving my second cookie untouched. I clutched it in the hand with the business card. Thanks for getting me Calvin's info. You're welcome. I stalked down the sidewalk, but paused when I reached the curb. I looked back over my shoulder and flashed him a smile. You still owe me a cookie. Chapter 10. As expected, when I got back to Lily Pond and filled Gwen in on the events of the evening, she was far more interested in talking about Jason's dinner invitation than the paperwork he'd given me. I just don't understand why you won't say yes. 2 men are chasing you all over town, and you're ignoring both of them. Most women would kill for that kind of attention, she complained, as I pored over the case notes. I glanced up at her. Can we stay on topic here? Gwen looked to Hayward, who was admiring her from the other side of the room. Has she always been like this? Allergic to love? Flapjack asked, popping into view from behind one of the larger potted ferns I'd arranged in the front window. I scoffed at him. I swear you're worse than the Cheshire Cat. And just as irritating, Hayward added under his breath. As to your question, Lady Gwen, Scarlett's not participated in any courtships, at least none that I've been privy to. I could feel Gwen's eyes on me, her next question brewing in her mind. Can we drop this, please? I'm sure you all have ample time to discuss my love life when I'm not here, all right? Gwen joined me at the counter. But Scarlett... I frowned down at the papers, refusing to meet her eyes, which were likely puppy-dog huge and full of pleading. I held up a hand. Gwen, please? She hovered for a moment, and then backed off. I breathed a quiet sigh of relief, grateful to be out from under the love microscope. Everything matches up with what Rosie told us. Her fiancé, Calvin, said she came home unexpectedly from work in the middle of the day. She wasn't feeling well. He said she was sweating and looked pale. He was at the house packing her a bag for a surprise last-minute weekend getaway. Wendy, the roommate, was helping him pack. I paused and looked up at Gwen. Rosie thought they were having an affair, right? That's what she said. Gwen nodded. Right. She was upset because she found them together at the house when she was normally gone at work. You know what doesn't make sense? I squinted at the pages, trying to play the sequence out in my mind. If Wendy and Calvin were really just looking for a place to... I glanced at Hayward, who would be mortified by the word sex. He'd ghosted his way around the world for nearly a century, but he stayed close to his well-bred roots. If they wanted to be together, why wouldn't they have been in Wendy's room? It doesn't make sense that they'd be in the master bedroom when Wendy had her own room.
Good point. Gwen cocked her head and looked at the papers I'd spread across the counter. Maybe he was telling the truth. So, Rosie's in a bad state of mind. She's sick and miserable, probably stressed. In my experience, weddings have a way of making even the most level-headed women go a little nuts.
Hear, hear,
Hayward chimed in.
When my Mary and I were betrothed, we got into quite the discussion about the color of the linens for the tables. I told her to do as she saw fit, and she went into hysterics over my apparent apathy.
Sounds about right, Gwen giggled. We want the man to care, but not to the point of forcing his own opinion.
Enough to drive a man to drink, if you ask me,
Hayward replied. I smiled at Gwen. And you wonder why I'm not racing to the altar? Gwen pursed her lips, but didn't argue. What does Wendy's statement say about the whole thing? Does she back up Calvin's version of the events? I read through it once more. Yep, pretty much the same thing as Calvin's. She was helping him pack a bag for Rosie, and Rosie came in, burst into tears, and started screaming at them. She threatened to leave and call off the wedding as she stormed from the bedroom. Calvin went after her. Wendy followed, but it was too late. She stepped into the hall just as Rosie was tumbling head over heels down the stairs. So she didn't actually see what happened? Gwen asked. After another read-through, I shook my head. I guess not. Gwen tapped a finger against her lips. Interesting. I just can't figure it out, I said to no one in particular. If they were a couple of weeks away from their wedding, they should have been happy, right? Hayward swept forward and joined us at the counter.
You said it yourself, Lady Scarlet. Weddings can make people go loopy.
Maybe. But if he was having second thoughts about the marriage, he could have called the thing off. Why go to such an extreme? Maybe he didn't mean to push her so hard, Gwen offered. They were arguing. Maybe he reached for her and she twisted away and lost her balance. That couldn't be considered a murder, could it? I shook my head. I don't know. Maybe that would be manslaughter?
But the police didn't pursue it,
Hayward asked. No. It's just like Officer Keith said. They spoke with Wendy and Calvin, and it looks like they also spoke with Rosie's mother at the hospital. That was it. Case closed. I wonder why Rosie is so convinced it was intentional, Gwen said. Could her memory be skewed? I shrugged. I've met ghosts who couldn't even remember how they died. Maybe her memories of the whole incident are slightly fuzzy. She put together the pieces that she remembered and came up with her version of the events. From the sounds of it, she's lived in isolation for over 2 decades. That's a long time to spend stewing. If she's been reliving it over and over again, she might not even know what the truth is anymore. I gathered the pages together and slipped a paperclip over the top corner. Either way, I think it's time to hear what Calvin has to say after all this time. How are you going to find him? Gwen asked. He's in town, because they had him on the TV show. Lucas just gave me his hotel information. I glanced up and caught Gwen and Hayward exchange a dark look. What? I asked them.
Lady Scarlet, do you think it's wise to go poking around? What if this man is dangerous?
I have to, Hayward. It's the only way to keep Rosie under control. Besides that, I think she deserves to know the truth. Whatever it ends up being. It might be the key to her finding peace and moving on. Hayward wrung his hands and looked to Gwen. She gave me a cautious smile. We just don't want you to get in over your head, honey. I sighed. I know, and I appreciate that, believe me. It's been a while since I've had people who worried about me. Gwen frowned. What do you mean, Scarlet? Surely your parents worry about you? An ironic laugh slipped from my lips, only to the extent of how much money I'll need to fund my next excursion. I sighed heavily, immediately regretting the harsh words. Never mind, forget I said that. I turned away and went to my small office, where I tucked the police report into the top drawer, and then closed the door. The following morning, my first customer of the day was a giant, cellophane-wrapped bouquet of cookies. Well, technically Lucas was carrying it, but he was entirely obscured behind the enormous basket. Think this makes us even? He teased, setting it down on the counter. I tried not to gawk at the display. 24 cookies, each attached to a white stick with some kind of hard frosting and decorated in a myriad of colors, were arranged to look like flowers. I had no idea where he'd gotten the idea, let alone the actual basket. For all I knew, he'd swiped it from the craft services table on the set. You're insane, I told him, shaking my head.
Gwen, who'd arrived bright and early as I'd been making my first cup of coffee, swooped in closer to peek over my shoulder. Hayward came nearer too, giving me a case of ghost-induced claustrophobia.
This chap certainly has a creative streak. I'll give him that.
It's so romantic, Gwen swooned. I snapped a glower in their direction. Will you two knock it off? Lucas stepped back and looked around. Who's here? I sighed and shifted my gaze back to him, ignoring Gwen and Hayward as they continued to discuss the silly gift. Gwen and Hayward. Lucas smiled at the space past my shoulder. Tell me about them. Gwen is a local ghost. She died in the 70s. Tragic stage diving incident at an outdoor music festival. Lucas winced. Ouch. Aw, he's so sweet, too, Gwen said with a tilt of her chin. Her delicate face showed none of the effects of the accident, but I had to imagine it had been a royal mess at the time of her death. As for Hayward, he's more properly known as Hayward Kensington III. He passed away after attending a performance at the Vienna Opera House. We met when I was living in the UK for a few months, during a study abroad program. I took the London Underground Ghost Tour and met him. He'd always wanted to see the States and decided I would make a fun tour guide. He's been tagging along with me ever since. Hayward tipped the brim of his top hat.
Pleasure to meet you, good sir.
They're both happy to meet you, I translated with a slight roll of my eyes. Lucas pocketed his hands. Man, this stuff is crazy. That drew a laugh from me. Tell me about it. I eyed the cookies trapped under the cellophane barrier, and my stomach rumbled. I hadn't had breakfast yet, and while I knew I needed something with a little more substance and a lot less white flour and sugar, I couldn't help but want to stuff one of the frosted beauties into my mouth. Did the police reports get you anywhere? I'm not sure yet. I recapped the basics, and Lucas looked as disappointed as I felt. You mind if I take a look at them? He asked when I finished. Not at all. Maybe you'll see something I missed. I went to my office and retrieved them from the desk drawer. On my way back to the front, I snagged a pair of scissors and used them to attack the cellophane wrapping after passing off the paperwork. How's filming? I asked, glancing up at him. No more disasters, I hope? Lucas shook his head, his eyes glued to the papers in his hands. Nothing weird, at least. Sheila had a meltdown because the stylist packed the wrong jewelry for the outfit she was wearing, but that's pretty typical. I snorted and peeled back the edge of the cellophane where I'd cut a square hole. My fingers wiggled as I decided which cookie to start with. A real diva, huh? I selected a dark chocolate cookie that had been frosted to look like a tulip. Lucas smiled at me but didn't comment as I took a bite from the cookie. She can be a bit of a handful. The worst was when she flat out refused to be seen on camera after she and Stuart got back from a 10-day cruise and came back a little heavier than when she'd left. She caught sight of herself on the playback and lost her mind. She barricaded herself in her trailer and refused to come out until the producers promised they'd shut down filming until she could complete a juice cleanse. I laughed. Wow, sounds like a party. Lucas shrugged. It's entertaining, if nothing else. Mostly I stay because I get to travel to different places, and I get 3 months off every year to do whatever the heck I want. Not many people have jobs like that, so I try not to complain too much. Yes, you're very humble, I teased. After another moment, he set the pages down on the counter and reached for a cookie. Well, you're right. There's not a lot in there. Is it possible she's wrong? That it was just an accident? I shrugged. I don't really know. He took a bite of his chocolate chip cookie and slowly began wandering the perimeter of the shop. He looked out of place among the bright displays and kitschy gift items that were scattered throughout the store. While a significant portion of my customers were men, the retail space had been designed for women shoppers. Cute cards featuring chubby kittens, glittery butterflies, and a line of funny cards intended for girlfriends to give to one another, usually featuring a hunky man and a bottle of wine. He paused to peruse a selection of ceramic teapots that I'd turned into decorative planters. I forced myself to stop watching him and spun the papers to face me. I'd read the words 3 times through, but looking at them with fresh eyes, a new detail jumped out at me. I sucked in a quick breath and choked on some lingering cookie crumbs. Lucas whipped around. Are you all right? I sputtered and coughed, but nodded my head. Fine, I croaked. After a few sips of cold coffee, I was able to breathe again.
I just realized something. What is it? He said, coming back to join me at the counter. I pointed at the paper. This address on Marigold. I think I was there last night. You think? I quickly told him about the late-night frolic through the quiet neighborhood. Lucas marveled at me for a moment, his expression a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Scarlett, you are by far the most interesting person I've ever met. I'm halfway tempted to stay in Beechwood Harbor just to see what you get yourself into next. Hayward snorted from across the room. I shot him a quick scowl, and he sobered. Returning my attention to the papers, I started putting pieces together. Rosie's mother lived on Marigold, at least at the time of Rosie's death. What do you want to bet she still lives there? That has to be what Rosie was up to last night, going to check on her mother. But why? Wouldn't you want to see your loved ones? If you were a ghost, I mean. Lucas considered it and then nodded. I suppose so. Maybe I should talk to her, see if there's anything else she can tell us. What about Calvin? Did you get a chance to talk to him? I swallowed the last bite of cookie and then brushed my fingertips off on my apron. Not yet. I thought I'd go after I close up. I'll go with you, Lucas said, returning to the counter. I've got one of my guys watching the house tonight. We can go see Calvin and then grab dinner together on the way back into town. There's a pub I've been wanting to try out if you're game. Gwen cooed from across the room, and I shot some daggers her way. Excitement gleamed in her eyes as she started to bounce beside Hayward. Go on, Scarlett. Live a little. On one condition, I said to Lucas. Okay. You tell my friend, Gwen, that this isn't a date. I shot a told-you-so glance across the room. Lucas craned around and then returned his gaze to mine, flashing a wide smile. I can't do that. My stomach lurched, and Gwen squealed. Chapter 11. Lucas arrived right at closing, and we headed out of town. We were 3 miles away from the shop when Lucas glanced over at me and asked, Does it ever drive you crazy? Seeing ghosts everywhere, I mean? I shrugged. Yes and no. At least it's never quiet, huh? There's never a dull moment, that's for sure. I laughed. The never-ending chatter can get annoying, but I'm pretty good at tuning it out when I need to. I drew in a long breath and let my head drop back against the headrest. I've seen ghosts for the majority of my life, so I guess, at least in some ways, I don't really know what it would be like without them. I grew up with 2 younger brothers, he started. It used to drive me nuts when they'd follow me around everywhere I went, or pounce on me as soon as I got home from going anywhere without them. Then I joined the military, and as soon as I was away from that constant pecking, I found myself missing it. He gave a wistful smile at the road ahead. Eventually, I settled into the lifestyle. I bonded with my brothers in arms, but there was always a little piece of me that missed home. That makes sense, I nodded. I think I'd miss them if they were truly gone, but there are definitely nights when I kick them all out. Lucas laughed. I'll bet. Sometimes it drives me crazy, but I've never wished for my power, or whatever you want to call it, to go away. I bit my lip before I delved too deeply into the nature of this supernatural world. There were still things I wasn't allowed to discuss. When it came to the spirit world, people were more willing to listen. The existence of witches, shifters, and were-beings was a whole other kettle of fish. Have you ever had someone come back, like a grandparent or friend who passed on? An unexpected rush of tears surged to my eyes, and for a moment my vision wavered. I shook my head. Lucas must have picked up on the change of energy and didn't press further. Instead, he hurried to change the subject. Why not make a business out of it? Out of being a ghost whisperer? I wrinkled my nose at the very idea. Sure. It seems like the kind of thing people would throw piles of money at. The chance to speak with their lost loved ones? I released a slow exhale and then shook my head. I don't think charging people money for something like that would sit well with me. I like helping people because it's the right thing to do, not for a paycheck. We stopped at a traffic light, and he shrugged. Isn't that what most people's jobs boil down to, though? I mean, doctors, firemen, even the bag boys at the grocery store are all just doing their jobs, right? Maybe so. I frowned down at my hands and picked at my fingernails. I don't really have time, though. I'm swamped enough as it is,
And I try to confine ghosts to once-a-week meetings, and as you can see, that strategy rarely works for too long. One thing leads to another, and all of a sudden I'm working on ghost problems around the clock. People have tried to pay me in the past. One time after helping a family, I woke up and found that someone had stuffed an envelope with money and pushed it through the mail flap of my rented flat. I tried to return it, but they insisted I keep it. Lucas nodded and turned onto a side road that led to the highway out of town. If I could, I'd find my grandpa. He passed away when I was 12 years old, and I've often wished for another chance to see him, talk to him, ask for his advice. I gave him a sad smile. That's sweet. Silence fell between us as we traveled up the highway, and within 10 minutes we were parked outside the 4-story beachfront hotel listed on the business card that was still tucked in my front pocket. He killed the engine and glanced up at the hotel. Well, it's now or never. My heart was thumping so hard I could hear the blood rushing in my ears when we reached the door marked with the silver numbers 332. Even with Lucas at my side as an extra confidence booster, I couldn't be sure Calvin would let us into his room. And even if he did, I hadn't fully come up with a plan to get the information I was after. I shoved my hair back away from my face, and my cheeks puffed out as I released a heavy sigh. "Hello, Mr. Harrison," I muttered under my breath, forcing a smile. "I'm here to tell you—" I shook my head. "No. I'd like to talk to you about—" No, now I sound like a vacuum salesperson. Lucas chuckled as he lifted his fist to knock on the door. "Just relax." A full minute ticked by, and my heart sank. Maybe he's out getting something to eat? Maybe. I turned to look down the hall, as though expecting the man to materialize with a takeout bag. Instead, the security lock clicked on the other side of the door, and it swung open a few inches. An anxious face peered out at us through the slit. Lucas extended a hand. "Hi, Mr. Harrison. I'm Lucas Green. We met when you were first brought to the set." Calvin cautiously reached out and shook Lucas's hand. "I remember." "Sir, I do apologize for the intrusion," Lucas continued. He gestured to me. "This is Scarlett Sanderson. She's a consultant with the show and has a few questions about the property." Calvin looked over my head, out into the hallway. "No cameras," Lucas interjected, reading the man's confused expression. "Can we come in? We'll explain everything in more detail." I hid a smile. Ghost talk was best spoken behind closed doors. Calvin's face creased, but he stepped back, tugged the door open wider, and ushered us inside with a wave of his hand. Lucas glanced down at me with a tentative smile. It was progress, at least. "I'm not sure what else I can tell you, Miss Sanderson," Calvin started once he'd shut the door. "I didn't even want to come here, but the studio said that in order for them to buy the property, they would need a commitment from me to appear on camera and tell the story of the place." "I just have a few questions," I assured him. Calvin moved deeper into the room and gestured at the minibar. "Take anything you like, it's all picked up by the studio." "Thank you," Lucas said. He went to the fridge and pulled out a water bottle. He offered one to me, but I shook my head. "Mr. Harrison," I started, following him into the sitting area. The room's decor suggested it hadn't been updated for close to 20 years. The long couch and 2 upholstered chairs were in fine condition, but the fabrics were outdated and slightly faded at the edges. The TV had been upgraded at some point, and the sleek flat screen was at odds with the dated furniture. Calvin sat on the couch right in the middle, so I moved to take one of the 2 chairs opposite him. "I know this must all be very difficult for you. Obviously, Beechwood Harbor doesn't conjure the best memories from your past." Lucas cracked the top on the water bottle, interrupting my opening statement. I shot him a brief scowl. He shrugged, and then crossed the room to take the chair beside mine. He crossed his legs, one ankle to the other knee, and leaned back in the chair. He looked like he was ready to watch a football game. For whatever reason, his ease irritated me. I flexed my jaw, and then continued addressing Calvin. "What made you decide to finally sell the property?" He glanced down at the backs of his hands, and I noted a subtle tan line on his ring finger. Either he'd simply forgotten to wear his ring today, or maybe it was something else. Was he divorced? Widowed? I hadn't thought to ask Lucas for any additional details about him. When he looked back up at me, his eyes were glossy.
I'm sure you know that I originally purchased the home with my then fiancée, Rosie. She tragically passed away before we ever got a chance to share the home together. After she passed, I tried staying there. See, I'd already given notice at the rental I lived in leading up to the wedding. Or what would have been the wedding.
A flicker of something crossed his face, and for a moment his eyes drifted. Whatever it was, he shook it off and continued speaking.
Things didn't work out.
Did anything weird happen during your time there? I asked. Calvin's brow knitted together.
Weird?
Strange noises? Things going haywire?
No.
Calvin's eyes dropped quickly to his hands and then back up again. He gave a terse shake of his head. My eyes narrowed. Was he lying? Why? A quick glance at Lucas out of the corner of my eye told me he'd picked up on it too. Sometimes I feared that I spent too much time with the dead and would eventually lose my grasp on the ways of the living. Apparently my reading skills hadn't completely left me yet. Calvin continued.
It just never felt right. I moved into another rental property after a few months and started renting out the rooms of the house to a series of college kids.
I sat back, trying to appear as casual as possible. So what made you stop renting it out? Seems like a house like that would be quite the moneymaker. What, 400 or 500 a head? I've seen the inside. There are several bedrooms. Why not hold on to it? Lucas took a deep drink from his water bottle. Calvin shifted in his seat.
I suppose I didn't want to deal with the upkeep anymore.
You suppose? I repeated, allowing a hint of skepticism to creep into my tone. Calvin glowered at me.
What is it you want? Ms. Sanderson, is it? What's your interest in this?
I drew in a silent breath. I'm sure you're aware of the rumors that have followed the house. I'm fairly new in town, but when I was preparing to move, I worked with a real estate agent here in Beechwood Harbor. Naturally, the Lilac property popped up on my online search. It was just out of my budget, but from reading the listing, I was shocked it wasn't 3 or 4 times the asking price. It's a nice big house, nice corner lot, historic charm and details. Sure, it needed some TLC, but surely someone would have snapped it up at that price. I couldn't figure it out. When I asked my agent about it, she told me that the house was haunted. Calvin, to his credit, managed something of a surprised expression, as though the rumor was news to him. After a beat, he puffed out a titter of laughter.
That's ridiculous. There's no such thing as ghosts.
So you don't put any stock into those rumors?
Of course not.
If my BS radar had tingled earlier in the conversation, it was full-on ringing now. Calvin was covering something up. I just had no idea what it was, or how to find it out.
The house was competitively priced, mostly because I wanted to get rid of the damned thing.
Calvin, cheeks red and puffed out, looked ready to jump up from his seat at any moment. I needed to tread carefully if I had any hope of getting the truth out of him. I gave an understanding nod. That makes sense. He leveled me with a harsh glare.
I don't even live here anymore. I moved away from this dumpy little town 15 years ago. At first, yes, I was renting the house out. When I moved out of state, I turned it over to a property management company so I could be hands-off. I wasn't in a position to run over and fix leaks or screen potential new tenants.
Calvin paused and raked a hand through what was left of his thinning hair. Sweat beaded along his hairline.
And yes, all right, fine. There were some rumors. Really off-the-wall stuff. The property management company would call me every few months and tell me that another complaint had been filed.
What kind of complaints? I asked. He sighed and dropped his hand back to his lap.
At first, it was issues with the plumbing, leaks and clogs. They would send out a repairman, but no one could find the source of the issue. Then there was creaking and reports of weird noises. They chalked it up to the fact that at that point it was nearly a century old. My wife... He stopped himself, and his jaw went tight. My ex-wife wanted me to sell it. She had some paranoid fantasy that I was keeping it because of Rosie. She wouldn't let it go.
Yikes. Lucas and I exchanged a glance.
Calvin scrubbed a hand over his clean-shaven jawline. When the property management company told me they were having trouble keeping tenants in the house longer than a few months, I finally caved. I took it off the rental market and started looking into contractors to fix it up and sell it. That's how the show found me, I guess. I was looking for someone to come in and renovate it, as there'd been no bites selling it as is, between the condition of the place and those absurd rumors floating around. Anyway, the studio contacted my agent, who forwarded the request to me. Like I said, I wasn't crazy about having to appear on camera and tell some story about the home and its history. But for the price they offered, I'd have been a fool to turn it down. His mouth curled into a smile. Besides that, my divorce was already final, so that harpy didn't get any of it.
Silver linings, I quipped. Lucas stifled a laugh. I frowned at him, and then shifted my attention back to Calvin. Listen, I don't know how closely you've followed the filming, but there have been some strange things happening at the house even in the last week since it started. Calvin gave a begrudging nod.
I overheard something when I was on the set.
But you're sure things like that never happened when you were living there?
I already told you. No, they didn't.
Calvin narrowed his eyes.
I don't appreciate feeling like I'm being baited. You have one more chance to tell me what it is you want, or I'm going to ask you to leave.
I glanced at Lucas. He capped his water bottle.
Mr. Harrison, we're not here to ruffle your feathers. It sure seems that way,
Calvin fired back. I held up a hand before Lucas could respond. All right. I'm gonna shoot straight with you, Calvin. When Rosie died, it seems that her spirit was attached to the house. This isn't a case of old pipes and floorboards. There is a living and, well, not breathing, but still very conscious spirit living in the house. Calvin's eyes went wide, as did Lucas's. He clearly hadn't anticipated my cliff dive. What can I say? I'm not a very good liar. I found through trial and error that the truth is a better bet. Best case scenario, they believe me. Worst case? Well, it can certainly get ugly, but I haven't ended up in a rubber-walled room just yet, so I figure I'm still doing all right. Calvin's eyes darted to Lucas.
Is she serious?
Lucas nodded. Uh-huh. I rolled my eyes. I'm still sitting here. Calvin scowled at me.
Listen, lady, I have no idea what kind of Kool-Aid you've been drinking, but I'm not interested in having a glass for myself, all right? Now, if you'll please leave, I have work emails to tend to.
Calvin rose and started for the door, but I remained planted in my chair a moment longer. Do you ever talk to Wendy anymore? Calvin stopped cold and pivoted on the heel of his polished loafer.
Wendy?
Rosie said she was with you that day? I said, my voice quiet. It was a Hail Mary, but worth a shot. Calvin sputtered for a moment.
Get out.
Chapter 12. Lucas jumped up and reached for my arm.
Come on, Scarlett, it's time to go.
Hey! I tried to yank my arm back, but Lucas easily held his grip.
Apologies, Mr. Harrison,
he said with a curt edge to his voice. Calvin didn't reply. He followed as Lucas escorted me from the hotel room and slammed the door as soon as we were clear of it. I whipped around to face Lucas the moment he released my arm. What the heck was that? I seethed. His eyes were stone cold.
Are you trying to get me fired? I thought the whole reason I enlisted your help in the first place was to keep me from getting canned.
I crossed my arms. Well, this might come as an unpleasant surprise, but I'm not here to help you. I'm here because of Rosie. Lucas scoffed.
Right, the ghosts.
My jaw dropped. What? You don't believe me anymore? He dragged a hand over his short-cropped hair.
I don't know anymore. This whole thing is so
crazy, I hissed. Okay, so he'd hit a trigger. Lucas mirrored my closed-off posture by throwing his arms over his own chest.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, I think this whole ghost thing has gotten way out of control.
You saw it firsthand, I screeched. Or do you think I hooked those flower pots to fishing wire and did the whole performance myself? That shut him up. Ghosts are real, Lucas. Whether you find it overwhelming or inconvenient or whatever, it doesn't really matter. Believe me or don't. Either way, I stopped short and rocked back on my heels as an elderly couple rounded the corner. They were headed our way and wore matching expressions that told me our argument had carried down the corridor. They gave us tight-lipped smiles, but mainly tried to avoid eye contact as they hurried to their room. When the door was closed and the hallway quiet, I drew in a deep breath. Okay, this is getting out of hand. Bottom line, I was trying to help. How else was I supposed to find out what happened that night? I couldn't think of a better segue. I don't know, but Scarlett, you hit him over the head with a lead balloon bringing up the ghost stuff. Jeez. I mean, you've got to read the room. He sighed and dropped his arms. He stared at me for another long moment, then pivoted and headed for the elevator bank. Apparently, the conversation was over. I watched him for a moment, silently hurling curses at his back, before rushing forward to catch up to him. You know, I didn't ask for this, I hissed once the elevator doors slid closed. I'm trying to do my best, but it's not like I ever dreamed of going full-blown Nancy Drew all over town. Lucas's jaw tightened. I'm not asking you to play detective, Scarlett. Aren't you? I hurled back at him, crossing my arms. You're criticizing my interrogation skills and... Interview skills, he corrected. Whatever! I threw my hands up. I'm only here because I want to help Rosie and keep her from making a horrible choice that she'll regret. I can appreciate that, he replied, his tone clipped. But in order to reach that objective, you have to tread lightly. You can't go around throwing out accusations and spouting off stuff about ghosts. He paused and scrubbed a hand over the back of his neck. I believe you, okay? But most people will think you're on something and you'll lose all credibility. The elevator reached the lobby floor. The door slid open, and the quiet whoosh silenced our argument. Lucas ushered me forward, and I scurried off the elevator. I kept my pace a few steps ahead of his, opening the front door of the hotel for myself, and made my way across the parking lot. Neither of us said anything until we were back in the cab of the truck. All right, we need to reset, Lucas said, his tone cranky. He started the truck, letting it idle in place as he cranked the heat up. You're right, I said quietly, keeping my gaze trained on my folded hands. I'm completely out of my league here. At this point, I'm not sure if I'm going to do more harm or good. Well, considering that you're the only one who can talk to Rosie, I'd say you're pretty valuable. Lucas sighed. Scarlett, I need your help on this, all right? The quiet vulnerability in his voice startled me. I glanced over at him, and our eyes met. My stomach swirled, and I silently cursed myself. It was all Lucas's fault. Him and those blue eyes and dimpled smile. He was all kinds of trouble. I should be in my shop, listening to music loud enough to drown out the sound of Hayward and Flapjack bickering, and working on drawing up some new designs for the front window display. With a quiet sigh, I accepted that, like it or not, I was waist-deep in the quicksand, and there was only one way out. I pushed everything to the back of my mind. What's our next move? Lucas swiveled his gaze back out the front windshield and stared, unblinking, at the row of neatly trimmed hedges that lined the perimeter of the parking lot. You said there were 2 people there when Rosie died. I nodded. Wendy Harmon. She was Rosie's roommate and friend. Best friend, I think is what she said. She was her maid of honor, at least. Do we know where she lives now? I don't think the names come up for the show. Normally they have me pull some background information on anyone appearing in the episode. I don't know what happened to her. I'd have to ask Rosie. If she doesn't know, then... I trailed off, unsure of what the next step would be in that case. I can do some digging. I have access to several different databases and can usually pull together a pretty solid profile on someone in 24 hours. Impressive. I fought back a wry smile. The Ghost Whisperer and the Super Spy. We just need that voiceover guy and we can make one hell of a movie trailer. Lucas smiled, and the tension between us diffused slightly. I think that might be giving me a little too much credit. I mean, sure, I could take on Bond in the gym any day of the week, but I'm not taking down cartels and mobsters on the weekends. More of a 9-to-5er, huh? Lucas's chuckle gave way to a full-bodied laugh, and I relaxed as the warm sound flowed over me. I laughed with him, and the rest of the pressure and irritation vanished. There is one other lead I want to track down, I told him as he backed out of the parking space. He gave me a sly grin.
You sure you're not detective material? You've got the lingo down, Pat.
I'm sure, I laughed. I barely managed to figure out who the killer is before the end of a CSI episode.
Do you want to go talk to Rosie's mother? It's not too late.
The clock on the dashboard glowed 6:43. Lucas's truck was on the older side, but the inside was tidy and smelled fresh, probably thanks to the cardboard tree dangling from the radio dial. For a brief moment, I wondered why he didn't hang it from the rear view like everyone else, but didn't care enough to ask. No, I decided. I need to talk to Rosie first. I'm not sure how she would react if I showed up at her mother's house.
What if it's not her mother that lives there anymore? What if she's upset with whoever lives there? She's obviously got a territorial streak. She can't blow things up at the Lilac House, but the deal you made doesn't include any other houses in town.
I considered his theory. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to drive by and check it out. Lucas steered us toward the highway that would lead us back to Beechwood Harbor. We remained silent for a few miles, each working through our own mental recap of the conversation. Lucas's face twisted up as we got closer, but I didn't interrupt him to ask what he was thinking. As I studied his profile, I realized how grateful I was to have him here with me. If not for him, I wasn't sure I'd have been able to get Calvin to talk to me in the first place. And it was nice to have someone by my side to sort out the nuances of the conversation. I hadn't asked to get thrown into the middle of a cold case investigation, but if I had to figure it out, it was nice to have a partner. We took the exit, and Lucas finally voiced the thoughts that had been winding through his mind. Without taking his eyes off the road, he asked,
"You think he did it?"
"Calvin?" I chewed at my lip for a moment, and then shook my head. I really don't know. He didn't give me the warm and fuzzies, but that doesn't mean much.
Did Rosie say anything about problems in their relationship? Was there a history of abuse? I'd imagine for it to escalate to such a degree, there would have been some kind of lead-up.
She didn't say anything. All she said was that they were 2 weeks away from their wedding, and then she walked in on him and Wendy and put 2 and 2 together. But I don't know if her theory holds up.
Why not?
Gwen and I were talking about it, and...
Gwen?
Hippie ghost?
Ah, right.
If Calvin and Wendy were having an affair, why would they have been in Rosie's bedroom? Wendy had her own room. In addition to that, Calvin was making quite a good amount of money at the time, so it's not like he couldn't have met Wendy somewhere a little more discreet, a hotel or something.
You wouldn't believe how stupid people get when carrying on affairs, Lucas replied.
Personal experience? I quipped, only to regret it when his jaw tightened. I cringed. Sorry. That was supposed to be funny.
Not me, Lucas said. My parents. It's a long, messy story.
I'm sorry. Lucas hitched a shoulder, but fell short of pulling off the casual, detached gesture. Silence engulfed us again, and my gaze drifted out the passenger window.
You seemed sad to me.
Lucas finally chimed in. I looked over at him. Calvin? He nodded.
I guess that could be regret, guilt even, but I don't know if I'd peg him as a killer.
It could have been an accident, I pointed out, grateful to be back on even footing.
They were arguing. Maybe he reached for her and she twisted away and fell.
He couldn't come forward with it at the time, and now it's just been too long. He wants to put the whole thing behind him and is resentful that this show is dragging up the memories.
But why did he keep the house for so long after she died? He even said his wife begged him to get rid of it. Wouldn't he have sold it the minute he could? Why hang on to it and keep that connection alive for so many years?
I shook my head. I don't know. The more I thought about it, the less sense it all made. We passed the carved sign that welcomed us back to Beechwood Harbor. The woodwork had been done by a local craftsman who had a tiny shop in the heart of town. The shop was stuffed to the gills with handmade furniture and gift items.
Which street did you say it was?
Lucas asked. Marigold. He didn't ask for further directions, but within minutes turned onto the right street. Apparently, in addition to being heart-stopper handsome and too smart for his own good, he also had some kind of internal GPS navigation. I was about to throw out a smarty-pants remark about it when I spotted movement out of the corner of the windshield. Dread rose up inside me, surging like a geyser. Wait! I pointed ahead, forgetting that Lucas couldn't see what I did. There's Rosie! I flew out of the truck the same second Lucas threw it into park. He called after me, but I tore off.
not willing to miss the chance to speak to her. Not to mention there was a part of me that didn't fully trust the deal she'd made with me not to terrorize anyone. Her silver silhouette passed under a streetlight. If she heard me thundering after her, she was unconcerned, not even bothering to glance over her shoulder. "Rosie!" I hissed, not wanting to draw the attention of the neighbors. Thankfully, it was still early spring and the sun had already set. Most of the houses had at least one light on, or the blue glow from a large TV screen shone as the residents gathered for a movie or to review the news of the day. Rosie stopped in front of the house from the night before and stared up at it. She didn't look my way, but started speaking. "This is my mother's house. All these years I never came here." I stared at her hazy profile, stunned into silence. 24 years, spent only a few streets away, and she never came to see her mother? What had kept her away all that time? Normally, it was my policy that I didn't try to imagine my life as a ghost. It was too morbid. But in that moment, standing beside Rosie as she watched her mother's house, I couldn't help but wonder what it must be like to exist, albeit in a limited capacity, but to no longer exist to the ones you loved the most in life. To watch them go on with their lives, knowing you couldn't participate. It must be horrible. Rosie's face didn't give away any emotion. After a moment, she quietly added, "I didn't want to see her in pain." "I'm sorry, Rosie," I said. Footsteps sounded behind me, and I twisted to glance over my shoulder. Lucas was approaching slowly, his eyes scanning the sidewalk. His gaze met mine, and I inclined my head in Rosie's direction. He gave a nod of understanding and stopped walking. "Do you know who else lives here now?" Rosie asked me. I shook my head. "Wendy." My eyebrows shot up my forehead. "Wendy? Are you—" I stopped myself, realizing the question was insulting. Rosie slid her eyes to mine, a look of disapproval on her face. "Of course I'm sure. Why do you think I was here before?" "I didn't know, Rosie." I slid my hands deep into the pockets on my coat. The temperature was rapidly dropping now that the sun was gone, and I rose up on my toes a few times to get the blood circulating through again. "How did you find out?" "I followed her." "From where?" "Home." What had Wendy been doing at the Lilac property? Lucas said that she wasn't slotted as a guest on the Carters' show. "When was this, yesterday?" Rosie didn't answer me. "She stole my fiancé, right under my nose, and now she has the audacity to move in here with my mother. What next? Will she steal the house when my mother is gone?" Rosie seethed, her eyes narrowed up at the house. "Not as long as I'm still here." I had no proof, but my gut told me that her energy was already splintered. I couldn't prove it, but if I had to guess, I would have said that either she'd been somewhat manic in life or the effects of the manifesting were catching up to her. If it was the latter, it could spell disaster for all of us. "Rosie," I started, keeping my voice soft and calm. "We don't know any of that. I don't think she was ever with Calvin." "Don't speak his name to me," she snapped. Just like that, her pendulum swung the other way, from soft-spoken, almost sedated, to hateful. I took a half step back and held up my hands. "Scarlet," Lucas said, coming closer. Rosie swirled around to face me, her expression twisted tight again. "I told you that I'd leave those TV people alone. I didn't say anything about Wendy." I lunged for her, reaching for her wrist, only for my fingers to pass right through her. A cold rush swallowed me whole, and I gasped. It was like a full-body brain freeze. An unexpected second wave hit me just as I started to recover, and the blast sent me reeling. Then my legs started moving, marching me forward. I tried to stop, only to realize a heartbeat too late what had happened. Rosie had taken control of my body. Chapter 13. "Rosie, stop this right now." The words tore from me, each one taking a considerable amount of energy and concentration. "Scarlet, what's happening?" Lucas said, immediately at my side. Rosie was marching me up to the front door of the house. She had control of my body, but it seemed that, at least for the time being,
I retained a sliver of control over my brain. I tried to speak, to cry out to Lucas, but Rosie cinched her control on me like a leash tightening around my neck. My thoughts scrambled as panic took hold. I tried to speak, but the words came out as sputters and nonsense. Alarm bells clanged, snuffing out the last embers of rational thought. I drew in a shuddering breath. It was so cold. My limbs were stiff and tingling. "She's manifesting," I bit out, my teeth starting to chatter. "Rosie, please." "Shut up!" Her voice roared inside my head. I winced and continued to struggle in silence. "What can I do?" Lucas asked. He managed to keep his voice calm and commanding, even though he was probably witnessing one of the strangest spectacles he'd ever seen. "Scarlet, tell me what to do." Rosie propelled me forward again. It was slow. My will battled against hers, making her fight hard for every inch. If I had no idea what was happening to me, I likely would have been more pliable. There was no telling how much control she would have. My eyes flew to Lucas, and my heart rate skyrocketed. If Rosie realized that he would be easier to maneuver, there was a good chance she'd jump from me to him. I couldn't let that happen. I looked back up at Rosie's mother's house. It was still several yards away. Think, Scarlet, think. What did she want me to do? Was she going to use my body to attack Wendy? I shuddered at the mental image of me standing before a judge, pleading not guilty due to a hostile ghost takeover. Yeah, that'd totally work. Panic welled up higher. Each breath took conscious thought. Maybe she just wanted me to talk to Wendy. Closing my eyes, I tried to tap into Rosie's energy. I forced myself to push past the cold, numb feeling, then dug deeper. My eyes flew open again, jolted by the rage I brushed up against. No, Rosie wasn't planning on using my body just to sit down and have a cup of tea with the woman. She was past the point of wanting answers. She wanted revenge. Lucas moved into my path. He planted his boot-clad feet wide on the small walkway and folded his well-defined arms over his broad chest, forming an impressive wall between me and the 3 concrete steps that rose above the sidewalk and would set me on the path to the home's front door. "Stop!" he barked. His harsh tone matched the stony expression on his face. "Rosie, stop this right now." I blinked, surprised. He couldn't see Rosie, couldn't hear her even if she replied, but he spoke to her as though she were standing right in front of him, which, to a point, she was. "Who is this?" Rosie demanded, her voice echoing through my head. "Get him out of the way, or I'll use you to hurt him." An idea sparked. I looked up at Lucas, silently pleading with him to understand. "I'm not letting you get one step closer," he continued. "Oh, yeah?" Rosie cackled. "We'll see about that. You should tell your boyfriend he doesn't know what he's dealing with, Scarlet. He's out of his depth. Those muscles aren't going to help him against me." I closed my eyes and hoped she was wrong. Surrendering to her control, I took 2 steps closer. Lucas swept into action. He hauled me up off the sidewalk, threw me effortlessly over one of his shoulders, and charged down the sidewalk. A flare of heat surged through me, driving out the creepy cold. Anger flooded my veins, filling the hollow spaces that Rosie's control had created. "Put me down!" The demand came out in my voice, but the words were all Rosie's. She screamed, and I retreated deeper within myself. My arms flailed, and my hands balled into tight fists, slamming repeatedly into Lucas's back. He didn't flinch or curse. He hurried down the sidewalk, barely seeming to notice my frantic attempts to get free. Rosie raged, screaming inside my head. Then, she was gone. My body went limp, like a wet rag that had been completely wrung out. "Scarlet," Lucas said. He paused and carefully set me down. He kept his hands on my arms to steady me. "Scarlet, is it you?" I groaned, too tired to speak. It was a struggle to keep my eyes open. The sheer exhaustion was overwhelming me, dragging me under. I watched Lucas, waiting for a sign that Rosie had left me only to jump into him, but he seemed unaffected. After a moment, he wrapped an arm around my waist and helped me to the truck. He boosted me into the passenger seat and then leaned in, re-examining me, his eyes brimming with concern. Scarlett, say something. Tell me you're okay.
I managed a small nod. His tense expression relaxed.
Is she gone?
I don't know. I tried to lift my head, but my muscles refused to respond. I think so. I couldn't feel Rosie's wrathful presence anymore, but that didn't mean she wasn't lurking nearby, waiting for a second chance. I shuddered. I couldn't imagine her taking hold of me a second time. There was no way I'd have even an ounce of energy to fight back. Was that what she was counting on? I bolted upright and scanned back and forth around the truck, looking for her. We need to go. Lucas nodded.
Can you get your buckle?
Yeah. Satisfied, he closed the door and raced around to the driver's side. By the time he jumped in and got the engine going, I'd managed to get my safety belt latched. He looked over at me, and I gave a tiny nod. Go, go, go. The truck peeled away from the curb. There was no sign of Rosie. Was it possible the manifesting had left her weak as well? One could only hope. He pointed the truck toward my place, and when we turned onto the main road through town, glanced over at me. Worry lines were etched around his mouth.
I know you don't want to resort to extreme methods, but Scarlett, this is getting out of control.
I know. I gave a weak nod. Rosie is the most unstable ghost I've ever met.
What do you think would happen if...
He let his words trail off, but my mind instantly filled in the rest of his question. If Rosie's hold on me hadn't been broken. She was so angry, I said quietly. I've never felt white-hot rage like that before. Lucas glanced at me, his expression troubled. I think she wanted me to hurt Wendy. She told me that Wendy had moved in with her mother. She's convinced that she was a backstabbing friend and now feels helpless as Wendy cozies up to her mother.
I wouldn't say helpless,
Lucas scoffed. I shrugged, not willing to debate the semantics with him. Even after what she'd done, I couldn't fully give up on her or dismiss her so easily. Lucas, on the other hand, had no qualms about it.
What are the options for getting rid of her?
He asked, when I didn't respond. The finality in his voice sent a shiver down my back. She was no longer a lost, wandering soul. She was being reduced to a problem, a pest to exterminate. Even after the stunt she'd pulled, I couldn't bring myself to say it out loud. It was too terrible. I dragged in a shuddering breath. I need some time to figure it out. Lucas didn't say anything, but the way he tightened his jaw spoke volumes. He disapproved. What did he expect? It wasn't like I could wave a magic wand and banish Rosie to the other world with a few ancient curses. Holly's face swam to the front of my mind. I quickly dismissed the whisper of an idea. Holly wouldn't be able to help. Witches' magic didn't work against the spirit world. They existed on a different plane. I was on my own. Well, almost. My head lolled against the back of the seat. You okay over there? I asked. Lucas nodded, a faint smile appearing on his lips.
Never a dull moment with you around.
I barked out a laugh. I would kill for boredom right about now. He laughed.
I don't know. This is better than the usual dinner and a movie thing.
Warmth washed over my skin, and I flicked my gaze off of his profile right before he turned to look at me. I felt his eyes on me as I stared out the front windshield.
Scarlett?
Hmm?
I'm really glad you're all right.
There was something in his voice, a thickness, that sent my heart skittering into a frantic pace. How much time is left until the renovations are completed?
We have another week.
My heart jumped. You'll be gone in a week? Lucas looked over at me, the truck slowing as though he'd let go of the gas pedal.
I leave next Friday, going straight to the next location in Jacksonville.
That's fast. I tried to smile, to be happy for him, but a dull ache in my chest set in and suppressed it. He returned my half-smile before turning onto my street.
The network runs a tight schedule. Crews around the clock for 2, sometimes 3 weeks. We film as we go and then shut it down. They have to film 14 episodes in a 9-month period, so it doesn't leave a lot of wiggle room.
Within seconds, he was parked in front of the darkened strip of shops. The feeling was returning to my fingers and toes, almost like the pins and needles feeling after a loss of circulation. Lucas slid from the truck and came around to open the door for me. I was grateful when he offered his hand, and I took it before attempting to jump out of the cab. He released my hand when I was steady on my feet. "You all right?" "Yeah, thanks." He shut the door and ushered me onto the sidewalk, sticking close to me. The keys were stuffed inside my jacket pocket, and it took me a few moments to get them free. Even though there was a separate entrance around the back of the building, I preferred going through the front, so I unlocked Lily Pond's front door. Lucas stepped forward to hold it open for me, but I paused and looked up at him. "Thank you for your help tonight. I don't even want to think about what might have happened if you weren't there with me." He smiled down at me. "Maybe when this is all over, we can go out and do something together that doesn't involve a ghostly third wheel." "Yeah, maybe." I tried to smile, but it felt strangled. My fingers wound together in front of me. "For now, all I want to do is climb into my bed and sleep for 100 years. Lucas chuckled. "Or at least until you have to get up to open your shop." I scowled up at him. "Thanks for the reminder." "Anytime." He took a step back, still grinning at me. "Good night, Scarlett." Chapter 14. "What are you still doing in bed?" I didn't bother to open my eyes. "I live here now?" "That's so," the purring voice replied. I rolled my cheek on the pillow, squeezing my eyes closed even tighter against the light filtering through the thin curtains that covered the large window. "I remember a time when you would complain at me for getting out of bed," I mumbled. Flapjack rumbled his version of a chuckle, something between a purr and hacking up a hairball. "That's because you were warm." I peeled open my eyes and found the silver cat parked at the end of the bed, his tail swirled around to conceal his paws. "Yeah, well, if you'd spent 10 minutes as some ghost's wind-up toy last night, you'd understand why I'm not launching out of bed." "Wind-up toy? What are you talking about? Is this some new game you're playing at that ridiculous weekly sideshow you conduct?" "It's a support group, Flapjack. And thanks for the love." I groaned as I twisted over. My muscles ached, the way they did the day after a hard workout. "Rosie manifested last night, and unfortunately I was her body of choice." Flapjack reared back. "Are you serious?" I raised an eyebrow. "Tell me, am I normally a comedian first thing in the morning?" "Point taken." Flapjack's tail swished. I gave him the quick rundown, and by the time I was done, he was practically hissing his ire. "You want me to see if I can scratch your eyes out?" "I'm handling it." He stared at me for an extra moment, not blinking, but then dismissed it. I could almost see the plotting happening inside his furry little head. "Flapjack?" "What?" he said, his eyes taking on his cute kitten look. "I won't do anything." I frowned. "You do realize that look doesn't work on me?" "What look?" I laughed and pushed up onto my elbows. "That look at me, I'm so innocent and fuzzy look." He made a sneezing sound, the ghost cat equivalent of a proper scoff. "What time is it?" I asked, reaching out for my phone that was face down on the nightstand. 9:40. My heart jumped into my throat and I threw aside the covers. "Blast!" Flapjack frowned. "You've been hanging around with the Monopoly man too much, Scar." I was too panicked to come up with a witty retort. Lily Pond was supposed to be open in less than 20 minutes, and I was frozen somewhere between the creature from the Black Lagoon and a savage zombie. I scooped my hair up into a ponytail, smoothing my hands over my head a few times to tuck away any renegade stragglers, and then looped an elastic around it. There wasn't time for makeup, so I avoided the mirror as I brushed my teeth. I shimmied into a pair of jeans and threw on a t-shirt, then made my way to the kitchen to turn on the coffee pot. Makeup was optional. Coffee was not. The sweet aroma filled the apartment as I found my shoes and slipped them on. One perk of living one flight of stairs away from your work is that you don't have to worry about being stuck in traffic, so even if you oversleep a bit, you don't ever have to worry about running late. Hardly ever, anyway. Minutes later, coffee mug in hand, I jogged down the stairs, unlocking the metal security door, and stepped into my floral studio. I unlocked the front door and had the open sign on just as the clock hit 10. The first one through the door was, unfortunately, not a paying customer. "Good morning, Scarlett," Gwen said with a cheery smile. "Morning, Gwen."
I said, my voice thick. I chugged another mouthful of coffee. What happened on your date with Sergeant McDreamy? I held up one finger. Hold that thought. Can you do me a favor? Sure. Watch the front and come get me if someone is headed this way. I overslept and didn't have time to put on any makeup. I'd caught a glance at myself in the reflection off the front door's shiny new glass, and let's just say that when your reflection makes you do a double take, it's time for a little help. Especially when you don't even notice the shiny new door until you scare yourself in its reflection. True to his word, the landlord had seen to the door, and I'd slept right through it. I wasn't sure any amount of makeup could tackle the bags under my eyes, but it was worth a shot. Late night? Gwen asked with a giggle. Her eyes sparkled. Word is buzzing that our new florist is falling head over heels for a certain bodyguard after he brought you that basket yesterday. I groaned. Gwen laughed. What's wrong with that? He's quite a catch. Trust me, all the ladies at Lucky Lady are wishing they were in your shoes. The Lucky Lady salon was Gwen's favorite haunt. It was the well from which all rivers, channels, of gossip sprung. I hate to break it to you, but there is absolutely nothing going on between me and Lucas, all right? Gwen floated closer, still wearing a wide grin. Are you sure? I scowled at her. Very. Now are you going to watch the front or not? Fine. She pouted, but sailed backward and took her post at the front window. I set down my mug and scampered back upstairs. On my way to the bathroom, I passed Hayward, who tipped his hat. Good morning, Lady Scarlet. Morning. Can't talk, Hayward. I rounded the corner, swung into the bathroom, and started to shut the door. Both Flapjack and Hayward were banished from the bathroom. Right before the door slid shut, I called after him. Gwen's downstairs. I grinned at his excited, oh. A few surprisingly uninterrupted minutes later, I was feeling slightly more human and went back downstairs to the shop. Gwen and Hayward were speaking together in the front window. Hayward wearing the dreamy smile he always had when Gwen was around. My heart clenched as I watched them, and in that brief, unguarded moment, I wondered what it would be like to have someone around to look at me that way. I scoffed at myself and shook the thought from my head. There wasn't time to sit around dwelling on my lack of a love life, or at least the lack of anything that lived up to the town gossip chain's version. I was halfway to the altar if Gwen's version was to be believed. Thanks, Gwen, I called, when she turned and caught me in her peripheral. Any time. She threw a wink my way. Us girls have to stick together. I fired up my computer and opened up the back office for Lily Pond's website. The entire system had cost quite a chunk of my inheritance money, but it allowed me to network with other florists and fulfill orders from out-of-towners. It also allowed my existing customers to shop online. Of course, I preferred a consultation for bigger events, especially weddings. Wedding season was around the corner, and I hoped that even though Beechwood Harbor was a small town, there would be a few local weddings to get me some walking around money. In my opinion, it was good that the Lilac House was being turned into a bed and breakfast. The fact that the renovations were being done by the Carters and would be revealed on national television would only improve things. Prior to the show actually starting, rumors spread that other properties they'd renovated were booked solid for months, even years, within days of the show hitting the airwaves. All those newcomers had the potential to really overhaul the tourist scene in Beechwood Harbor and shake things up. Granted, from what I'd been told, the summer was already booming thanks to people on summer vacation heading to the beach. But without any major hotels inside the small town, most of the business was spillover, people driving through as they cruised down the 101 or taking advantage of the less crowded beaches for a day in the sun. Lucas had taken me on a brief tour and explained that the Lilac property would have 6 guest suites, with the carriage house in the back turned into a deluxe hideaway perfect for honeymooners. I was planning to approach the manager as soon as the place was operational to see about snagging a weekly contract. They would have a dining room, continental breakfast buffet, coffee tables, guest book tables, all of which would look better with fresh-cut florals. Did you have a good time last night, Lady Scarlet? Hayward asked, coming to join the conversation. He wasn't one who liked being left in the cold. With Lucas, Gwen added, in case I might have forgotten. I opened my mouth to answer, only to realize I wasn't really sure. Gwen cooed when I sputtered to answer.
Before you go getting all gaga, nothing happened. Honestly, we were closer to brawling than kissing. Gwen fanned her face. Sounds like love. I stared at her, my lips parted. Sometimes, Gwen, there are no words. She grinned at Hayward. Has she always been like this?
Like what?
Hayward asked, all wide-eyed innocence. Gwen playfully smacked at his arm. Oh, Hayward, you're so funny. Hayward looked at me, confused. I laughed and hit print on my daily list of orders. Nothing earth-shattering, but a few projects to keep me busy, not to mention keep the electricity bill paid. As you know, we went to talk to Rosie's ex-fiancé, Calvin. Gwen frowned. What did you wear? I shook my head in disbelief, and with a huff reached for the printer tray and snatched up the fresh pages. I took the orders to the studio space and laid them out on the work table, mentally organizing my day. Hayward, you were married, right? Gwen asked. Hayward's expression shifted.
Well, yes, that's correct, Lady Gwen. I was married for 32 years to my sweetheart, Mary.
Gwen sighed wistfully and floated up to sit on the corner of my table. That's so romantic. Hayward removed his hat and passed it back and forth between his hands.
She was a wonderful woman. Gave me 2 sons, Edward and James. I keep telling Scarlett she should look up my great-grandson one of these days. He lives in London and is very successful.
Ooh, now there's an idea, Gwen squealed, spinning to face me, her mile-long legs crossed. Scarlett, why don't you? I laughed. Oh yeah, because blind dates aren't awkward enough. Let's throw in a ghostly great-grandfather playing Cupid and see how that plays. No, thank you. Gwen harumphed. I was clearly ruining all of her fun. Pity. How did you meet your wife, Hayward? She asked, turning her back on me once again. Hayward spun the tale, while I moved back and forth between the walk-in cooler and the work table. I picked up most of Hayward's recollections and was able to fill in the gaps, as I'd heard him tell it a few times before. It truly was a sweet love story. There was no denying him that. Judging from the way Gwen hung on his every word, she agreed. Hayward and Mary had met as children because their families ran in the same social circles and had lots in common. Mostly money. Oodles and oodles of money. When they grew a little older, they each went on with their own social circles, never paying much attention to each other, until one night a terrible storm hit while Mary's family was attending a dinner at the Kensingtons. Hayward's parents insisted they all stay the night and not risk the storm. Mary couldn't sleep because she'd been afraid of the thunder and ended up in the library, looking for a book to pass the time. Hayward happened to wander in, and that was it. The night ended with an unexpected kiss, and they were married the following summer. Gwen swooned, literally, when Hayward finished, her eyes glittering with silvery tears. Despite hearing it before, the crescendo of the story melded with the longing look in Hayward's eyes even had me sniffling as I worked through removing the thorns from a dozen long-stemmed roses.
Lady Scarlett, are you all right?
Hayward asked. I gave a quick nod and muttered something about getting stuck by a thorn. I wish I had a story like that, Gwen said, her voice distant. I had lots of boyfriends, but none of them were special. Not like your Mary. Even if they were, I probably wouldn't have noticed. I was too busy having fun. She scoffed. Look how far that got me. The biggest lesson I learned in life was the one that came too late. That stage diving and copious amounts of hallucinogens don't mix well. I cringed at the mocking voice.
Flapjack,
Hayward bellowed.
You take that back right now, you insensitive buffoon.
Gwen whipped around and locked her eyes on Flapjack as he sauntered into the room with the lazy grace only a cat could manage. Why are you always such a meanie? She hurled at him. I frowned at the smiling feline. That was unkind, Flapjack. He rolled his head back. Fine, fine. I'm sorry. Very sincere, I muttered under my breath. Days like this, I wondered what I'd done in a past life to warrant my cranky childhood pet coming back to haunt me. For some people, that might be a dream come true. For me, it was more curse than blessing. Flapjack groomed his face, licking his front paw and rubbing it over his slightly flat face. He didn't have a Cheshire grin, but I was sure that if he did, it would have been turned on full blast. "You're quite the hot topic around town, Scar. I was just wandering through the grocery store and heard all about your new romance." "Great," I groaned. "Listen, guys, the rest of town might think there's something going on, and I can't help that. But for the record, nothing is going on between Lucas and me. Besides, he'll be gone in a little over a week. It's not like it would ever work out, even if that's what we wanted, all right?" Hayward perked up.
"Oh, come now, Scarlett. It's the digital age. Long-distance relationships are easier than ever before."
I shrugged my shoulders and then crossed my arms. "Since when did you turn into a relationship expert? Have you been reading Cosmo again?" Hayward flushed.
"It was one time, and it was Flapjack's idea."
"Hey, no judgment, but I don't need your half-baked advice, all right?" It was Gwen's turn. She floated closer, her eyes pleading. "But Scarlett—" "No! Enough, all right? I have a lot of work to do today. And in case any of you have forgotten, I still have to figure out how to shut down Rosie's reign of terror before she snaps." Chapter 15. Overall, the whole night was a little pointless. "I'll say," Gwen muttered. I ignored her and continued. I managed to get Calvin to admit that maybe there was something strange going on at the Lilac property, but as soon as I brought up the possibility that Rosie's spirit was still in residence, he basically threw me out of his hotel room. Gwen sank down to sit at the consultation table. "Bummer." "Yeah." I swigged back another mouthful of coffee, already planning for another cup. In hindsight, maybe I should have left that part out of the conversation, but I wasn't sure how else to get him to talk about what happened that day.
"Did he seem guilty?"
Flapjack asked. I don't know. I'd wrestled with the question for the better part of the night, hence the massive mug of coffee. Is it ever really clear-cut like that? Without evidence? I don't know if my gut feeling is enough to base anything off of. Gwen straightened.
"So your gut says he is guilty?"
My gut says there's something he isn't telling me. I'm just not sure what that thing is yet. And now my one shot is gone.
"Take heart,"
Hayward said, gliding in from the studio space.
"It wasn't likely he was going to spill his secrets to you in the first place. What motive would he possess for such a confession?"
Hayward's right, Gwen said. Hayward beamed and grabbed a hold of his lapels. If Rosie is telling the truth, and Calvin pushed her down those stairs, he's not just going to burst out and tell someone that, especially when it's been over 2 decades. For all we know, he believes that it was an accident. I frowned into my mug, realizing I'd hit a dry well. Or it really was an accident, and the thing he's hiding is something completely unrelated. Or maybe I misread him. Maybe he's just a nervous kind of guy. Who knows?
"Well, you'd better find out before that woman blows the whole place up,"
Hayward told me with a sharp eye. Gee, thanks for the reminder, Hayward. I threw my free hand into the air and then stomped back to the 4-cup coffee maker in my tiny office space and set about brewing a new pot. Normally 1 was enough, but with my recent extracurriculars, I wasn't getting a lot of shut-eye and needed all the help I could get. With a growl, I realized I'd run out of coffee beans. Everything okay in there, hon? Gwen called from the front. I clenched my jaw. Just dandy. My idea machine was running on fumes. I needed a nap, but I was going to have to settle for coffee, so at 10:30 I caved and announced I was stepping out to get a latte. I grabbed up my keys, wrote a sticky note, and stuck it to the fresh glass panels. I still needed to order a new vinyl decal to adhere to the top portion, but at least I'd looked like a proper business again, instead of something you'd see after taking the wrong turn in a sketchy neighborhood. I was a few feet away when Flapjack appeared at my side, trotting to keep pace with me. Where are you going? I asked him.
"I was going to follow you to the coffee shop."
I frowned. Why? He glanced up, a wicked look on his furry little face.
"I like heckling that witch who works there."
I stared at him, mouth open. You mean Holly? Flapjack's whiskers twitched.
"She can't acknowledge that she sees me, so I like to go and talk to her when she's making drinks."
Flapjack?
"Last time I popped in, she shot whipped cream all over the floor. What I wouldn't give for a set of taste buds.
I'll have to remind her about the lemon trick, I said, giving him a caustic look. You're a real piece of work, Flapjack.
A masterpiece,
Flapjack replied, with a swish of his fluffy tail. He vanished before I could correct him, and I grumbled. Nasty little thing. There were days I think I might actually miss Flapjack when, or maybe if, he ever passes over into the next world. Today wasn't likely to be one of them. A light drizzle followed me to the coffee shop, which was several blocks away from Lily Pond. I hadn't run upstairs to get my rain jacket before leaving, and ended up damp and shivering by the time I opened the door of the coffee shop. The rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee and heavenly pastries went a long ways toward reviving me. I stepped up to the counter when the line in front of me cleared. Holly smiled at me as she finished wiping down the espresso machine. "How's the week treating you?" she asked. I lifted one shoulder. Not much to report. It wasn't a total lie. There honestly wasn't much that I could say. Sure, the whole ghost thing wouldn't have thrown Holly off her game. She was used to them. But the cold case, maybe murder, would probably be a little heavy for a morning coffee chat. I placed my order and then shuffled to the end of the counter to wait for my drink. Holly handed over a paper bag and I dove into the double chocolate chip muffin without apology. Mouthful, I turned away and surveyed the quaint coffee house. I stopped cold when my eyes landed on the occupants of the farthest table. Calvin Harrison was sitting opposite a dark-haired woman dressed in a green polka-dot parka. They were leaning in close, speaking in a way that suggested they didn't want any part of their conversation to be overheard. I swallowed hard and whipped back around before Calvin spotted me. What was he doing at Siren Song? Was he in town for filming? Why hadn't Lucas given me a heads up? And more importantly, who was he talking to? Their body language wasn't that of a couple of old friends catching up. They both looked uncomfortable and tense. "Here's your vanilla hazelnut latte," Holly said. I gave her a quick smile as I reached across the counter to take the drink. "Thanks." With a quick glance over my shoulder, I leaned in closer. "Holly, do you know who that woman is? The one in the polka dots?" Holly peeked past me. "Yeah, actually. She's a regular. Wendy." I stiffened. The Wendy? How many Wendys would Calvin know? "Thanks," I told Holly. "Sure," she shrugged. "Is everything all right?" "Uh-huh. I'll see you later," I mumbled, trying to make everything click together. "Okay," Holly replied, her tone edged with concern. She didn't press the issue, though, and I wandered over to the intricate driftwood table near the front door to put a dash of cinnamon on the rich foam of my drink. I capped it and slipped a cardboard holder around the cup. It was still raining, so I made a show of standing near the doors, watching the rain. People would assume I was waiting for a break in the downpour, and it bought me a few minutes to figure out what to do. The next time I looked over at the corner table, Calvin was standing up and shrugging into his water-resistant overcoat. Wendy hesitated a moment, but then joined him, and the two of them shared what looked like a painfully awkward embrace. Calvin pulled away first, and even though I was 20 feet away, I could see something flicker across Wendy's face. When Calvin moved toward the door, I twisted away, not wanting to have a reunion. Wendy went back to the counter and ordered something else, then went back to the table. I watched her for a long moment. She stared out the window, watching the raindrops streak down the panes. Her hand was wrapped around her fresh coffee, but she hadn't taken a drink yet. My heart hammered, but I forced myself to ignore the overwhelming anxiety and cross the room. "Wendy?" I said, stopping at the end of her table. "Mind if I sit here?" She snapped around, startled, and then quickly scanned the room. There were plenty of other seats available. Her thick brows knit together. Sure. I'm sorry, do I know you?" I slipped into the chair opposite her and set my own drink to the side. "Not really," I answered, searching for my next words. "I'm here to ask you about Rosie March. You were her best friend, right?" Wendy reeled back, but then her eyes narrowed. "How did you know Rosie?" It was a fair question, especially as I would have been a little girl when she died. "Oh, I'm sorry, I should have introduced myself," I replied, trying to sound flustered and scattered. I reached for Wendy's hand. "I'm Gwen," I said,
throwing out the first name on the tip of my tongue. I work for the production studio. I help organize the historical voiceover, and I recognized you from pictures taken at the Lilac House. It looked like they were from a party of some kind. Maybe,
Rosie's bridal shower,
Wendy exclaimed. That must have been it. I snapped my fingers and flashed a relieved smile. I hadn't seen any pictures. The whole bluff was a risk, but one that paid off big time. I wouldn't have to drag Wendy into my little dead people docudrama after all. You two were thick as thieves, huh? I watched her debate whether or not to ask a follow-up question. After a moment, her expression shifted, and she gave a slight nod. We met in high school. We shared a locker, actually. We stayed local after graduation and ended up going to community college together. She was a hygienist, is that right? I asked, sprinkling in another factoid. Wendy nodded. That's how she met Calvin, her fiancé. I noted that she left out the part where she'd just been sitting across from him minutes before. I bet you miss her terribly, I said. Wendy glanced down at her hands. We did everything together. I'm so sorry for your loss. Why does the production team want to know about Rosie? She lived at the Lilac House for less than a year. Surely there must be more interesting stories to be told about a century-old house. Wendy tilted her head, and my stomach sank. I was losing her. She was going to shut down. We're kind of, working our way backwards. I leaned in and offered a sweet smile. Tell me about Calvin and Wendy. We've had Calvin on the set. I only talked to him for a few minutes, but it seems like he and Rosie made the perfect couple. Oh, they were far from perfect, Wendy said, her voice suddenly bitter. She wouldn't tell me, but I knew the truth about what she'd been up to. Anticipation swelled like a balloon. What do you mean? I asked, trying to sound casual. Rosie was seeing her ex. I blinked a few times, unsure I'd heard her correctly. She didn't think I knew, Wendy continued. But I overheard her on the phone. She said his name, Mitch. Mitch Calhoun. They were making plans for lunch or something. When I asked her about it, she denied the whole thing. Wow. The information tumbled around my mind. Was she going to leave Calvin? I mean, the wedding was so close. Wendy shrugged. I don't know. I told her she should. Calvin deserved better. Wait, did Calvin know? About Mitch? I didn't tell him. I hardly think he would have been planning that weekend getaway if he did. So that was true. Wendy narrowed her eyes slightly. How do you know about that? Calvin told me, I blurted. Well, as far as I know, he was telling the truth. He was going to take her for the weekend to a cabin his family owned up in the mountains. There was some hike he wanted to do. A last-minute trip to a secluded cabin in the mountains. It definitely didn't seem like the plan of someone who was planning on murdering his fiancée. But then again, alarms rang inside my head. What if he found out about the affair and was going to arrange some other kind of accident for Rosie while away on the trip? He'd come back the grieving fiancé. No one would suspect anything. But then Rosie came back, lost her temper, and wrecked his plan. He had to improvise. Wendy, were you there when Rosie passed away? She shook her head. Her mother was with her. Not Calvin? I think he was back at work. He wasn't able to get much time off when she was in the hospital, but he did visit her when he was able. Do you think he... I stopped myself. Sorry. Never mind. Wendy shrugged her shoulders. I've asked myself that question for 20 years. What if I'd just stepped out into the hall a moment sooner? Maybe I could have stopped him. She realized that she'd been musing aloud and said quickly, Not that I think he... I held up a hand. I understand. Wendy reached for her coffee cup and rushed to stand up from her seat. I'm sorry, that's really all I know. I started to thank her for her time, but she was already gone, scrambling across the now crowded shop and out the front doors. Ignoring my own coffee, I leaned back in my seat and sighed when I realized that I had more questions than I'd had when I'd first sat down. Chapter 16. Gwen was still waiting at the consultation table when I arrived back at Lily Pond. I was barely through the door before I asked, Does the name Mitch Calhoun sound familiar to you? Gwen sat up a little straighter.
Her lips parted. I'd seen this look before. It was something akin to a bloodhound catching a whiff of a rabbit.
Councilman Calhoun, you mean?
Councilman? I squinted. Mitch Calhoun is a councilman?
He's good friends with the mayor.
Gwen surged up and followed after me as I made my way around the front counter.
Why? What did you hear?
Wendy's name-dropping suddenly made a lot more sense. She'd wanted me to know exactly who it was that Rosie had been seeing on the side. But why? It was over 2 decades ago. How could it possibly be relevant now? It was clear she disapproved of the whole thing, but why would she care all this time later? I sipped at my coffee.
Scarlett! Gwen barked. What happened?
I saw Wendy at the coffee shop. She was sitting with Calvin. Gwen's eyes were approaching dinner plate size.
What were they talking about?
I don't know. I frowned at her. I don't have the perk of being able to literally sit in someone's lap unnoticed like some of us do.
Right. Okay. Well, did they look happy to see each other? Calvin's been on the East Coast for several years, right? Maybe they were just catching up.
It was weird. I paused, replaying the scene. I couldn't see her face from where I was standing, but it seemed pretty serious and intense. They did hug when they said goodbye. Although, I trailed off for a moment. It was quick.
Safe to say the ex-lovers theory is off the table?
I shrugged. Unless it ended badly and this was their first reunion. It did seem kind of one-sided.
On whose part?
I tapped a finger against my lip and then gave a decisive nod. His.
Interesting.
I sighed. It could all mean nothing, of course.
So he left and you talked to her?
I made up some lame story about being with the studio. She bought it, or at least I'm pretty sure she did. Anyway, she told me about Mitch. She said she overheard Rosie making plans with him on the phone in the days leading up to her death. She's convinced that Rosie was cheating on Calvin, seeing her ex on the side.
And you're sure they used to be together? Rosie and the councilman.
I hitched a shoulder. She called him Rosie's ex.
Wow.
Gwen floated away, and then snapped back and soared just as quickly toward the opposite wall. Ghost pacing.
This is huge.
It might be, I corrected her. But it was too late. Gwen was off to the races. Her words came rapid fire, each one shifting around the puzzle pieces inside my head.
Mitch and Rosie were seeing each other on the side, weeks before the wedding. Calvin found out she was cheating on him, and in a fit of rage, shoved her down the stairs.
Gossip was her equivalent of food, the life force that kept her going. She stopped, looking to me for confirmation. It feels like we're discussing the latest episode of a corny soap opera. But I can't argue that at least in some ways it fits. Wendy confirmed Calvin's story that he was planning to whisk Rosie away on some last-minute weekend trip. Something about a family cabin. I hate to admit it, but when she said it, I couldn't help but think that maybe he was... I stopped myself. No, never mind. It's ridiculous.
That he was planning to kill her on the trip?
Gwen exclaimed. I didn't say that, I replied quickly. I twisted my hands together and avoided meeting Gwen's eyes. The dark theory hung thick and cast an ominous shadow on the normally bright and airy shop. We're just being paranoid. Gwen frowned but didn't voice her objection.
Didn't Wendy's statement mention that she didn't actually see what happened that day?
Wendy didn't see Rosie's fall, I replied, barely bringing my voice above a whisper. She also mentioned that afterward, when Rosie was in the hospital, fighting for her life, Calvin was back at work.
How awful.
Gwen shook her head.
No wonder Rosie's pissed off. Not exactly the actions of the broken-hearted fiancé.
I sagged against the counter, burying my face in my folded arms. After a moment, I peered up at Gwen. What am I supposed to do with it, though? I can't prove anything. A slow smile spread over her face, and she cocked a hip.
Well, if it was me, I'd start by calling your boyfriend. He can find out where Councilman Calhoun lives, and you can go see if at least that part of Wendy's story checks out.
He's not my... I stopped and flapped a hand at her. There was no point in arguing. She saw what she wanted to see, and there was no convincing her otherwise. Lucas had the name and address pinned down within the hour. It was actually kind of unnerving how easy it was for him to get his hands on the information. He picked me up after I closed Lily Pond for the day, and we set out of town. Along the way, I caught him up on the day's events. By the end, he was as edgy as Gwen. "It holds water, but I'm not sure there's much we can do to prove any of it," he said. "I know, that's what I said too. It's all circumstantial. There's no physical evidence, so short of some miraculous confession 2 decades in the making, I don't know how much good it's going to do." I stared out the window, watching the trees lining the highway zip by. I dragged in a sigh. I really need to learn to keep my mouth shut. What was I thinking, promising her justice? "You were having a Batman moment," Lucas said. I glanced at him and caught a hint of a smile. He turned, and our eyes met. "We'll figure something out. There are only a few days left of filming. Maybe we can give her enough to keep her happy until the crew is gone." "And then what? You think she'll stop?" I frowned at the sharp edge to my voice. "I'm sorry, but that's not how this will end. Once the crew is gone, the place will be turned over to the bed and breakfast management. So unless they're prepared to market it as a haunted house, they're going to have a tough time keeping it open." Lucas tensed. "I thought it was the renovations she was opposed to." I shook my head. "She wants to be left alone, period. Whether they're armed with a jackhammer or a rolling suitcase, she wants them out." He dropped his head to one shoulder and then the other, stretching the kinks from his neck. "Well then, Mr. Calhoun better have something useful, or we're going to have to start talking about our other options." I stiffened in my seat. He was right, of course. This couldn't go on unchecked. If Rosie wasn't willing to come to her senses and let the whole thing go, I was going to have to put the safety of the neighborhood and future B&B guests at the top of my priorities list. And start researching ghost removal. Lucas took an exit off the highway, and we rolled quietly through another small town. It appeared similar to Beechwood Harbor, except on a more opulent scale. The houses were double and triple the size of the homes in the quaint seaside neighborhood we'd come from. The shops looked the same: a small market, hair salon, pet store, bakery, and a few little restaurants and cafes. But they looked new, and even from the outside it was obvious they catered to a different crowd than the low-key residents in Beechwood. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that at some point today there'd been a woman strutting aisle 3 in a pair of 5-inch heels, wearing an entire cosmetics counter worth of beauty products, and carrying a designer label bag with a teacup pup tucked in the oversized front pocket. That was a familiar world to me, the one I'd grown up in, but I had no desire to return to it anytime soon. Lucas steered us up an incline, and the shops faded from view. The houses grew even larger and were more spaced out than the ones we passed on the way into town. "This is the place," he said, when we rolled to a stop opposite a sprawling mansion that dominated a good chunk of the hillside. In the dusky light, it glittered like a Mediterranean palace. Lucas let out a low whistle as he peered out the passenger window. "Damn. Imagine the views you must be able to see off the backside of this place." No kidding. I gathered my purse from the floor. "What's the plan?" Lucas asked, shifting his attention to me. I drew in a deep breath. "You got your studio badge on you?" He nodded. "Good. Follow my lead." I shoved out of the truck before he could ask me to elaborate, which was good, because I had no idea what we were going to do. Mitch Calhoun's driveway was steep enough that I was breathless halfway up. In between panting for air, my mind raced and churned through opening lines. Just like with Calvin and Wendy, there was no good way to broach the subject. The only reasonable excuse I had was the TV show. It was going to have to do. A tall man with a wiry frame stepped out of the house at our approach. "Mitch Calhoun?" Lucas asked. "Yes. And you are?" Lucas held up his security badge. "Lucas Green. This is my associate, Scarlett Sanderson. We're in town with Wildflower Studios working on a property over in Beechwood Harbor." Recognition dawned on Mitch's lined face. "Oh yes, I'd heard something about that." Lucas told me on the ride over that Mitch Calhoun was 62 and divorced with 3 adult children. When he and Rosie were together,
He'd have been nearly 20 years her senior. Not unheard of by any means, but I couldn't help wondering if that had played a part in their eventual breakup.
If you're scouting out new neighborhoods, I'll save you the time and tell you that no one on this street is in desperate need of a designer,"
Mitch said, offering a tight-lipped smile. His dark eyes shifted to me. He had the kind of eyes that didn't miss much. One sweeping glance and I felt like he'd memorized every detail of my appearance. I cleared my throat. "We're actually here to speak with you, Mr. Calhoun." He slipped his large hands into the front pockets of his chinos.
"I see."
Lucas took a step forward.
"Would you mind if we came inside?"
The councilman eyed us, but then turned up the corners of his lips into a cordial smile and gestured toward the front door.
"We'll have to be quick. It's poker night over at Mayor Cassin's house."
We followed Mitch inside, and if the exterior of the house was enough to make me do a double take, the interior was swoon-worthy. Every detail was seen to with care and consideration. Soaring ceilings, gorgeous tile work, and priceless tapestries and art pieces. It was like walking into an exclusive gallery somewhere along the Riviera. Mitch led us past a formal living room and into an adjoining study. The smell of old books mingled with the salt-tinged ocean air drifting through an open window. Even before I sat down, I knew I could spend hours in the room and still not see everything I wanted to.
"Please, take a seat."
He gestured toward one of the two long leather couches before he went to a bronze and marble bar.
"Can I offer either of you a drink?"
Lucas shook his head.
"No, thank you."
Mitch glanced at me. "Just water for me," I said. "We won't take up too much of your time."
"What is it you'd like to ask me about?"
he asked, turning his back to us as he prepared himself a drink. "Rosie March?" I answered. Lucas winced. I could almost hear him thinking, "Lead balloon." My eyes snapped from his reaction to watch Mitch go still, the corded muscles in his back freezing in place for a moment, before melting smooth again. He turned to face us, swirling the ice in a tumbler of glittering amber liquid.
"There's a name I haven't heard in a while."
Mitch retrieved a bottle of expensive sparkling water and held it up.
"Would you like a glass?"
"The bottle's fine." A fizzy pop sounded as he used a bottle opener to lift the cap. He crossed the room and handed me the chilled bottle. "Thank you." Mitch took a seat on the opposite couch and leaned back.
"Rosie March and I dated for a little over 6 months."
"After the relationship ended, did you keep in contact?" I asked. His lips twisted into a scowl.
"You've been talking to Wendy Harmon, haven't you?"
I tilted my head. "Wendy mentioned that she thought you and Rosie were seeing each other in those final weeks leading up to Rosie's death."
"Wendy was mistaken. Rosie was engaged. And while I'll always look back on our time together with fondness, I have more self-respect than to get involved with a soon-to-be married woman."
Mitch went to the bar and poured himself another finger of bourbon.
"We were planning on getting together for lunch, but it was just as friends."
I took a swig of water. "Did you know Calvin at all?" Mitch's jaw clenched, revealing a pulsing vein at his temple.
"I knew enough."
Lucas and I exchanged a dark look. Mitch turned to face us and braced one hand against the bar.
"It wasn't good enough for her."
"Did you tell her that?" I asked.
"Of course."
Mitch threw back the contents of his glass for the second time and eyed the crystal decanter. He decided against a third drink and abandoned his glass on the bar. He moved to stand behind the couch and braced himself against the back of it, leaning in slightly.
"Calvin didn't want Rosie. He just wanted a wife. Ask anyone. He didn't even have the decency to stay with her at the hospital after her accident. When I heard about the fall, I went to see her. I sat by her bed and read the paper to her, and told her all of the things we were going to do when she woke up. Where was he?"
"At work?" I offered. Mitch scoffed.
"He would have found a way to be there if he'd wanted to. At least he bothered to show up for the funeral."
"Mr. Calhoun, did you ever think that maybe what happened to Rosie wasn't an accident?" Mitch's eyes went a shade darker as they locked onto mine.
"What? No. Of course not, it was an accident. Everyone said so, the doctors, nurses, everyone.
Lucas held up a hand. We don't know anything, Mr. Calhoun. In the process of learning about the home's history, we uncovered Rosie's story and are simply trying to gather as many facts as we can. Mitch looked to me, as though waiting for me to confirm. Before I could agree with Lucas, Mitch narrowed his eyes. He snapped his fingers.
Wait a second. I knew I'd seen you somewhere before.
He crossed the room and swiped a newspaper from the end table beside one of the oversized couches.
This is you, right?
He handed me the paper, and I immediately recoiled as though it were a rattlesnake. Sure enough, right on the front page, a copy of the black and white headshot I'd put on my business cards stared back at me. And beside it, in larger-than-life bold print, was the morning's headline. Do you believe in ghosts? Local florist claims a special link to the spirit world. Chapter 17. What on earth is this garbage? I demanded, shooting to my feet. Lucas took the thin paper from my hands.
The harbor hubbub. This looks like it was run off on someone's home printer, he snorted. Man, this place really is Mayberry, huh?
I scowled at him and swiped the paper back. Where did you get this? I asked Mitch.
A friend of mine lives over in Beechwood. He says they have the best crossword puzzles and passes one along whenever we have breakfast meetings.
Mitch glanced at the paper.
I didn't read much of the article, but that's quite a headline. I probably should have.
I tracked back to the couch and snapped up my purse. Thank you for your time, Mr. Calhoun. You don't mind if I keep this, do you?
Not at all. I've never told Carl, but I actually despise crossword puzzles.
Lucas followed my lead and stood.
Thanks for answering our questions. Sure.
Mitch led the way back through the house, though on the second trip I was too distracted to pay much attention to the ornate knickknacks or the sweeping views from the row of picture windows that made up most of one living room wall. He paused at the front door and looked back at me.
I've got to ask, is it true? The article? You're some kind of ghost whisperer?
I curled up the thin paper into a tight roll. Not that I expect you or anyone else who sees this to believe me, but yes, actually. To my surprise, Mitch's expression didn't change. He considered me carefully and then gave a slight nod.
Rosie was an amazing woman. I sometimes wonder what might have happened if she'd listened to me and broken things off with Calvin. Especially now, considering what you've said.
He dropped his gaze to the ground for a beat.
Wherever she is now, I hope she finds peace.
He pulled open the front door and ushered us outside.
Good luck, Ms. Sanderson, Mr. Green.
Can you believe this? I hissed, unrolling the paper again as soon as the door was closed. Lucas reached for my elbow and steered me down the front walk.
Come on, don't get so worked up about it.
That's easy for you to say. You're not the one slapped across the front page of a newspaper.
Judging by the homespun quality of that thing, I doubt the readership extends into the double digits. I think you're safe, Scarlett.
I scowled at the paper and then bundled it back up again. Even if he was right, it still felt violating. The byline was attributed to a woman named Candy Shepherd. As far as I knew, I'd never met her before. Where did she even get the story? My mind reeled through the possibilities as we headed back down the long driveway toward Lucas's truck. We were halfway to the street when Lucas's phone rang. He pulled the phone from his front pocket and grimaced at the screen.
It's the studio. I've got to take this. Here.
He tossed me the keys to the truck.
I'll be right there.
I went ahead, peeking back once to see that he was still on the phone. I let myself into the truck and unfolded the pitiful excuse of a newspaper. The article took up less than a full page and was riddled with factual errors. By the time Lucas joined me, my mouth was hanging open. You should see this. They actually claim that I'm cozying up to you to gain access to the studio so I can pitch them on some kind of ghost hunter TV show. Can you even believe that? Lucas grinned.
Well, if that was your plan, congratulations, because it worked.
What? He held up his phone.
That was Brooklyn Sky. She's the head producer on the show. Sheila Carter got a hold of this article and pitched the idea of having you do a special segment for the show. According to her, if the ratings are good enough, they could see you having your own show.
I sputtered for words. For air.
I gotta say, I'm a little hurt if you were only hanging out with me to get a studio contact. I wasn't. This isn't. Lucas chuckled and placed a hand on my shoulder. I'm teasing, Scarlett. Listen, Brooklyn wanted your number, so I passed it along. I hope that's all right. You don't have to take the deal, but hey, maybe hear them out. My mouth slammed shut, and stayed that way until we got back to Lily Pond. Lucas left the truck idling outside the darkened shop. You want to go get something for dinner? No, thanks. I shook my head and opened my door. I'm getting a headache. I think I'm going to call it an early night. Scarlett, are you mad about the TV show deal? I tried to smile, but it felt strangled. No, I'm fine. Just need some sleep. I shut the passenger door before he could argue the point. He looked confused as he pulled away, but offered a quick wave as he drove off into the night. Guilt tugged at me. I knew he was only trying to help, but I was on serious sensory overload and needed time to process the events of the last couple of hours. With a heavy sigh, I let myself into the shop and hurried to the back wall to flip the light switch that illuminated the studio space. Gwen? I turned in a circle, searching for any sign of her. Silence. I raised my voice and tried again. Gwen, are you here? You truly do know how to wake the dead, don't you, Scar? Flapjack asked, lifting his head from his paws. He'd been asleep by the cash register. Trust me, it's for good reason. Have you seen her? Hayward and Gwen floated down through the ceiling a moment later, wearing matching grins. Their whispered conversation fell aside when they spotted me. You're back early, Gwen said, disappointment tinging her voice. I slammed the paper down on the counter with a thwap that echoed through the space. Hayward and Gwen jumped. Flapjack yowled and then glowered in my general direction. Sorry, I mumbled. Did any of you see this? If Flapjack had a litter box, I'd use it to paper the bottom. Gwen swooped closer and peered at the paper over my shoulder. She was close enough that the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. With an awkward shuffle, I moved out of her range. There were few things less pleasant than direct contact with a ghost. Oh, hardly anyone pays attention to this rag, Gwen said. You notice no one pays for it. I glanced down at the front of the paper and noted that there wasn't a price even listed. Who is this Candy woman? She's a librarian. That's where they print this thing, you know. It's always the same stuff. Announcing the winners of the elementary school spelling bee or advertising the church bake sale. Every once in a while there's something good. Like a passive-aggressive opinion piece on trash can courtesy. Trash can courtesy? Flapjack repeated. Man, days like this, I'm glad to be dead. I didn't bother pointing out that even in life, trash cans wouldn't have been a particularly taxing issue for him. I swear, Scarlett, no one reads this thing, Gwen said. I'm sure that some people read it, I said. And all it's going to take are a few people who then spread the word to a few more people, and then the whole town is looking at me like I'm either a freak or a charlatan. Oh, and every ghost in a 100-mile radius will show up at the door, too. Flapjack yawned and sprawled out across the floor. How much longer are you planning to rant and rave? I was planning on taking a nap. Really? That's the big concern here. I frowned at him. I'm being painted as some kind of fame-hungry freak show, and that's what you're worried about? He blinked slowly, and then rolled away. Compassion wasn't his strong suit. I promise, Scarlett, it will blow over, Gwen said. Lucas just got a call from some studio person right before he brought me home. They want to talk about putting me on TV. Does that sound like the kind of thing that's just going to go away? A television show? Hayward perked up. Lady Scarlett, that's wonderful. I arched a brow in his direction. Is it? Gwen shrugged. I think it sounds fun. I rubbed my temples. My pretend headache was becoming all too real. The entire reason I decided to settle down in one place was to really try to build a semi-normal life. How am I supposed to do that now? Beechwood isn't big enough that I can just pretend this will go away. Everywhere I go, people will be whispering about me. I moved toward the door to the stairwell, shutting the lights off on the way. I'm ready to phone this whole thing in. chalk it up as a brutal, not to mention expensive, learning experience, and hit the road again. The rest of the night was melancholy, and the constant downpour outside the windows of my apartment just added to the mood. Hayward, Flapjack, and Gwen had all taken turns trying to cheer me up, but after a few hours of coddling and nonsense suggestions like, put on some music and have a dance party, Gwen, and eat a triple-decker tuna fish sandwich, Flapjack, I'd managed to scare them all away with an angry outburst. Not one of my prouder moments, but it had done the trick. All three of them had gone out for a walk. Ghosts have it easy, being waterproof and all that, leaving the apartment quiet. Too quiet. My thoughts drifted all over the place as I aimlessly wandered the apartment. At some point, I decided that if all I was going to do was pace, I might as well run the vacuum cleaner through the place. So I did that, the noise and rattling of the old machine taking up all the room in my head for a few minutes. Once I stashed it away in the hall closet, I got out the cleaning caddy and went to work scrubbing the kitchen counters. After so many years spent living in hotels and hostels, it was nice to use some elbow grease to clean my own place. Unfortunately, my thoughts continued to churn even as I scrubbed and polished every surface of my home. Instead of providing an outlet or release, it seemed that the harder I tried to banish the angst-riddled thoughts, the more they consumed my attention. From where I was standing, it looked as though I'd wandered into a giant circle. Everyone was telling me half-truths, maybe even some complete lies, and none of the pieces made sense anymore. The one story that bothered me the most was Rosie's. I still had no idea where things had gone wrong between her and Calvin. She was convinced he'd been the one to kill her, but hadn't been able to provide a motive. She said herself that she thought everything was fine between them, until she'd walked in on him and Wendy. But if she really thought everything was fine, why would she have made the leap from seeing her best friend and fiancé together to assuming they were having an affair? Then again, she said she hadn't been feeling well, and Calvin supported that claim. She must have been confused. Did that mean she could have been confused about what actually happened, and had been going off her wrong assumptions all this time? When I finally stopped and put away all the cleaning supplies and went off to bed, my mind was made up. I may as well have stayed up because sleep was elusive. At first, the bedroom was too warm, so I threw off the covers, marched down the hall, and turned off the furnace. I burrowed back under the covers, but within minutes my teeth were chattering. With a huff, I went back and cranked the furnace up again. I tossed and turned, my body and mind restless and churning. Finally, I slipped into darkness, only to have it ripped away all too soon by the loud chirping sound of my cell phone's ringtone. I'd forgotten to set it on night mode before crashing into bed. With one flailing hand, I retrieved the phone, answered the call, and smashed it against the side of my face. Hello? Scarlett? Hey, wake up. I need your help. Lucas? I wiped a hand over my face. What time was it? Peeling my eyes open, I glanced over at the clock beside the bed. The digital numbers glowed a soft lavender color. 2:30 a.m. I groaned. What's wrong? There's been another attack.
Chapter 18. When I arrived, the Lilac House was illuminated with red and blue flashes from the line of emergency vehicles at the curb. I parked on the opposite side of the street and reached the beginning of the driveway just as two paramedics emerged from the house carrying a stretcher. What on earth had happened? Lucas's call had been brief and skimpy on details. Across the yard near the front porch, Lucas stood in the thick of it. He was a beacon in the middle of the chaos, at least a head taller than the two officers that flanked him. One of his associates, Roy, was at his left, looking like he was waiting for Lucas to send him into action. He glanced up and met my eyes, then gestured for me, and I started forward. The ambulance doors swung open and caught my attention. The paramedics were loading the stretcher into the back, and my heart lurched. Calvin's face was ashen, nearly matching the color of the crisp white linens. My heart stopped for a full beat, until I realized he was moving. I tore my eyes off of him and raced over to Lucas. The officers dispersed at my arrival, leaving Lucas and me alone in the swirling madness. What happened? I sputtered,
still trying to take it all in.
I was in the van, taking the night shift,
Lucas started, placing his hand on my arm and gently guiding me toward the front of the house.
Everything was quiet, and then out of nowhere I heard a scream. I swear, Scarlett, I've scrubbed the footage. No one went into that house.
I glanced across the yard to where Calvin was being loaded into the ambulance.
I don't know how this happened because the doors were locked,
Lucas continued, his voice tense. Did the show change the locks when they took over the house? I asked. Lucas paused at the front door, one hand on the knob. He swore under his breath, then rolled his eyes.
Damn. He must still have had a key to the place.
I shrugged. He probably kept a spare. The ones the show got at the sale were likely the copies the real estate agent had in order to show the place.
The locksmith is coming tomorrow, Lucas growled. It's always the last thing we do.
The officers I'd seen with Lucas were busy processing the scene, their voices short and clipped as they worked. As we walked by the staircase, I noticed a smear of blood.
Calvin fell down the stairs?
I asked, raising a hand to cover my mouth. Lucas nodded and quickly steered me out of the main room. When we were alone in the hallway, he lowered his voice.
This was Rosie, right? It has to be.
I don't know. Maybe?
Scarlett, I need you to find her. It's time to take the gloves off. She broke her promise to stay away, and she's gone too far. She needs to go before she manages to kill somebody.
The simmering rage in Lucas's eyes stole away what little breath I had left. His face was smooth, inscrutable, but just under the surface there was something dark, dangerous. I nodded. Okay, right. Once everyone is out of here, I'll do it. I'll banish her.
Good.
Lucas released his grip on my forearm.
Calvin is being taken to the hospital. He hit his head pretty good. He was unconscious when I found him, so I called 911. Then, after I made sure he had a strong pulse and wasn't bleeding badly, I searched the house. No one else was here. My stomach flipped inside out.
I need some air, I told him. Without waiting, I hurried through the house, ignoring the barked orders of the officers, and let myself out the back door just off the kitchen. I stepped out onto the back porch and gulped in breaths of the chilled night air as fast as I could. Rosie, why? I breathed, scanning the backyard. The security lights were on, illuminating 3/4 of the large lot, but there was no sign of her. Questions fired off in rapid succession in my mind. What had Calvin been doing at the Lilac House at 2 a.m? What had he been looking for? Or was it who? He hadn't seemed all that open to the possibility that there even was a spirit world, but maybe he changed his mind? Or was he merely there to say a final goodbye to the home that had represented so many of his broken dreams? I glanced over my shoulder and realized Lucas hadn't followed me out, and a crazy idea popped into my head. I pulled my keys out of my pocket and hurried around the front of the house. No one noticed me as I climbed into the van, started the engine, and peeled out into the night. Finding Calvin's hospital room was relatively easy. One little white lie to the nurse and I was in. The nurse told me they were waiting on the results of some kind of scan. At best, he had a nasty concussion and a few broken bones. I followed the numbers until I found his room. He was awake, staring up at the ceiling, when I entered after a soft warning knock. He rearranged himself so he could see the doorway, then pushed himself up into a sitting position.
"What are you doing here?"
he asked, wincing. I shut the door with a soft click and perched on the edge of the chair beside his bed. I could ask you the same thing. I thought I caught a glimmer of a smile.
Fair enough.
What were you doing at the Lilac House, Calvin? He hesitated, his eyes shifting from the ceiling to me and then back again. Staring up, he answered in a whisper.
I went to talk to Rosie.
He tried to shake his head, but pain flashed across his face. His head was wrapped in bandages. Rosie? I repeated. So you believe me?
I don't know what I believe anymore.
He heaved a weary sigh, and his eyes slid shut.
I couldn't sleep, so I drove into Beechwood. I don't know why. I parked downtown and wandered the streets for a while, just thinking. I didn't plan to end up at the Lilac House, but sure enough, that's where I wound up. I still had my old key to the side door. I honestly didn't think it would even work. Next thing I know, I'm in the house. I didn't touch anything. Hell, I didn't even turn on the lights.
Why not? Calvin hesitated.
I guess I figured that ghosts would prefer the dark.
Did you feel Rosie? Was she there?
I don't know what happened.
Calvin took a deep breath and met my eyes again.
But someone was there. And unless Rosie has use of her hands, it wasn't her.
My pulse jumped. What do you mean?
Someone pushed me down the stairs tonight. Just like...
His voice faded and his eyes closed once again. Calvin, did they say anything? He inclined his head, eyes still closed.
I don't know. What I thought I heard doesn't make any sense.
He paused, collecting his thoughts.
I think she said, "You deserve each other." But what would she mean by that?
She? Did you recognize the voice? Calvin's brow creased.
It sounded like...
He broke off and looked up at me.
It sounded just like Wendy.
Wendy? My heart slammed into hyperdrive. My phone rang. It was Lucas. A series of texts rolled in when I didn't answer, and I cringed, imagining how angry he must be. I have to go, I told Calvin. I'll come see you again, if you'd like. Calvin didn't say anything. I said goodbye and slipped from the room. At the end of the hall, I rounded the corner and collided with Jason Keith. He was in uniform and looking at his phone, but barely looked up as he took a quick step back. He muttered an automatic apology, and then did a double take. His eyebrows arched.
Scarlett? What are you doing here?
I was here to see Calvin, I replied, thumbing over my shoulder toward his room. His eyebrows dropped as they knitted together.
I didn't realize you two knew each other.
Long story. I sidestepped out of his path. I really need to get going.
Wait 1 second, while I have you. There was something I wanted to run by you.
Okay. Every cell in my body was humming with anxiety. I needed to get back to Lucas and tell him everything Calvin had said. He would know what the next step was. It wasn't like I had any proof to share with Jason, and he probably already thought I was a few cards short of a full deck after our last meeting. Not that it had stopped him from wanting to have dinner with me, which really said more about him than me. He pocketed his phone and crossed his arms.
After your visit the other day, I was reading through Rosie March case files.
My eyes went wide. Oh?
I didn't expect to find anything.
But? My voice went unnaturally high. He hesitated, and it was all I could do to keep from grabbing him by the arms and shaking the answers right out of him. Given that he had several inches on me as well as a good 40 pounds, it probably wouldn't play out in my favor. Instead, I bit down on my lip and forced myself to gather every ounce of patience I could spare.
In the weeks before her wedding, Rosie had been to the doctor a few times. Her mother mentioned it in her statement. The officer taking it had asked if there'd been anything unusual going on, but she said she thought it was just stress. Pre-wedding jitters, maybe. But didn't seem too concerned.
She left work early the day she died because she felt sick, I added. He started to say something else, but paused mid-sentence and stared at me.
How do you know that?
Crap. Why couldn't I be one of those brooding types that internalizes everything? It was in one of the news articles I read. I think it had a quote from her employer at the time, saying she'd left work early because she didn't feel well. You know, one of those, if she hadn't been sick, she might still be with us kind of quotes. Officer Keith watched me for a moment too long, but then let his suspicions slide. He reached up and ran a hand over his jaw.
Well, anyway, I happen to know the doctor that oversaw her care after the fall. I took my concerns to him, and he gave me his opinion.
I leaned forward, hanging on every word.
He thinks there might have been something more sinister at play than a fall.
I drew my brows together, confused. What?
Rosie was displaying signs of poisoning. Specifically ethylene glycol poisoning. The term was familiar, but I couldn't place it. What's that? Antifreeze. I reeled back, blinking rapidly to combat the surge of thoughts firing through my mind. It's possible that while she sustained a head trauma, she might still have lived. Upon further review, the doctor thinks there's a strong chance the poison had built up in her system and then mixed with the medications given to her upon admittance to the hospital following the fall. Of course, with the body 20 years in the ground, there's no way to prove the theory. At least not in a way that would ever be enough to stand up in court. Unless we get a confession. Jason's eyes narrowed a twinge. He looked past me toward Calvin's room number. When they shifted back to mine, they were full of suspicion. What are you up to, Scarlett? Not a thing, I replied. I really appreciate the information, but I do have to run. Without waiting, I hurried down the hallway, but came to a sudden stop at the end. I turned back. Jason? He craned his neck around to look back at me. Is the investigation being reopened? That's not up to me, but I'll be presenting it to Chief Lincoln. He might want to review what little evidence there is and decide if it's worth some man-hours. But like I said, I'm not holding out a lot of hope. We have no way of collecting evidence from the scene or the body at this point. Her symptoms could be written off as a complete coincidence. Or it could have been murder, I muttered under my breath. Chapter 19. Nice vanishing act, Lucas growled when he met me at the curb where I parked my van for the second time that night. I shut the driver's door. I was gone for what, 20 minutes? Come on, Lucas said. The last officers are packing it in. I'm to lock up and leave the house alone. But, Lucas, it wasn't Rosie. His brows arched. How do you know that? I went to the hospital to see Calvin. You did? I planted my hands on my hips. Yeah. Where did you think I went? To hit up a 24-hour Starbucks or something? I thought maybe you needed some supplies, he replied. He pressed his lips into a thin line. I called you here to get rid of the ghost, not to play detective. I thought you were done with that anyway. I waved a hand. Are you going to shut up and listen to me? Lucas cocked an eyebrow and crossed his arms. All ears. It was Wendy. That got him. He blinked in rapid succession and dropped his arms. Wait, what? Yeah, exactly. Calvin said someone pushed him down the stairs and a voice said, "You deserve each other," and he said the voice sounded like Wendy's. But why? What would her motive be? And how on earth could she have gotten into the house? Maybe she followed him in. Then how did she get out? You were in the van when you heard the scream, right? It had to have taken you a few minutes to get inside. Lucas inclined his head, agreeing. She could have slipped out the same way they came in. Calvin said he used his old key to the side door, the one between the house and the detached garage. That still doesn't explain why, Lucas pointed out. There's only one way to find out. Lucas nodded. All right, let's go. We took Lucas's truck a few streets over and parked across the street from Rosie's mother's house. The lights were off, and the car I'd seen parked out front the night I'd gone chasing after Rosie wasn't there. Okay, so now what? I asked him. We can't just walk up, ring the doorbell, and ask her if she's broken into a house and shoved someone down a flight of stairs in the last 24 hours. Before Lucas could make a suggestion, a car rumbled around the corner, and my heart leapt into my throat. That's the one I saw here the other night, I hissed, making a stabbing motion at the windshield of the truck. Lucas cut the engine and killed the headlights. All right, hold back. The car pulled into the spot, and Wendy got out. I sucked in a quick breath and reached for the door handle. That's her. Scarlett, we have to... It was too late. Lucas's warning was cut off by the sound of my door closing, and I was halfway across the street before he was out of the van. Wendy! Wait! I called out. Wendy stiffened and slowly turned. She cocked her head as I stepped into the light from the street lamp a few yards away. What are you doing here? Are you following me? As a matter of fact, yes, I am. Lucas caught up to me, and Wendy gave him an assessing look. Who are you? He's head of security for the TV show working over at Lilac House. Have you been by lately? They're almost done with the renovations. Wendy paused. No, actually. I prefer not to go to that neighborhood anymore. I'm sure you can understand. I nodded and then glanced up at Lucas. That's odd, isn't it?
Tell me, Wendy, do you have a twin? I shifted my gaze back to hers and watched her eyes grow wider. A twin? She shook her head and attempted a throaty laugh. No. I held out my palm to Lucas. Mind letting me borrow your phone? We can pull up that footage and show Miss Ferris here her doppelganger. See, Lucas has that whole property rigged up with security cameras, and someone who looks just like you was spotted there about an hour ago, sneaking into the house through the side door. Lucas gave me a wary look. He knew I was bluffing. If there'd been footage, he would have mentioned it already. I flipped the phone around so Wendy could see the screen. 8 windows showed the feed from the various camera angles on site. This is ridiculous, she said with a huff, even as she recoiled from the phone. She pivoted on her heel and started toward the front door. I don't have time for this. I took a step forward. I know about the poison, Wendy. She froze and stiffened her spine. Lucas gave me a wild look, his eyes alight with questions. You killed Rosie March, your best friend, some 20 years ago, and tonight you tried to kill the one man who's always loved her. Wendy shuffled forward, her feet moving as though they were encased in cement. You're crazy. This is harassment. Get off my property. I smiled. As far as I know, this isn't actually your property, is it, Wendy? Mrs. March still lives here, doesn't she? I suppose we could knock on the door, wake her up, and see what she would have to say about this video footage we have of you following Calvin into the lilac house moments before he pitched down a flight of stairs. Slowly, Wendy spun back around, her face beet red. Even from a few paces away, I could see she was shaking. Whether it was from fury or terror, I wasn't sure. I held up Lucas's phone, the screen still showing the live feed from the cameras positioned around the lilac property. It's all right here, Wendy. Rosie got what she deserved, she hissed, her voice nearly unrecognizable. She got everything she ever wanted. A rich boyfriend, her dream wedding, a gorgeous house. And did she appreciate any of it? No. All she ever did was complain. She started seeing Mitch, and I knew Calvin was going to be heartbroken. I tried to warn her. I really did. She stopped, and a snort of laughter ripped from her. She was such a liar. I couldn't let her ruin Calvin's life. So you started slipping antifreeze into her food? Wendy's eyes lit up. Rosie was obsessed with losing weight for the wedding. It was all she ever talked about, fitting into that damned dress. We went for long runs every day, and afterwards I'd get us each a sports drink. The antifreeze blended right in. She never knew. At first, I just wanted her to suffer. I thought maybe she'd get sick enough that she'd call off the wedding and I would save Calvin from her. But it wasn't working fast enough. The wedding was 2 weeks away, so I upped the dosage. That's why she came home from work that day. She came in ranting and raving at Calvin. He didn't push her down the stairs. Wendy laughed again. She did that to herself, fumbling and tripping. She was too busy screaming to realize she missed the top step. Calvin tried to save her. Fool. Lucas shook his head. If you were on Calvin's side, why follow him tonight? Why try to hurt him? Wendy scoffed. He's still in love with her. And that's a capital offense? I asked. Wendy rolled her head back. I tried to help him. Don't you see that? I tried to tell him that Rosie was trouble. He should have thanked me. But no. All these years later, and he can't even stand to be around me. I had to beg him to see me for coffee, and when we said goodbye, he practically ran out of the shop. She stopped and looked down at her feet. I loved him. I really did. All I needed was a chance to tell him. When we had coffee, I took his cell phone from the table. He wasn't looking. She scoffed and shook her head, probably wishing he was anywhere else. Stupid. You're so stupid, Wendy. Lucas gave me a dark look. The woman was coming unhinged before our eyes. I called his hotel and left a message for him at the front desk. He called me from his room, and we made plans to meet up so I could give it back. I wanted to tell him how I felt all of these years. Wendy paused and rocked back and forth. Lucas moved closer to me. What did he say? I asked Wendy, ignoring the concerned look on Lucas's face. Wendy's eyes snapped to mine,
A crazed glint made them shine. He didn't want to talk. He thanked me for finding his phone and left. So I followed him. When I saw him there, outside that damn house. She trailed off, her gaze swinging up and down the street. He got what he deserved, she added, her voice a harsh whisper. You're going to prison, Wendy. For the rest of your sorry little life. Her eyes narrowed. In a flash, she reached into the bag hanging from one shoulder and produced a knife. The streetlight glinted off the blade as she raised it in an arc. All at once, she flew toward me. My mouth dropped open, a scream ripping from me. An impact knocked me sideways, and I hit the ground. My shoulder slammed into the pavement on the driveway so hard my teeth bashed together. Stars danced before my eyes, but through the haze I watched as Lucas twisted Wendy's arm, knocked the knife out of her reach, and took her down to the ground. Scarlett! Scarlett, are you all right? Lucas's commanding voice cut through the fuzziness. I'm fine. I nodded and rubbed at my shoulder. Please just tell me I used the right app and got it all on tape. Lucas and I stayed long enough to give our statements and hand over the damning recording of Wendy's confession. The police, including Jason, had dozens of questions, but eventually they released us and Lucas drove me home. He made sure I was all right to be alone, and only drove away once I was upstairs locked in my apartment. I waved from the window and watched him go down the block. The following morning, Gwen dropped in to get all the dirt firsthand. Naturally, she'd heard of Wendy's arrest through the town's gossip mill, but wanted all of her questions answered so that, like a pollinating bee, she could go forth and spread the word. Most of the stories and theories floating around town were slightly off track, but the gist of it was correct. Everyone knew that Wendy had murdered Rosie March, a sweet girl that a handful of residents still remembered even though she'd been killed over 2 decades before. The word had also spread that Wendy was the one behind the attack against Calvin. There was no mention of me or ghosts, and I was happy not to bother correcting anyone. Not that most of them would believe me even if I came out and told the truth anyway. The madness was coming to a close, and I was content to move on. Gwen fluttered off not too long after filling me in on the latest gossip. I didn't ask where she was headed, but knew she'd circle back later that evening and give me updates. Hayward and Flapjack were battling it out in the living room, arguing about something, so I took my favorite mug downstairs to the shop to have my morning cup of joe. The smell of fresh coffee was just starting to swirl through the air when someone tapped on my front door. I poked my head out of my office and saw Lucas standing there, a bag of pastries and 2 cups of coffee, large cups, in hand. Although I kind of hated myself for it, my hands immediately ran through my hair, smoothing away any lingering bedhead. I'd planned on going upstairs and dressing for the day before the shop opened, but as it was, I'd barely done more than change out of my pajamas and brush my teeth. Small mercies I'd even made it that far. After a quick assessment, I hopped off my stool and hurried to the door. Right before pulling it open, I glanced over my shoulder and marveled at the fact that I was the only one here. I couldn't remember the last time I'd been truly alone in the shop. I wondered idly how long it would take Hayward and Flapjack to come barging in, sniping at each other. True solitude was a rare luxury in the life of a ghost whisperer. I shrugged and decided I'd take what I could get as I opened the door for Lucas. Morning. He came through and went straight to the counter, where he set the siren song cups and pastry bag down, and then smiled at me over his shoulder. I figured after the night you had, you might need a little extra pick-me-up. I locked the front door and then joined him at the counter. The smell of fresh muffins wafted up from the bag as he opened it, and my mouth started to water. Thank you. This is really nice. Lucas passed over one of the coffee cups and then a napkin. Hazelnut latte. I arched an eyebrow. How did you know my drink? I asked one of the baristas, the one with the long red hair. I smiled into my drink. Holly. Lucas smiled over at me. She helped me choose the pastries, too, so there should be something in there that you like. My stomach growled loud enough that there was no way Lucas couldn't have heard it, and my cheeks warmed. Guess that answers that question, he teased,
before taking a sip from his own coffee cup. He gestured at the bag with his free hand. Ladies first. I reached in and selected the chocolate muffin that I knew was loaded with walnuts and chocolate chips. Thank you, I said, barely refraining from shoving half of it into my mouth right there. Lucas inclined his head and made his own selection. Do you want to go sit in the back? I asked, eager for the caffeine and chocolate fix. Sure. I led the way to my tiny office and sat down behind my desk. Lucas took the fold-up chair that was leaning against the wall, and we settled in and resumed our breakfast. How's the shoulder feeling today? He asked me, as I bit off a huge bite of the chocolate muffin. I shrugged one shoulder as I swallowed, though I did take a second to savor the flavors. It would be criminal not to. All right, I suppose. How are you? Tired, mostly. I laughed. That, too. He shifted and brought one ankle up to rest on the opposite knee. The Carters asked me to officially invite you to the wrap party on Tuesday night. I tilted my head. What for? Lucas took a long drink. They want to thank you for helping resolve the whole mess over at the house. I shook my head. They don't have to take me out to dinner. I'd never been good at being the center of attention. It was bad enough to know that the Harbor Hubbub splashy article was making the rounds. I preferred to melt into the background and observe others. They want to, Scarlett. I sighed. It would be rude to refuse them. All right. When and where? They said they'd send a car. Fancy, I replied, my voice flat. Don't sound so enthusiastic. Lucas chuckled. I'll be there too if it makes you feel any better. Oh, yes. Heaps. He sipped at his drink, looking pensive. Have you heard from anyone at the studio? I laughed. I've been a little busy, saving the world as we know it around here. I haven't had a lot of time to check my voicemails. Fair enough. Lucas grinned. Do you think you're going to take them up on their offer to join the show? I shook my head. Honestly, I think that little article in the local paper was enough of a taste of fame for me. Something flickered in his eyes, and for a moment I wondered if it wasn't a hint of disappointment. Had he been hoping I would say yes? Accept the deal and travel the country with him? I quickly dismissed the theory and finished my pastry. Before I could even think about the future, there was one last thing I needed to do. Chapter 20. In the light of day, the Lilac House was almost unrecognizable. The final renovations had been completed the day before, and from the sidewalk, it was like looking at a completely different house. Somewhere along the way, termite damage was discovered in the wood beams of the porch, and a complete reconfiguration had taken place. The new porch wrapped around the entire house in a style that reminded me of the town's oldest home, the Beechwood Manor, which sat on the bluff overlooking the harbor that gave the town its name. Shutters flanked each window, and cedar shakes had been added to accent the top portion of the eaves. The siding had been painted a deep forest green, with creamy accents on the trim and porch. Iron lanterns hung on either side of the new double doors, and 2 ceiling fans swirled lazily, ready for the summer nights that were on their way. A bubble of excitement rose in me as I considered the home from the first paver of the pathway leading to the front steps. There was no doubt in my mind that the new B&B would soon be booked out for months, and the surge of foot traffic would give a boost to all of the local businesses, mine included. Anxiety swept in quickly to eclipse the excitement. After Lucas's departure from the shop, curiosity finally won out, and I checked my messages. Sure enough, there were 3 messages from somebody at the studio requesting that I meet with the Carters about adding me to the show. Nothing was on paper yet, but I got the feeling the deal was mine to take. The problem was that I had no idea whether or not it was a deal I wanted. The prospect of traveling again had obvious appeal, and as it would be on some fancy studio's dime, it would likely be 5-star accommodations, not to mention a fat paycheck. Then there was Lucas. We'd spend a lot more time together, on and off the set. Neither of us had voiced it yet, but there was an undeniable chemistry between us. If I said yes to the show, it would mean I was saying yes to giving us a chance. Likewise, if I said no, we'd have a few days left together, and then he'd be gone. Most likely forever.
Do you think she's still here? Gwen asked softly, appearing at my right.
I suspect there's only one way to find out,
Hayward replied from my left. With a deep breath, I shoved the thoughts about the Carters as far away as I could and continued up the walk. Lucas gave me the combination to the lockbox, I told them, as I planted my feet on the cheery welcome mat. It was nearing dusk, and the crew had already cleared out for the evening. A metal box hung from the door with a keypad on the front. I pressed the squishy buttons, and a green light glowed, accompanied by a soft chirp. I took the key from the secured compartment inside the box and unlocked the front door. Glancing over my shoulder at Gwen, then Hayward, I said, "Remember, keep her calm. We can't afford another freakout, all right?" They nodded in unison. With a firm press on the lever, I opened the heavy front door and made my way inside, keeping an eye out for flying objects or an angry ghost. The foyer area was set up like a hotel, with a small desk centered in the space. Wide archways opened on either side, one to the dining room and kitchen, the other to the living area. Behind the desk was the staircase that led to the guest suites. I took careful steps, my sneakers squeaking softly on the new hardwood floors. "Rosie? Are you here?" Silence. I turned to glance at Hayward and Gwen. "We'll go look around," Gwen said, keeping her voice soft. Hayward followed Gwen's lead, and the two of them floated up through the ceiling to explore the second story of the large estate. With a sigh, I headed for the kitchen. The home had been staged for the final day of production, and the designer they used had either had more budget than she knew what to do with, or she just really liked stuff. There were decorative tables and bookshelves lining every wall, and so many plants. Obviously, I like plants as much, if not more, than the average person, but the decorator had gone so far overboard that the room felt jungle-esque, with potted plants in huge ceramic containers arranged every few feet. In the kitchen, the quartz-topped island glittered under the soft lighting from an ornate fixture, and I found myself smiling, remembering the night Lucas and I had sat on the stools eating pizza and swapping travel stories. The smile slipped, and a now familiar tightness gripped my chest. It was the feeling I always got when wrestling with a big decision. As much as people think of me as a free spirit or a wanderer, it's actually not the case. I love to travel and explore, but I pour a ridiculous amount of time into preparations. I always know where I'll be staying, and have at least one solid backup plan in place just in case things don't work out. When I made my plans to lease the apartment and retail space here in Beechwood Harbor and open Lily Pond, I'd agonized for months. Every time my real estate agent sent me a potential listing, I'd feel itchy and claustrophobic. It wasn't that I couldn't make decisions. It was that I was terrified of making the wrong ones. "Scarlett?" I jolted at the voice and swirled around. Rosie stood in the doorway. Her face was lined with concern, making her appear as though she'd aged since the last time I'd seen her. Physically, I knew it was impossible, but there was something different about her. The anger was gone, drained from her, and instead she was left looking wrung out and tired. My heart slowed as she swept into the room, searching my face. "Is what they're saying true?" My heart clenched. Of course she'd already heard. It was unlikely that the crew had talked about anything but the unsettling events of the night before and the early morning arrest. I drew in a quiet breath. For all the time I'd spent working with ghosts, I still had yet to master the art of breaking the news gracefully. It seemed like I was always sticking my foot in my mouth, or rushing the process. To be fair, it was hard to put myself in their metaphorical shoes. If I'd been roaming the earth as a ghost for a handful of decades, only to find out that the man I pegged my murder on was in fact innocent, not to mention helplessly in love with me, even after all that time, I'm not sure how I'd react. "It's true," I said, meeting her gaze. "Calvin didn't push you down the stairs, Rosie. In fact, no one did. That was an accident." "No," she whispered. "No.
That can't be right.
For a moment, the room went silent. I braced myself, expecting her to scream, to fly off into a rage and destroy every last one of those potted plants and other knickknacks scattered throughout the house. I held up a hand and approached slowly, as though she were a spooked horse about to bolt. "Rosie,
Why am I still here?"
she demanded, her tone sharp.
"Why am I trapped like this? Why do I play that moment over and over in my mind every time I close my eyes? If he's innocent, then why do I burn with rage every time I think about him?"
She trembled, her silver and purple edges shimmering like sunlight filtering through a stained glass window. "I think you're here because there is something left unresolved. Your spirit knows that and wants the truth."
"It was Wendy?"
"I'm so sorry, Rosie. But yes." I ducked my chin. "She was poisoning you. Every day after you went for a run together, she was lacing your sports drink with antifreeze. It's called glycol ethylene poisoning. She was doing it slowly, a little at a time, but it was all building up in your system, making you sick."
"But I fell,"
Rosie interjected, her expression pinched as though trying to solve an intricate math equation.
"Everyone at the funeral, that's all they could talk about. How it was such a tragic accident. No one said the word poison."
She paused, and her eyes went wide.
"Wendy was there that day, sitting in the front row right next to—"
She cut herself off with a sharp gasp. I waited, tamping down my own curiosity. Her eyes were darting back and forth. I imagined her mind was like an old-school VHS tape, rewinding faster and faster and faster, and then... click.
"She was sitting next to Calvin. She held his hand while he cried. For me."
Her hands went flat over her mouth, and she shuddered, silent silver tears coursing down her pale face.
"It was all real. All of it. All the time I was so convinced that it was all an act. That he was secretly happy I was gone. That he'd gotten away with it. But it wasn't. Was it?"
She lifted her eyes slowly to mine, waiting for that final confirmation. With a heavy heart, I shook my head. She sobbed into her hands, the tears flowing faster. I glanced around with a nervous eye, expecting the walls to start shaking. But nothing happened. One eyebrow raised, I shifted my tentative gaze back to Rosie. She sniffled and wiped at her eyes.
"I can't believe this,"
she said, the shock still written all over her face. She floated down to the ground like a leaking mylar balloon. "I'm really sorry, Rosie. I can't even imagine how upsetting this must be for you." I tightened my grip on the flashlight. "Is there anything I can do to help you?" She considered my words and then shook her head.
No, I don't think so. You've done enough."
"I hope you can find some peace now that you know the truth. If you ever want to talk, please come see me."
"I will. Thank you, Scarlett."
I opened my mouth to reply, but she vanished right before my eyes. No doubt she had a lot to think about. The aftermath was the hardest part of helping ghosts. I knew that I had helped Rosie, and in the end had helped to put away a murderer who'd been lurking just under the surface of the sleepy little town. There was no telling who else she'd hurt or tried to hurt over the years. With a shudder, I wondered if Rosie had been her first victim. Or, more importantly, her last. The dark thoughts and heaviness in the air drove me from the kitchen. "Gwen? Hayward," I called out in a hoarse whisper near the front door. They materialized through the wall opposite the kitchen, and from the looks on their faces, they'd overheard every word. The corners of my mouth lifted, and I gave them a slight nod. "Come on, you two. Time to go home." Chapter 21. Tuesday afternoon, I got a cryptic phone call from Calvin Harrison. He'd been released from the hospital with a concussion and a badly sprained wrist, but shockingly little other damage besides some bruises. He asked if he could stop by after the shop closed for the day, offering no details. I agreed to see him, then burned with curiosity the rest of the afternoon until he appeared at my door just a little after 6. I greeted him with a smile, but it faded quickly as I took in his bloodshot eyes and haggard expression. A carry-on-sized suitcase sat at his feet, its handle extended. I ushered him inside and motioned for him to take a seat at the consultation table while I locked the door. "Hello, Calvin," I started. "Can I get you anything? I have water, tea, coffee."
"No, thank you,"
he replied, taking the chair and stowing the suitcase at his feet. I slid into the seat across from him and kept my hands folded together in my lap to keep my nervous fidgeting to a minimum. "Are you feeling better?"
"I am."
He inclined his head.
"Thank you for asking. I'm catching the red-eye out of town tonight. But before I go, there's something I wanted to ask you."
"Of course." I nodded, although I wasn't sure exactly where the conversation was heading.
"First of all, I want to apologize for being harsh with you when you came to see me at the hotel."
"Oh, please, don't worry about that," I replied, waving it off. He considered me for a moment.
"I also should add that it was my fault you ended up in the local paper."
My eyebrows knitted together. "It was? How?" Calvin drew in a deep breath.
"After you left, I ended up wandering through town, thinking about the things you'd said. I passed by the library and stopped in to see if maybe to see if they had any books on the matter."
"Aha!" Enter Candy Shepherd, stage left.
"The woman working the counter had all kinds of questions, and I ended up telling her the whole story. I had no idea she would write that ridiculous article. I saw it the next morning. They deliver it to the hotel guest rooms, and was mortified. I am truly sorry, Scarlett."
"It's all right, Calvin. I appreciate you telling me what happened, though. It was driving me a little crazy trying to figure out how that whole thing got started."
"I guess I should have just gone directly to the source and asked you my questions."
"It's all right." I tipped up one corner of my mouth. Most people don't want to admit to being curious about the spirit world. Heck, it's certainly not the kind of thing I bring up at cocktail parties. A hint of a smile flitted across his face, but faded quickly. He glanced down at his hands and then up at me.
"So, it's all true then? You saw my Rosie?"
My chest tightened at the sadness in his question. "Yes." Calvin let his gaze drift away for a moment, and I could see him working to fit the pieces together. "Was there something you wanted to know? About Rosie, I mean?" His eyes were glassy and shimmering when they came back to rest on mine.
"I woke up this morning at my hotel and took a shower. She'd left a message for me. Right there on the mirror. Written in steam."
My eyes widened. "What did it say, if you don't mind me asking?"
"It said, 'I'm sorry, Calvi.' And she signed it with an XO."
A single tear slipped down his face, and lines appeared at the edges of his eyes as he struggled to contain the rest. I reached over the table and laid a hand on his. "That's beautiful. She's at peace now, Calvin. She knows what really happened." He nodded, freeing another tear.
"It's all thanks to you."
Calvin reached into his coat and pulled out a white envelope. He pushed it across the table. His eyes couldn't meet mine as he whispered,
"Can you see that she reads this?" "Of course. Thank you."
He stood and reached down to grab the handle of his suitcase.
"For everything,"
he added, turning to leave. A lump swelled in my throat, and fresh tears sprang to my eyes as I watched him go. When the door swung shut, I reached for the envelope. It was thick, as though it contained several pages. I knew that I would have to be the one to open it, since Rosie likely couldn't do it for herself, now that all of that angry energy was gone. But it still felt wrong, peeking into someone else's private letter. I tucked the envelope, unopened, into the wide pocket on my apron, and went to lock the door. I paused, one hand on the deadbolt, and watched as Calvin shuffled down the sidewalk, his shoulders hunched. My heart twisted. Somewhere deep down, I knew he would be all right. There was no doubt that the whole thing dredged up memories he might have preferred to leave buried. But sometimes the only way to properly heal a wound required ripping off the scab and starting the process over. When Calvin was out of sight, I went to my studio and looked around. Part of me wanted to retreat upstairs and lose myself in some mindless TV. I wouldn't even mind if Hayward and Flapjack wanted to argue the whole time. Unfortunately, I'd fallen behind with work and hadn't fully processed the fresh flowers that had been delivered just after lunch. The large cardboard boxes nagged at me, and they couldn't wait until morning because they needed refrigeration. I switched on the radio, found a good station that was in the middle of a solid block of music, and rolled up my sleeves. The work was just involved enough to keep me from thinking too much. Soft music played through the store, and I hummed along as I stripped away thorns and excess foliage and made fresh cuts to all the ends of the flowers before putting them into holding buckets. When they were all processed, I stored them away in the cooler and went back to the desk to shut down the computer and turn off the music. A tapping sound jolted me, and I glanced up to see Lucas standing at the front door, 2 coffee cups in hand. It was a shame he was leaving, for more than one reason. I could get used to having my coffee delivered right to my shop. I waved and hustled around the counter to go unlock the door. I pulled it open for him and he came inside, handing me one of the 2 cups. I grabbed you a hazelnut latte. This one is something called a live wire and has 6 shots of espresso, he said, raising his own cup. I laughed and took the latte. Planning for a late night? He gave a terse nod. Yeah. You sound thrilled about it. I stifled a laugh and took a sip from the paper cup. The work is finally done, but it's bound to be an all-nighter while they shoot edits and final scenes. Everyone is cranky and on edge. We've been on the road for 6 months straight, and this is usually the point where people start to lose it. Better keep that taser fully charged, I guess. Lucas rubbed his free hand over the back of his neck and glanced around the darkened retail space. How's everything here? Back to normal, I suppose, I answered with a slight shrug. Everything all right? I relaxed my face and smoothed a hand over my hair. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just a little distracted today. My brain is busy. He offered a crooked smile. Quarter for your thoughts? My lips twitched. Quarter? I'm pretty sure it's a penny. He shrugged. Inflation. I laughed and took my coffee back to the computer and finished shutting everything down. Aha! Lucas followed me but remained on the customer's side of the front counter. He leaned forward, bracing his elbows on the tall case that stood to the right of the cash register, and considered the assortment of pre-made offerings for the grab-and-go type of customers. When he looked up at me, he flashed a smile. Besides that, I'd say your thoughts are worth far more than the going rate. Very smooth, I replied, unable to stop the slow grin that spread over my face. He really was too good-looking. The kind of man who made women do crazy things, like periodically stop breathing. I folded my arms. For now, at least, I think I'll keep my thoughts to myself. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face, but he masked it half a second later. Fair enough. I'm here if you decide that you need a sounding board. Thanks. He pushed off the glass case and walked the perimeter of the shop, his hands in his pockets. He stopped at the carousel of greeting cards and idly considered them before spinning the plastic display. When he stopped, he looked up at me. You going to the wrap party tomorrow night? You got your invite, right? Yeah, I got it. I'm not sure if I'm going. I shifted from foot to foot. Why not? I'm worried the Carters will want an answer to their proposition, and I still haven't decided what I want to do. Aha. Lucas took a pensive sip from his heart palpitations in a cup of coffee. For what it's worth, I doubt they expect an answer so soon. These kind of deals take time. I'm not sure. They seemed pretty insistent. Lucas chuckled. They're excitable. It's just the way they are. Isn't the wrap party more for the crew? I'm not sure I really belong in that category. I wasn't a part of the creation process or an assistant or anything. Lucas leveled me with a calm stare. They invited you, didn't they? It's their party, Scarlett. Obviously they want you there. I set the latte aside. I'll let you know, okay? Lucas started to say something, but stopped short. All right. What? I asked, trying to read his face. He shook his head, but just said, Hopefully I'll see you there. Gwen was one unhappy camper when she found out I was skipping out on the party.
I don't understand you, Scarlett. You're being a real Cinderella here, and not in this sympathetic way.
I wrinkled my nose. What does that even mean?
It means that instead of some evil stepmother locking you away, making you miss out on a fabulous night with the prince, you're the one holding the key.
I believe that's called self-sabotage,
Hayward offered. Thank you, Hayward, I grumbled. He tipped his hat, either missing the sarcasm or choosing to ignore it. Likely the former. I sighed and bent so that I could prop my elbows on the counter, then buried my fingertips in my hair. I don't know, Gwen. I'm not good at this stuff. I thought about it all night, and I just don't think it's a good idea. I won't know anyone besides Lucas. And I still haven't decided what to tell the Carters about their offer to join the show. It was full-blown whining, and I knew it. It was also total crap. Knew that, too. The truth was that I'd never tried to fall in love. In high school, when all of my friends were interested in boys, I was busy studying different languages. They clipped pictures from Cosmo, and I scoured National Geographic. The boys that I thought were cute or funny were never interested in me. I wasn't an outcast. I had friends. But the guys on the basketball team or the baseball team were interested in the cheerleaders and dance team girls. They didn't pay attention to the girl who lived in the school library and brought books whenever forced to attend one of their games. Later in life, in college, I started dating. There were a few brainy and cute Clark Kent types, but nothing ever took off. Looking back, I could see that the common denominator in each failed relationship was me. I'd shut down when things got serious. I didn't want to stay in one place. Lucas was the first man who might actually make sense, and that terrified me more than anything. It was easy to find ways out or reasons why a relationship wouldn't work. The one problem I hadn't yet faced was what happened when there wasn't a good reason not to try. Well, besides the fact that one day we'd have to tell our grandchildren that their grandfather pulled a taser on their grandmother. Love at first tackle wasn't a common fairy tale beginning. Though in some ways, maybe that was a positive thing rather than a negative. As Gwen had already pointed out, I wasn't exactly following the princess formula.
You want my advice?
Gwen asked. Before I answered, she continued.
You've got a real shot here, Scarlett. A chance at something real. Why would you turn that down?
I met her gaze and answered in a soft voice. Because I'm scared. Gwen's face softened, and she floated a little closer.
Oh, honey, don't let that stop you. Think of all the wonderful things that we'd miss out on if we let fear stop us. Sure, I'm not exactly the poster child for rational thinking. I get it. I stage dived off the back of the stage, where there was no one even there to catch me.
I winced. You never told me that part of the story. She smiled.
It's not my favorite part to tell. All I can say is that I'm grateful that my now forever face doesn't show the damage. Otherwise, I'd be spending eternity looking like a Pekingese.
I stifled a laugh with the back of my hand. Gwen, unflappable as ever, waved a hand.
It's all right. I laugh about it sometimes, too. Of all the ways to go.
You've got style, babe. She laughed. I glanced at the clock. If I hurried, I could still make it in the fashionably late window. I set aside my apron and headed for the stairwell.
Where are you going?
Gwen called after me. I stopped and pivoted back to face her, a wide smile on my lips. I've got a party to get ready for. You want to help me pick out my outfit? I laughed as she zoomed for the back stairs. I'd never seen her move so fast. Chapter 22. 20 minutes later, decked out in a little black dress, purple pumps, and a shade of lipstick so bright I couldn't even imagine myself buying it in the first place, I made my grand entrance at the Carters' after-party. Sheila Carter pounced on me like a lioness chasing after a wounded gazelle. I barely made it 3 steps inside the fancy hotel banquet room before she sidelined me to make the official introductions. Lucas has been raving about you all week, Sheila said, pumping my hand in a handshake that was borderline painful. She wore a black dress with a vibrant pink scarf tied around her waist. Her long honey blonde hair was pulled to the side and tucked into an artful arrangement. Brooklyn said you two have talked about the offer? Oh, here's Stu. Sheila motioned to her husband, and he came over, Lucas hot on his heels. My eyes soared past Stu Carter and locked on Lucas. He wore a navy blue suit with a crisp white shirt. He'd opted out of wearing a tie, and from the way he'd left the top button undone, he was ready to get out of the suit as soon as humanly possible. Which, with flushed cheeks, I realized would be just fine with me.
There she is, our new star,
Stu boomed, his voice carrying far enough to garner the attention of the clusters of people standing nearby.
Scarlett Sanderson, ghost hunter extraordinaire. I can see the branding now. A cool, updated Lara Croft look.
Stu fanned out his hands as though framing an invisible billboard sign.
I already contacted a composer buddy to see about putting an action-adventure spin on the theme song from Ghostbusters.
I shot a glare at Lucas. His hands popped up, palms facing me.
I swear that was not me.
Stu, Sheila, really, I'm flattered, but... Both of them were too busy arguing about the color scheme for my soon-to-be graphics package to notice me.
If you go on the road with us, you're going to have to get used to this,
Lucas chuckled.
On the plus side, we'll be able to see a lot more of one another.
Is that a plus? I asked with a teasing smile.
Ouch. Honestly, though, I've been talking to Brooklyn and...
The sound of someone clinking silverware against a crystal glass caught the attention of the room, and a hushed silence swept through. Sheila held her glass high, and I realized she'd been the one to call for order. She beamed out at the crowd. Everyone, listen up. Some of you may not know Scarlett Sanderson, but you need to memorize her name because she's going to be a huge star. I forced a smile, but the edges felt pinched. Sheila beamed at me. We still have a few details to work out, but this fall, Scarlett will become an official member of the Mints on the Pillows family as our resident ghost expert. A rush of whispers and soft laughter echoed through the room. Judging by the looks on the faces of those in the front row of the crowd, they thought Sheila was joking around. Come on, Scarlett. Tell us your best ghost story. Sheila had stopped speaking, and all eyes were swiveled in my direction, waiting. I burst out laughing. Not a polite, nervous laugh. No, a full-on, tears-in-eyes guffaw. Lucas's expression shifted, his thick brows creasing together, which for some reason only made me laugh harder. What am I doing here? I heard someone ask, only to realize it was me. Sheila's face tightened, her smile remaining intact but pained. Are you all right, Scarlett? I know it's a lot to take in. My eyes still on Lucas's, I started to shake my head. I'm so sorry, but no, I can't do this. My cheeks flared with heat. I'm sorry, Sheila. I tugged out of her reach and bolted back out the door I'd just come in. Scarlett, Lucas called, racing after me. I ignored him and continued to race down the sidewalk back to where I'd parked the delivery van as fast as my heel-clad feet could carry me. Should have worn flats, I cursed in a sing-song tune as I hustled into the darkness. Thanks a lot, Gwen. Scarlett, please wait. Unfortunately, between my awkward baby deer running pattern and his athleticism, I didn't have a snow cone's chance in Hades of getting away. With a heavy sigh, I stumbled to a stop and then pivoted around to face him. What do you want, Lucas?
What was that all about?
He asked, thumbing over one broad shoulder. I scoffed. Nothing. I shouldn't have even shown up tonight. I don't know what I was thinking. I glanced down at the silver embellishment on my heels. And I really don't know what I was thinking when I let Gwen talk me into dragging these out of the depths of my closet. Obviously, they can see the truth now.
And what truth is that?
Lucas asked with a deep frown. That I'm a mess? I'm not made for TV or any shade of limelight. A hollow laugh slipped out. I can't even handle myself at a cocktail party in front of 30 people. The odds of my performance getting better on a red carpet or something are a whole lot lower, I assure you. Lucas chuckled and shook his head. I scowled at him. What's so funny?
You're so lost in your ghost world you don't see what's right in front of you.
I reared back as though he'd thrown ice water in my face. Excuse me? He shrugged his shoulders and pocketed his hands.
I just call it like I see it.
I folded my arms. Well, you're going to have to explain it to me because I'm not following. Truth be told, I wasn't even sure what was keeping my discount store shoes planted on the sidewalk before him. After a line like that, I should have turned and stormed off in a proper huff. That would teach him. I might be shy and occasionally nerdy, but I wasn't a pushover, and I wouldn't tolerate bullying. This isn't about the show, Scarlett. I like you, all right? In case I haven't made that abundantly clear already, I like you. My heart skittered to a stop for a moment before slamming back into working order, pumping out a frantic beat. Sure, there was a part of me that wanted you to come on the road with us, but it wasn't because I thought you wanted to be famous. It was because I wanted to spend more time with you. I did think about it a lot, I said quietly. Really, the only reason I considered it for so long, or even took the call in the first place, was because of you. I smiled up at him. Well, right after the part about the big fat paycheck. Lucas chuckled. Obviously. I like you too, Lucas. I don't want to say goodbye. I couldn't have done any of this without your help, and honestly, I wouldn't have wanted to. Lucas traced a finger along the side of my face. I'm still here for a couple more days. What do you say we go on a couple of ghost-free dates and see how we do? I nodded. I'd like that. Come on, let's go get something to eat. I stared at him for a moment. Don't you have to get back to the party? Nah. He shrugged. Most of them don't even know my name. I'm just the big guy hovering in the background. I laughed. I doubt that. It doesn't matter. There will be another party. Besides, that pub, McNally's, is bound to have better food than the stuffy crap they're serving in there. I laughed and let him lead me down the sidewalk away from the hotel. Halfway to his truck, I glanced up at him. Would you mind if we stopped by the Lilac House first? He shrugged. Sure. I'd gotten my closure, and it was time for Rosie to have the final piece of hers. Lucas still had a set of keys to the house and let us in. We went through the house, room by room, and found Rosie in one of the bedrooms. I realized it had once been the master. She was standing near the window, looking out over the moonlit grounds. Calvin would have loved to have had this backyard, she said quietly. It's beautiful, I agreed, stepping into the room. Lucas hung back, giving me and Rosie some space. You went to see him? I said. Rosie nodded. I wanted him to know that I now see the truth, and I needed to apologize for blaming him all these years. I know he didn't really know how I felt, but I needed to say it anyway. I understand. I reached into my purse and pulled out the envelope. Rosie, he gave me something for you to read. Rosie turned toward me. He did? Would you like me to lay out the pages for you? She nodded, her lips pressed tightly together. I carefully worked to lay all 6 pages out in order on the comforter along the foot of the bed. When the whole letter was spread out, I took a step back and let Rosie swoop in to read Calvin's words. Lucas's face was clouded with emotion as I peered over my shoulder at him. Our eyes met, and he took a step into the room and clasped my hand. Small sobs escaped Rosie's lips as she continued to read. And by the time she'd reached the final page, silvery tears streaked down both cheeks. He really loved me, Scarlett. He said that even though he got married and had a family after I passed away, that he never forgot about me and would often think about me. That's beautiful, Rosie. Rosie gasped and looked down at herself. Scarlett? Something's happening. What do you mean? I shook my head. She looked the same to me. Then, in a flash, her silhouette shimmered and faded. Her face was the last thing I saw, and as I stood in the aftermath, I knew that I had never seen a more angelic expression. Rosie was finally at peace. What was that? Lucas whispered, his voice almost shaky. My eyes darted to his. You saw that? Lucas nodded, even as his eyes continued to dart around the room. That was Rosie saying goodbye. I smiled at the last place she'd been.
She crossed over.
Where do they, go?
I shrugged.
Some people call it the other world. I guess it depends on what you believe. Maybe it's heaven.
That was incredible.
I smiled and locked my fingers with his. I'm glad you got to see it. That's the moment that makes all of this madness worthwhile.
I can see why.
He shook his head slowly, still marveling at the spot Rosie had last stood.
Maybe it won't be the last time I see it.
What do you mean? Lucas smiled down at me.
Well, I was thinking about spending some time here when this season of filming wraps up in a couple of months.
That's so. He brushed his thumb across my cheek.
Hey, someone's got to keep you out of trouble.